Good morning.
Morning.
We're not going to follow the walk-in today because I want to get right into this, and I do apologize about our tardiness. We will start as we normally do with prayer and pledge. I will lead the prayer and the pledge. For those who would like to participate, please do. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking you with humble hearts that we make the right decisions that we need to make as it is to move our city forward. We ask that our workers be protected and our citizens also be protected from whatever weather may be coming our way. Father, we ask that you just bless Saginaw, bring us back, make us whole. These things we ask in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Sylvia.
Present.
Councilmember Williams.
Present.
Councilmember Balls.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Bench.
Present.
Councilmember Ostache.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Flores.
Present.
Copeland is absent, and Mayor Moore.
Present.
We have 8 members present and 1 absent.
Okay. Well, you know I have to give you the rules. Again, everybody, good morning. Happy New Year's. This is a public meeting, and I'm asking the audience to remain from obnoxious and interrupting and otherwise disrupting this meeting. A reminder for all of us, especially us up on the panel, the council, please silence your devices. Please silence your devices. If you think that it's going to go off, do like I did. Turn it off. Audience, same for you. I need you to silence your devices, please. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one quick announcement. Just want to remind everyone that the next regular council meeting will be Monday, January 23rd at 6:30 p.m.
Okay. I need to make a motion to suspend council's rules of orders and change the order of business to allow the strategic plan session to be prepared by, that has been prepared by the city manager.
So move. Support.
Second.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have our planning session agenda, and thanks for council members being available at this special time, and also for the public to attend. And I think we'll go ahead and move right into our first item, which is Guidehouse. David Cernik, a management consultant from Guidehouse, is going to recap the ARPA fund allocations and review recommendations for future allocations.
All right, thank you. All right, so first update is just kind of where we are year end with revenue replacement and where that kind of leaves us. So a reminder, we received $52 million, slightly over $52 million in total ARPA funds. And the city has roughly $21.5 million in revenue loss through the end of last year. That's the newest calculation that's come out. We have one more year of revenue loss to calculate. And after that calculation, the projections are that you will have slightly over 50% of your ARPA funds available for revenue loss, which is what the projections have been all along. So that brings us to the final step here with the agreement of $25 million being set aside for revenue loss. And so that is all still the same as it kind of was before, and there have been no changes to those calculations. Any questions on that?
Are we going to do yearly, I'm sorry, do you want to?
Yes.
Thank you. Are we going to do yearly projections on lost revenue or quarterly?
So we do a calculation at the end of each year. We don't do them quarterly.
So this
Is
year,
that something you would like?
That would be, yeah, that would be good. So this last year met the last projection?
So the first 2 years, total was 12 and a half in revenue loss, and then this last year would have been the delta, 21 and a half and 12 and a half, so a 9. So if you run that projection out for one more year, one would anticipate that you'd have over 50% of your allocation at revenue loss, and that's the last year we can calculate revenue loss.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? All right. So, we're gonna run through all of the funds that, what did I do? All of the funds that have been allocated, and funds that we will talk about later today to potentially allocate, but I wanted to give a big picture here of what we've got. So, housing and blight, total allocated was 10.875. That was allocated in September. Then food security had 2 million out of this bucket allocated in September as well. And then in health, 2.5 out of this bucket in November. And then today we're going to look at youth development and workforce development at the end of the day for those allocations at 8 and 2.2 right now with resolutions in front of you. I do want to note at the bottom of this page, there we go, that originally about 27 million were made available for community projects. The whole process that the committee went through this summer into these allocations. It'll come back in a second. Oh, it's over there, great. And so this leaves right now about 1.5 million that is still yet to be allocated for community projects. And I do want to note, and we'll get into this, that there were a full 5 million that were allocated to health, but 2.5 were allocated out of revenue loss. So just want to make that clear. Let's see how many numbers I got memorized. Oh, great, thank you very much. Okay, so housing and blight, I was just going to give an update on kind of where we are with these projects. And so the home repair program, furnace submissions are being processed, and we had 3.8 million allocated to that. The revolving fund, we had 5 million allocated. We're currently working on splitting that between 2 pots. One will go to the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, and we've already got the language that we're working on to get that included there. And then the other part is working with the CDFI to find a match for a revolving affordable housing fund. We're working on the RFP right now to make sure we can get the best match from the best CDFI out there to run that revolving affordable housing fund for us. The Saginaw Fairgrounds demolition, that contract is in progress. And then the environmental investigation cleanup and blight, that person has been hired, and we are still procuring equipment, but that is moving forward. Any questions on housing blight?
On revolving fund,
Yeah.
how do we end up putting money in the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, and how that's gonna come back?
How is that gonna come back?
Yeah, do we loan that out to somebody that's doing brownfield stuff, or what?
So, the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority runs a fund already. This is adding money to that fund so that they can do specifically blight remediation and real estate development. That could be commercial or residential real estate redevelopment, but that's all on a revolving basis. So these are loans that go right back into that fund to be used for the same purpose in perpetuity.
Okay, so that means that the brownfield money has to be used just for brownfield stuff as revolving?
It would need to be within the Brownfield's jurisdiction, which would be, I believe, the entire city, right?
Yes.
So it does actually work for the entire city, and so it would work within the existing structure of the Brownfield. Yep. Great. All right, next, food security. So we are working on the feasibility study now. We have contracted with Public Policy Associates, which has a really strong team in this area. And so they've started working this year on working with the different stakeholders on understanding the landscape of food insecurity in Saginaw, and then bringing other stakeholders to the table to try to solve this challenge for the city. So we're working on that. And then, of course, that capital investment will be divvied out following that report. So that's in progress right now. So we don't actually have the breakdown of that, but we know the total allocated is 2 million. Any questions on food?
Do we have any proposals for food and security?
Any proposals?
Yeah.
No, I mean, we're not collecting proposals right now. What we're doing now is looking at where the supply and demand mismatches and what are the potential solutions that we think would best fit that supply-demand mismatch. We are working closely with with Mahaya, who's working on a food club. That is moving forward, so that'll be kind of part of that report. But it's not necessarily the solution that is gonna best fit the needs.
Yes.
Could you please, Councilman Balls, repeat your question? Because I would need him to,
I asked him how many proposals was in there for the food security.
and you said none?
So I don't know if I'm not understanding the question.
How many proposals do we have in for food security?
Oh, that came in originally from the portal?
Yes, sir.
We're gonna get that in 1 second.
Okay.
All right?
Keep in mind that when that money was allocated, it was to do a study so that we could figure out where the need was and what we needed to do to get it going. Now, that's my understanding. Am I correct when I say that?
Yeah, and I'm
And
gonna
so-
add to that, so I would actually amend, it's not necessarily where the need is, because
Right.
the entire city is technically a food desert.
Right.
So it is more, what is the best solution that's gonna serve the people of Saginaw?
Right, right. I stand to be corrected. Also, keep in mind, we talked about not having grocery stores, not having means and access, and the motion was moved forward that we began to look at avenues throughout the city that would make this be sustainable for all of the citizens in the city of Saginaw. So if I'm wrong, somebody please correct me. Okay.
All right? Oh, sorry.
Yes,
Thank you.
Councilman.
Thank you. Do we have a timeline on the feasibility study of when it would be completed?
I don't have a timeline right now. My hope is that this is no longer than 3 months. So we'd be looking at March. I got the team running, they're running under our existing contracts. This is actually not technically an additional cost. It is under Guidehouse's contract and are not to exceed. So they're working with us and they started just a couple weeks ago. So we're just doing stakeholder work now.
And then the cost of the study?
Unclear, but like I said, it's kind of a zero almost because it's within the Guidehouse contract.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Real quick, David, great presentation, by the way. The study, can you share with us any of the bullet points that you're looking at within the study?
Yeah, so I kind of broke this up into a phase 1 and phase 2, and perhaps I could deliver that. So phase 1 is the stakeholder engagement and understanding the current state of Saginaw. Coming out of that, I think we're gonna set a set of goals for what that study's actually gonna look at, right? So
Yep.
I could do a report back after that phase 1, which I'm hoping to actually be done here at the end of January. We've got a large food stakeholder meeting here late January with all of the different stakeholders in Saginaw and the region.
Perfect.
Great, we'll do that. Health. So 2.5 million was allocated to the behavioral health clinic. Now, mind you, actually 5 million was, and remember that was split between the revenue replacement and these community projects. That is still in process. No monies have been released. That's still being figured out, the logistics on how that money actually gets delivered. Any questions on that? Yeah.
Yes.
I guess I don't like to use the word confused, but I guess for the lack of another word, I'm gonna have to say that I'm confused in regards to the health, when it was just only one project that benefited from that, with no, nothing said or anticipation in regards to other behavioral health. So I'm just kind of need to get some more explanation or some insight in regards to how or why we just gave one entity
Yeah.
5 million, and the other entities are still sitting there with no kind of communication or anything from the city, like, were you getting some, you're not getting it, we just using it for, the medical diamond or what?
Sure. So health was allocated November 28th. There was a group of city council members who were responsible for that, and that's all that city council allocated out of that bucket.
Wasn't that by recommendation from Guidehouse?
Not necessarily, no.
Advisory committee.
No.
No, that was part of the recommendation, if you remember, from the advisory council.
So I guess the next question would be, when the committee gonna meet again and find out who they're gonna get that money to? I guess that should be the next question, for 2.5.
So 2 point, what I was explaining was, when you all passed the allocation,
Oh, okay.
you were pulling 2.5 from the city bucket
Right.
and
Okay.
2.5 from the community bucket.
All right,
And so I'm only counting 2.5 here, but
Okay.
there is 5 million going to this
all
project,
right,
right?
okay,
That answer
all
that?
right, yep.
Mayor,
I'm sorry, yes.
thank you. With the timeline that, so there wouldn't be a restraint on the ARPA funds being spent on this allocation because it's gonna go to something that needs to be from kind of brick and mortar, right? Like it needs to start up and then be done. So it would surpass the 2026?
No, this would still need to be done by 2026. Yep,
So you-
same standard.
Okay, great.
So this behavioral health center has to be done by, or this spend, I'll be very clear, I had to amend this earlier with another project. This money has to be spent by 2026. The project doesn't have to be done, it has to be spent. So there could be other funds that are coming in that are spending on the back end of that. Let's say that the project takes through 2028. This dollar needs to be spent by 2026. Obviously, you'd hope that it'd be built by 2026, but.
And do we have any update on the breaking of the ground of the construction for this?
Not at this time. We'll have to work with Saginaw County on this project. So they allocated $5 million as well. I've communicated with the county administrator, or county controller, but there will be more work that we have to do on this.
Mhm. So maybe not until spring or summer of this upcoming year?
Yeah, I think we'll have to rely on them to do the project, so we'll have to look at what their timeline is.
When you
So-
say they and do,
The county,
and then doing in terms of the construction of it?
right.
But they had a plan before when we,
They have a plan for a building. Yes,
so that would be the do part.
that would be the construction part of the project, yes.
Did they have
They
a-
have a plan, but I don't know if I don't think they have any architecture work done at this time, so that planning has to be done still, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. David, this may be a question for you, may not, may be involved, might be more of our city staff too. Congressman Kildee just recently got that $3 million for the land clearing. So does that have to be integrated with this as well as part of the plan and how this all executes?
Yes, so that funding is for burial of
Okay.
power lines. So when we do that, we have to contract with Consumers Energy.
Okay.
So we're kind of on their timeline for that. I don't know that delays this project in any way.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
As far as health is concerned, we had, other people had put in, proposals to do health for the community right now. What happened to those? I mean, are we not gonna be just putting stuff in brick and mortar and not gonna help our citizens out now? What happened to that one, David?
I gotta throw this back at city council because
who-
there was a
who's-
city council committee.
Is that committee done, the health? I'd like to know if the
Who was
health
on the
committee
health
is
committee? I
done.
can't remember.
Myself and the mayor.
What?
That committee is still it is still working. There has been contact with some of the agencies, not all of them, because they haven't been returning calls back to people. This was a joint venture that was supposed to be undertaken to redo a new mental health facility on the east side of Saginaw. Correct me if I'm wrong. And it really was so that we could get people who look like us to be counseling, because a lot of children are not going into therapy. Let's just be honest. And a lot of parents are not comfortable with just sending their children anywhere. And so, as a gesture we always talk about we want to collaborate, we want to work with. And so that was a venture that we basically took on. Correct me if I'm wrong, city manager, that we looked at and we said this would be something nice or good for us. And so when you ask me, are they working with the other entities that had the healthcare plans? I can say yes to a certain point. Okay? Yes.
I will use the phrase confused at this time because I wasn't aware, or I missed it somewhere, that 5 million was only for that particular project. If that's what I'm getting that you're saying, and that the other entities weren't even being considered. And I do have to take issue with something you said simply because I'm involved in mental health a lot. Our children do go, they do like to go a lot of times to see people that look like them. But I just keep it 100. Our young black and children of color are starting to get help. And I'm wondering why they have to wait till a facility is built to not receive, some of the other entities receive some of the ARPA dollars to continue to help, regardless of where the location is in the city.
I don't think that they got to wait. I think that the system will be going on. I understand what you're saying. I do understand that. And at this point, I guess we need to come back together and actually get a clear understanding. I mean, city manager, can you help with this?
Yeah, council allocated $5 million to the behavioral health clinic, which was a proposal that was submitted to council, submitted during the portal process. It's a specific project. You can go in and look at the application and see what it's for. In the minutes even, and council did not allocate any other funds to any other proposals at this time.
Yes.
Thank you. Speaking as a member of the Health Committee, and I'm not sure, and maybe David can answer the question, but I believe that most of our public health proposals were from private for-profit businesses. And one of the reasons why this $5 million allocation was identified by the committee and seemed to have consensus support amongst the council was because this was a partnership with another governing body, and this was going to be a public, not-for-profit agency. So if I have a private business and I'm a therapist and I bill insurance, I'm making a profit at some point, and only people who can, have private insurance can come to me for those services. Whereas anybody, regardless of their insurance, regardless of their income, will be able to seek services from this public collaboration. So that was what I was thinking. I did not look at a lot of the private businesses because, again, private for-profit, maybe those are agencies we can look at allocating somehow later on down the road, but my main focus was looking at nonprofits and public spending, things that would be available to everyone in the city of Saginaw, not just people with private insurance or, access. So that was my perspective from that committee.
And I can speak to the committee's conversation, the summer committee, that, there is supply-demand mismatch, not just in Saginaw, but across the state. And it isn't necessarily spending more dollars gets you more therapists. So actually building capacity is a big challenge across the state when it comes to mental health. And so this does answer that question. There's no guarantee that actually if you gave more money to an existing entity that they could necessarily build that capacity. And that is, again, a challenge. We've worked with many governments across the state running into the same challenge on mental health. So I will add that, and that was the conversation that did come out of the committee this summer. I want to show one key slide really quick, though.
All right.
Because I want to bring us back to this big picture. So at the end of the day, you've got a certain amount of dollars to spend. And so what I am going to push back multiple times, I feel like today, is great, we all want to fund everything. What do you want to cut? Mm-hmm. So I just want to contextualize that and now go back to health. So, sorry.
Councilman Boss.
David, I appreciate what you're doing, but you saying that we got 25.6 to spend. I understand that. That's how much money we put in the bucket. But I'm not saying that we cannot spend any of that other money. So when you say that, you kind of throwing a little curveball at us because we can spend more money. As far as health is concerned, these other entities that came in to speak, they wasn't here trying to put up no brick and mortar. All they want to do is have more services for our community. Everybody know what COVID has done in our community. The kids are catching hell in the school. We got gangs out here. The mental health can help out with all those different situations. So what I'm asking is, the Committee for the Health, is why they didn't put any money into the health providers that we have right now so that they can reach out to the communities and let them know that these services are available. And that's my question to the committee, and want to know if you guys are going to come back and spend some of that other money on that particular situation. That's what I'm asking. Or are they planning on meeting again, or are they through meeting as far as the health is concerned? But I hate to think we're going to be waiting 3 or 4 or 5 years for a building to come up, and our kids are steady going through changes right now.
I think the logical next step is you make it through these next 2 slides and you make it through today, and you're gonna have a little bit of money left over. And then to consider all the things that are probably gonna be brought up today as potentially funding with those final dollars. So I think that's a real thing that is on the table, I would imagine.
Well, hopefully we'll get there. I'm not saying, because I know people like the police officers, I know damn well they wish they can have some help with some of these people out here that's doing crime. And they know that someone just needs some counseling or somebody to tell them what's right and what's wrong, because we don't have that many people that's doing those type of things. We don't have the community centers to help them out. So they got to get mentoring somewhere. So hopefully we'll come back to the table and put some money in the health facilities that's already operating so that we can get the kids some mental health. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as a response, I think for myself, one of the allocations that I disagreed with, I know the majority of council did, it was a 6-2 vote, but that I did disagree with was this one. And the reason why is the ability to access capital or investment in this was probably more likely than someone like McDonald's healthcare facility that had also applied, that we tried to give allocations to, that is already operating in the city. And what I've seen over the past couple of weeks or months is that, you know, there is a real need right now for mental health clients and help in the city. And I'm sorry if I'm ignorant on this, but this facility that we're going to be building is going to be free mental health access to all citizens in the city of Saginaw because it's a nonprofit? Or do we know that, or is that the wrong person to ask? Probably, right?
I can't speak. It's not just free necessarily, it's free or low cost mental health services to the city. And then it wasn't just the mental health services. I believe it is that there is going to be facilities for high level mental health services that aren't currently even available, period. And that is a brick and mortar challenge as well as a staffing challenge. So there's also that layer to it as well.
And to the city manager, would we have to make a resolution to provide free costs to, when this does get built, to citizens? Because it would be a regional facility, right? It wouldn't just be this
Right.
county that would be served.
Right, well, this is a capital expenditure, so we're not providing the mental health services, we're providing the cost for the
Capital to
facility
just
of
build
that.
the
So we
facility.
won't have to manage that. My assumption is that this is cooperative with the county, so it would be the health department
But
and other partners.
are we giving anything away in terms of being able to help the citizens with just making it capital versus?
I don't think so, because we don't provide health services as a city right now, so we would depend on the other agency to provide it anyway. Regardless of who you funded to provide it, you're relying on another entity to provide that service.
And then none of the other health facilities or services ended up meeting kind of the smell test.
Yeah, essentially. You know, I also, because the next slide, in the committee report this summer, the committee did specifically state that they felt that mental health was a long process and that by investing in community centers, they're catching mental health issues earlier. And therefore, that is why they, in that report, allocated 10 million and then only allocated this money to the behavioral health. So again, you have limited resources, that's where that kind of thought process came from.
I think that we would always, every allocation is a long-term process from what I've looked at. I don't think there's one that is a short-term fix to what's going on in Saginaw. That's all I have.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Ms. Silver.
Is there a time where we would be able to come back to this at a later date?
Yes.
Because I have a lot to say.
Yes.
So, okay, I'm just do that then.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Understand, all of this is still a work in progress. My understanding from everybody has been this money needs to be allocated out, which means it can be pulled back. And if it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. I think a couple of meetings ago, Councilman Williams brought up a 6-month review. So it's like we're setting the pace to move forward. We're ready to do something. Stop talking. Stop talking. We need to move forward and begin to do some things. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, did you want to say something?
Yeah, quick comment. So, to the council, my colleagues, this money was recommended by the committee that we had put into place last year. And then, as it got into the news, and before you all voted on it, at the time I was not at the table, I was in the back of the room, because of the news articles that were written on it, a $15 million facility that was going to be built of a $100 million project on the river, and then bringing it to you to vote on, I even knew what it was at that point, and I was not at the table. I was glad that you did it. But I will say this, and I'm going to back up my councilman bench. I was just talking to my sister last night. I want to share this story with you. We need a facility like this. It's going to take a while to get built. We can look at other things, but here we are right now. The decisions are made. This is what was voted on, what was decided. There was a person that she knew that had walked into one of our facilities, our hospitals, and they couldn't get mental health, and that person ended up deceased. If we have a facility like this where somebody then can go get those proper mental health issues, I just hope to God that that person would have still been alive today. And so I want to share that story with you and hoping that we can move on to this. We'll visit it later. I know you have a lot of things to say, and I respect that. Yes. But right now, this is where we're at. These are the decisions that were made at the table. Thank you, Mayor. We have to move forward.
Great.
I'm sorry. Any more questions?
I just have a comment to that. We do have facilities and organizations that currently provide, well, they were there.
You didn't know about it?
Okay.
Yep, I'm sorry.
There were applications that were made for the ARPA dollars with those facilities.
Okay, so
I got one more question.
Yep.
I'm sorry. At some point, could you guys let us know exactly how many for-profit entities applied for mental health dollars or health dollars and how many nonprofit agencies? So we can separate the two and look at any of the nonprofit agencies. As a member of that committee, I would be happy to look at the nonprofit agencies. But until we address the people who are not making an actual profit off of this stuff, I don't feel comfortable giving private businesses assistance if we have nonprofits that we can help first.
Yeah, we can get that for you.
Thank you.
And with this break, really quick, I just want to say that there were 12 food projects that got approved.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so youth development. So we have 2 final committees that worked for one of them probably the last month and one last week here to try to put some projections together for youth development and for workforce development. So these are resolutions you have all received. You've also received summaries of, hopefully skimmable summaries of what these projects are, what the asks were, and what got allocated out of that committee. So this is the youth development group. So you can see it was broken into capital and programming as there were different asks and different allocations made accordingly. So you've got the NABE, YERN, the Youth Employment Recreation Network, Community Action Center, Boys and Girls Club, Youth Development Corporation, the Mexican American Council, the First Ward Community Center, and Big Brother, Big Sister. I do want to note there was an allocation made a couple meetings ago regarding the First Ward and CAC. That is null and void because it was not matched dollar for dollar from the county. So those are fresh resolutions on your desk. The First Ward, for instance, is a fresh resolution of $500,000. The last $500,000 is considered null and void. Okay? To be clear also, the county did allocate to both of those $250,000. So there was county dollars that went to those. Any questions on this one? Yeah?
Yes.
Oh, me? Oh, okay. Anyway, in our discussion, you know, there was two other, I don't want to say pots of money in this pot, but we discussed it, and I don't hear you discussing it or even mentioning it today. I don't know if that was going to come later or what.
So,
yep.
okay. So I am looking at the dollars that have been allocated, because I'm trying to keep us focused on the dollars that have been allocated, so you know what you're left with. Okay. And then when we know what we're left with, I think that absolutely we should discuss what's still on the board, but we're just trying to limit it to where are the dollars currently, so we can get a total.
Okay.
So are there any other questions about this? Obviously, there'll be discussion later today for resolutions.
Yes.
I don't know if now is the best time for the question or not, but after we received these, I was able to look it over, and obviously you can just see here, there's a lot of programming dollars that are offered up, and we've heard consistently from staff and from Guidehouse that capital is the easiest to track, and that there are complications and things like that with programming dollars. I want to state first and foremost, I don't have any issue with providing programming dollars to any of the agencies that are listed here. However, I am hoping that the members of the committee or Guidehouse can at least explain to us what is the plan for tracking those dollars, so we don't put these agencies at a disadvantage.
Yes, absolutely. So I want to just explain, like, what does it look like to do capital and what does it look like to do programming from an administrative standpoint. So for capital, it would be, we need a new roof, great. Send us the bids, we cut the check, we make sure the roof got installed. That is the end of the process, right? If instead it's, we would like to run a program for 30 youth, it's an after-school program, and it's hitting these set of criterias, that becomes we need to probably monthly have data requests on exactly who is being served, what are all the costs, so every single cost. We're talking, we bought pencils, we had this person work X amount of hours. Okay, we need timesheets. Like, that is proper subrecipient monitoring by a government entity, and so it is significantly higher on the overhead side of things. So that's kind of the comparison of what it would look like to fund capital versus programming. Does that answer the question properly?
Who's overseeing it?
So who's overseeing it? That is within the scope of Guidehouse's contract and is something that we could do. The way I kind of see it in discussions with the city is the city does as much as they can until they reach capacity. And at that point, they need to be augmented, whether that's Guidehouse or another city contracted entity.
When you say augmented, explain that to me, because I know sitting at this table, there was a great big discussion about the 850 something that we needed to give you in the beginning.
That's right.
And so from what I'm hearing now is that there's going to be an additional cost. Let's none of us not say that it's not. So we really don't know what that figure is with whoever we do it with. There's going to be an additional cost.
So, we would spend down on the Guidehouse contract until we get to the end of that, and we would track that accordingly and give projections once we actually got things up and running on where that would land us. There's a world where we could get it all done within the contract. There's also a world where we get 3 years into this and we go, we're going to need to add funds to this contract in order to continue doing the monitoring.
Monies that we may not have because we've allocated the money out. And so now we're looking at general fund. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding what we're talking about undertaking. Okay. Yes.
me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so, no offense to Guidehouse, but if we're trying to minimize our cost, and I wish my colleague were in the room right now, because this is a pertinent part of the conversation, I think. If the motion at the time ends up being for, say we tallied up all of the programming dollars and made a lump sum motion to allocate it to, not CDBG, but to allow the Human Planning Commission to oversee it and do it that way, would that be a way to provide programming dollars without increasing our costs or keeping the cost down?
You could provide programming dollars that way. They do have monitoring set up for that process for CDBG. It might require additional employees to do that because they already are, the employees that we have are at the limit, basically, of the staffing. Staffing is at the limit of the work that we have. So potentially you could have to add employees, but there is a framework there for monitoring those kind of projects.
Councilwoman Silly.
Okay. Let me at least try to say this with the most best way I can. First of all, when it comes to youth development and the entities that we at least have listed here, they have a reputation in this city. They can track their own dollars. Are we, what, they cannot track their own dollars?
No, and this isn't I'm not gonna speak on the capacity of the organization.
Okay.
It is the responsibility, and I cannot stress this enough. It is the responsibility of the city to track these dollars. And if, and I wanna again state
Right.
this very clearly, if this organization is found to not have used the funds properly and the federal government audits you, those dollars are coming back out of your general fund because you're not gonna be able to claw it back from this organization because it'll already have been spent. So the financial risk is significant if you do not monitor, and that monitoring costs funds.
Okay.
So that is the formula,
Okay,
right?
let me finish, please.
Cool.
Okay, and when we talk about capital versus programming, when we allowed or put the, let the ARPA funds, people put in their bid, so to speak, in regards to these dollars, there was never that I know of in final rule that it had to be capital. So now we come to a point now where we're trying to expend these dollars, and it seems to be a controversy in regards to that. We did our job, the people on this subcommittee. It was not up to us to figure out or the thought of how this was going to take place. We decided on the entities by what they asked for, what dollars we had available, and I don't think it's, not saying that I wouldn't meet with city staff or anybody else to help negate the process, but it's not my job. As a city councilwoman, I've already done what was expected of me. So it shouldn't be a controversy if an entity wants program dollars versus capital dollars. Our children need help. They still need help. And we're going back and forth on something that the city needs to take care of.
At the same time, let me say this. At the same time, when we talk about obligations, our due diligence is to spend this money appropriately. It was said earlier about at risk. If you know a program is a startup or a beginning program or a program with no track record, I'm not saying I wouldn't give you any money. I'll never say that. But I would say I would tread lightly, because if there's money to be paid back, it's got to come from us. Now, we knew that when we got this money and we accepted it. If we did not do what we were supposed to do, we got to pay it back. if I know that you're programming and you're working and you're striving and you're doing what you have to do, but you are having financial difficulties, and I think a lot of people are right now, not just in businesses, but in your personal life. So when we look at that, we look at, that's a setup move to me, to give anybody any kind of money, and then it may have to be paid back. I don't want anybody to have to pay no money back, and I sure don't want us to. So I understand, because when I first started looking at this, I thought this could be like the PPP money. You could put in for it, you could get it, no strings attached. But the more I read on it and the more I look at it in other cities, no, I don't want to be an example to where this is where we're going to have to pay money back. So I don't have a problem with no agency, none of the people that was in that big binder I've been reading, getting money. I need to make that clear to everybody. The concern I have is it sustainable? Can you meet the guidelines? Because I know it's a reporting system, because this is really a cost reimbursement. Correct me if I'm wrong. You got to pay money up front, because you're not just going to get a check for the whole amount. Am I right or wrong?
That can be negotiated, and that's all part of the subrecipient risk assessment process.
Okay. So I know we can go back and forth all day on this. Any other questions?
Councilmember Williams has been waiting.
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilman Williams.
I just wanted, for clarity, because my recollection is we've had conversation about allocating money for capital, and really not going the programming route and allowing agencies to continue to do programming how they do it, but us allocating money for capital to take away from those expenses to allow them to keep that funding that they've been using for program, to whatever you were going to use for your capital, push it over into your programming, because we will allocate that money for that. So I remember having those conversations where we wanted to really concentrate more on capital versus programming, because whatever they already have established, we don't even have to put our hands in.
And can I respond to Monique's comment earlier? So if you see this table, we did break it up into capital and programming because there was a conversation around that. If instead you'd like the resolutions to speak more to the total column and allow administration to work within the, work from capital out, I mean, like, you're saying that this isn't city administration's job. But I mean, you could just, there's a lot of other programs that we've, made a resolution. Here's a total amount for this. This was broken out because of the conversations. We don't have to. It could just be the total amount.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said it wasn't city council, it wasn't my job for that. But I do have something to say.
Wait, let me check this in. Anybody else here have anything to say?
No, not right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Okay. At this point, what I'm looking at, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, it's looking like that we should have had more of this conversation before people put in proposals. Because now it appears to me like it's changing at the dawn of the day. And that's not fair to all of these. It's, of course, most people know it's way more than this in regards to youth development. So why didn't we say we would rather you do your proposal for capital? Or why didn't we say, if you haven't been around long enough, we won't be considering you at this particular time? That to me is totally not fair. And I don't want to be the person to have to try to explain to other entities that we have not allocated dollars for, that, oh, I'm so sorry, you haven't been around long enough. Or I'm so sorry, we only helping people with roofs and doors and, what you can do with your building. Because it's some entities that do not need that. They need help with the youth directly, face to face. They don't need brick, mortar, or whatever. Every entity don't need, and some of them, like, I think it's up here, I can't see, Boys and Girls Club. They had more than one entity in the city of Saginaw. One wanted capital, one wanted programming. And the one that wanted programming couldn't use capital because the building that they're in, they don't own. I don't like to put, I'm really opposed to bringing new, different things as we go, seeming like we're alleviating some of the people that put in proposals, taking our word for it that I can come and put my proposal in for ARPA dollars, and here we are today. Oh no, you ain't been around long enough. Oh no, we would rather you fix your building. That's where I'm at. Thank you very much.
I just want to make a clarifying statement that there's no recommendation that's saying only capital. It's saying do capital where available to make it easier on that organization. So if an organization did not ask for capital, but you still think it's a worthy organization for funding, we're just saying that all the subrecipient monitoring stacks up. So we're not saying don't do any subrecipient monitoring on programming.
Okay.
Just don't do $10 million of subrecipient programming monitoring.
Right.
You're gonna kill your staff and, your general fund budget.
And we have not done that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
As far as the programming is concerned, ain't no way we can help kids out if we don't do no programming. Okay? Let's get that out the way. We do have a system. We got the CBG that can take a look. After Dave get through doing all he doing, then maybe the city can do their part and monitor this out. And it should be run out by the end. And not only that, we got a system in place where we're gonna be checking on these organizations every so many months. Right, Dave? We'll find out if they're not doing what they shouldn't be doing, then we know when to cut them off. So, I'm not saying that we're gonna be losing a whole bunch of money with this programming, so I would like for us to go ahead on and vote for these programmings and to get this out the way, because we gotta put money in programming, just say plain and simple. We gotta do that.
Anything else on this slide?
Yes.
Thanks, Mayor. Dave, I've read the resolutions. We'll talk about those later.
Sure.
Under our next meeting when we
Yep.
go back in the agenda. Talking about the subrecipient, as an example of some of the stuff, Councilwoman, that you put together that we're seeing today, we've seen in the resolution, we'll talk about later, like I said, that some of the subrecipient programs, I've already talked to one of the associations where they're like, because they're a 503, they can put it as a line item. And of course, they have to report it. There's 990 reporting and stuff that they have to do because of their nonprofit. So there is, to me, there will be definitely a trail, a money trail that will be followed and audited. And the other thing, the last thing I want to make is that I know there's a lot of conversation around this right now, but remember, allocated by the end of 2024, spent by the end of 2026. So even with our guidehouse, this isn't going to be like a long relationship. We've got about 3 years left-ish now into this, so that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. So to give it to capital, I just want to understand this, especially after Councilman Williams had kind of explained it the way, it makes sense to me, that these are just additional responsibilities that we would put on these nonprofits to prove that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. And that would be just kind of, an extra hurdle for them.
I wouldn't even say no so much for them, but for the city. The city is going to have to find hours in the day for staff members to read these documents, to organize these documents, and make sure that they've got their doc repository for their audit, because the city is responsible.
And would that be, go ahead.
I kind of agree with Councilman Flores, because it's going to put a burden on the city, but we're going to create those items for the agency to track.
Right.
So it's not something that they track now, that will be something new, and it's going to be something that they have to do as well. And then I think probably on a monthly basis, we would go in and make sure those items fit what is required by the grant process, and then you do the reimbursement, which is the same way we do CDBG.
Thank you. And that would just be for youth and development and for economic development, but not for mental health? Those types
Any
of-
programming.
Any programming.
So
In
capital costs, as David said, is easier because if you have a capital item, and I'll take an example of the fairgrounds project.
Yeah.
The demo. We have a bid for the demo, we meet with the demo contractor, they do the work, we cut them a check. Then we're done with that project.
Yeah.
You do 3 years of programming, every month, someone has to review those statistics and the guidelines, then reimburse the organization. Is that-
Yep, for every cost.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Silver?
Okay, thank you. This may be my last comment in regards to this one, because it's going on and on. But and all I get understanding. So I definitely want to leave with understanding. My thing is this: did we not know before we accepted, and this would probably be to the city manager, I don't know, that when we accepted these ARPA dollars, it came with some strings. That may not be the word, but I'm gonna use that. That the city staff, that you would even have to hire temporary staff or whatever to negate us like we hired your agency, I'm sorry, Guidehouse. That we were going to have to put money and or dollars somewhere or aside to make this all come together as a whole. I don't know exactly what Guidehouse, does. You said you would go through it or whatever with the city staff. Didn't we know that? Didn't we know that if it wasn't capital or whatever, because not just you, all of these are going to need oversight. So now is it a problem that we accepted the $54 million something dollars?
No, I don't think anybody's saying that we didn't know that.
Okay.
Right.
No, what we're trying to communicate to council is that this is how it will operate.
Okay.
So
That's fine with me.
just so council members are aware that if there's programming costs, there will be additional monitoring costs as well. So
That's
just
fine.
so everyone's aware, and for the way that our operations are, the most likely option is going to be to utilize Guidehouse to do that monitoring.
That's fine.
Okay?
good.
That's what we want to make sure council knows and the public knows. That is in their contract, so obviously when we did the contract, we knew that was a possibility. It will take the funds within their contract, it's $850,000 in their contract. So that's where the money would come from.
Roll your sleeves up there. No, I'm just, all right, thank you.
All right?
All right, move on, baby. Let's get it.
You got it. All right, to the final one, workforce development. So this is all in programming, as was the last conversation that team had. And you're gonna notice considerable crossover with youth development. Youth Development Corporation, YERN, and First Ward both receive funding out of youth development, but also receive funding by this committee because Youth Development Corporation does do work with workforce development with specifically high school aged youth. So that was kind of a crossover. Youth Employment Recreation Network also had a workforce development with high school aged youth as well. And then First Ward Community Center was seen as just arming kids with the skills that will make them ready for the workforce. So that's the reason those were included. Delta College, this is specifically a carve out from their proposal to focus on not high school youth, but instead what was the age group? 25 to 40-year-old group to upskill them and meet gaps in the workforce. And then DARS is an organization that looked at automotive mechanic training. Any questions there?
Excuse me 1 minute. Let me say this, because I got one end, another end, and I got y'all talking. Council members, please remember, you are still in a public meeting, and it is being aired. And if you having sidebar conversations, that don't look good. I got everybody knocking me, and I'm like, I'm trying to hear. So if I can get y'all to let's respect each other. While we're up here, we will hold ourselves decent and in order. Can we get an understanding to do that?
Yes.
And I will recognize you, not you recognize yourself. That's how protocol goes. We talk about doing it decent and in order, decent and in order. Thank you. I'm sorry, David. Continue.
I'm at the bottom of the slide, so ball's back in your court.
Yes, sir.
Quick comment, David, the very bottom on DARS, that should be 300,000. That's what's in the resolution, just so that it's noted in the public, because we are on camera.
Thank you.
The very bottom is 275, that should be 300
knew
to
there
match
was
the
one.
resolution that's in the next meeting,
You don't have to match that, please.
Okay,
so that the public.
okay.
Consistency.
Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you. David, can you talk to the council about the restraints that we had with workforce development about underemployed and underemployed?
Sure, yeah. So the framework around workforce development is as follows. So the programs that deal with under 18 age, I just want to be clear from a reporting standpoint, those would actually go under education, okay? Because the Bureau of Labor and Statistics does not consider a 17-year-old under or unemployed, as would make sense. So we need to make sure that those programs have a strong educational component. Now, those over 18, we're looking at under or unemployed persons. So unemployed is obviously clear. Underemployed means that we can upskill them to a job that has higher pay, higher benefits, all of those sort of things, creates a higher quality of life for that individual. So that would be underemployed, and that would be the target. So for instance, I think the Delta College specifically talks about upskilling, and therefore they're underemployed, and we'd increase that employment standard. Does that make sense? Do you feel like that was complete?
Good, cool. Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay,
We are at questions and answers.
that's it.
Yes, sir.
When we do the allocations of these, I want to let the council know that I work for Youth Development Corporation, so I won't be voting on those. So I don't know how you can split those out, when you're going to do them all in a whole, or?
We
Individual.
specifically split all of them
They're all
out for
individual.
those reasons. Yeah. And I do want to note, if you haven't had a chance to look at the resolutions, we've included a lot of caveats and clawbacks so that the money is protected coming out the door, and that all the understanding around uniform guidance from the federal government and ARPA regulations are all already in there from day one. All right?
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thank you. David will be here.
Oh, for 2 years, 2.5 years.
Well, I was gonna say today.
Have you moved into Saginaw yet, David? You got some houses for sale.
So our next item is Miss Yolanda Bland, the Director of OMB and Community Services. She's going to give you an overview of what they do in the department, and then an update on the home rehabilitation program, where we are with that.
Well, good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city manager.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I'm going to start off with an overview of the Office of Management and Budget and Community Services. There's three major areas of the Office of Management and Budget and Community Services. The first area is OMB, of course. That there's three individuals that work in OMB, which includes myself. We have various areas that we're responsible for within OMB. The first primary one is budget administration. So of course, we develop the budget every year, which we're in the process right now. We monitor the budget, so monthly I bring forward to you a budget adjustment, and that's after me and my staff has gone ahead and did a budget to actual report and look at expenditures over budget. And then there's a reconciliation of the budget towards the end of the year. So what we're trying to capture is any expenses or revenues that we haven't recognized already. For fiscal year '23, our budget is $134.1 million. We're also responsible for the performance management and the accountability report for the city. So when we talk about measurables, which has been talked a lot with the ARPA funds, we do KPIs, or key performance indicators, and department heads love them, in jest. Because we're measuring the effective and efficiency of the operations. So it's very key for us as we're going through developing the budget, monitoring the budget, talking with the departments about their key performance indicators. We're also responsible for the 6-year capital improvement plan. The capital improvement plan starts off in the fall, and it works through the budget because we incorporate some of the capital purchases within our budget. But we're also required by the Planning and Enabling Act by the state of Michigan to bring forward a 6-year plan to them for public-facing expenditures. So if we're going to be doing some road projects, or we're doing the elevated storage facility, that would be something that we would take before the Planning Commission. OMB is also the central repository for all grants, except for CDBG, but we'll be talking about CDBG later. So when the auditors want to come in and look at the grants that the city has received during the course of the year, they would come to our office and we would have a file for each one of our grants. Also part of OMB is economic development. We work with Saginaw Future to talk about different, like the brownfield plans, which we also oversee. We oversee the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. So we're meeting with different economic anchors within the community to talk about plans for economic development. Also, we are one of the key players in our Redevelopment Ready certification program. That will be expiring in 2024, so we've been meeting with departments, divisions to talk about the specific areas of being a redevelopment ready city. And of course, we have special projects that we work on. Some of them that I'm gonna throw out because it has been mentioned recently. Saginaw Soup, we're a member of the Saginaw Soup Committee. So again, it's part of being part of the members of economic development anchor within the city. We work with that committee. And the electric charging station. So recently you approved a fee so that we can start charging for our electric charging stations. That was basically a 3-year project. It's very beneficial. We're seeing, with implementing these fees, we're seeing the monies come in. Our heaviest used area is 113 South Hamilton. So we have 4 locations, 113 South Hamilton, 100 North Hamilton, over on Water Street, right across the street from the marketplace, and at the 220 South Baum Street. Another major area for OMB and community services, or our community development block grant area. There's 4 employees within that area, and as you know, CDBG funds is our largest federal funds that we receive here in the city, that equates to $4.9 million for the year. As part of the CDBG program, you also have emergency solutions, and this provides funds to those that serve the homeless population and families at risk for homelessness. So such organization as Restoration Community Outreach, Underground Railroad, Interlink, and there's many more. We also operate our home program. So our Saginaw Home Rehabilitation Program is mirrored after this program. And we provide funds for homeowner occupied housing repairs, and we also work with Habitat for Humanities. One item that kind of gets missed when we've been talking about the ARPA funds is that we also were allocated $1.6 million for home ARPA. And those funds need to be allocated by 2030, spent and allocated by 2030. And so what happened is in November of 2021, you approved the grant allocation for home ARPA, and that had staff starting to work with the Saginaw County Consortium of Homeless Assistant Providers and the Human Planning Commission. So right now, that's running simultaneously with your allocation of ARPA dollars. Reason why it's going through the Human Planning Commission is because we are required to work with our consortium. So that was a major requirement and difference. We will be bringing a resolution before council in the February meeting to talk about what we're gonna do. Again, CDBG funds, we work through the Human Planning Commission. So I know there's been some conversation about city administering certain funds, but we actually work through the Human Planning Commission. It goes to the city manager, and it finally goes to council. The third major area of Office of Management and Budget is the Saginaw Economic Development Corporation. There's one employee in this area. This is our commercial lending program for small businesses. There's two types of loans that we give out. We have our macro loan program, which we can lend up to $220,000 for real estate, inventory, and equipment. We also have our micro loan program, which provides loans between $5,000 to $35,000, and that's for inventory and small equipment. Another addition that we work on throughout the year is our annual business expo. So that's normally held down at Morley Plaza in August of the year. It's a great event because we're showcasing small businesses within the community. And they are also a member of the Saginaw Sioux. So those are the major areas of OMB and community services. So today I also wanted to talk to you about where we are with the Saginaw Home Rehabilitation Program. And as you recall, back in September, you approved $3.8 million for this program. And this consists of 3 phases. You have your furnaces, your roofs, and your windows. Today I wanted to update you on the first phase. So we're doing furnaces right now. In the spring, we're going to be have a kickoff for roofs and windows. So phase 1, furnace program. So we scheduled 2 dates for taking in application. We took applications in on December 3rd and December 10th. All the application materials were to be completed and returned to our Community Services Division by December 16th. Approximately 400 individuals attended the 2-day event. So there was a news article, the mayor was on the news and everything. It was actually a very well-ran program. Staff did fabulous in getting the individuals in and out and helping them fill out their applications. Today, we have over 338 applications that were submitted. 2 days. So remember, when we talked about the program, we talked about once we receive the applications, then we would have the inspector go out and inspect the home and assess the furnace. To date, we've done 90 homes. So 90 homes have been inspected. We're currently in the process of installing 30 furnaces. So from December to this point, we got 30 furnaces that are going to be installed within the next week.
I had a
Yes.
question. How much do the inspection cost?
Well, the individual works for us, so we're just rolling it into the cost of the furnaces.
That's what I was wondering. So you inspect them and you find out they're good? So
Or
that
bad, yeah.
cost goes back to the city?
It all comes back because what will happen is that once the inspector goes out and assesses the situation, then we go back out with contractors.
Okay.
So they're saying, okay, this is a bad furnace. Okay, we have 7 contractors that we have to select from. All of them set up appointment to go over to the house and review the furnace and look at what issues that they may have, if it's the age of the furnace, etc.
They do that at their cost?
It's part of the whole program, yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Did you say all 7?
Yes, you're going with the lowest bidder.
So all 7 of them go into a
Yes,
particular
whoever's
home?
interested in the home
Okay,
will go out and inspect the furnace and provide us with a bid.
okay, okay, thank you.
And so, so that's where we are. 30 are about to be installed. And then 69 applications has been rejected due to being ineligible. So what does that mean? So they could be over income. They may not own the home, so they're non-owner occupied. The furnace has recently been replaced, so the age makes a difference. They may not have turned in all their materials. That's something that we saw with the water assistant program, is that you need to turn all the materials in. We need to be able to look at everything for you. So again, I wanted to reiterate, again, the eligibility requirements, because that's important. Again, you have to, the property must be in the city of Saginaw. We did have a couple individuals come from outside the city, just turn in an application, and we're like, I'm sorry, you can't do that. You must own and live in the home. So again, if it's a renter property, we can't touch that. The income must be below ARPA home income limits. That's what's outlined in the law. It's 300% of the federal poverty guidelines, or $83,250 for a family of 4. Must be current on your property taxes and your water bills. And it's also based on a selection based on the lowest income or need. So we had quite a few individuals who had no heat. Those rise up to the top of the list. So since the time that we rolled out the furnace program, we have been in contact by Consumers Energy. Yes. And they want to partner with us, and which is great. So again, we have the ARPA rules for home household income is 300%. So they're saying that their level of federal level of poverty is 200%. So if we said it's 300% for our program, which is $83,250 for a family of 4, then for the 200%, it's $57,200 for a family of 4. We are both installing 96% efficient furnaces. The other thing that I need to mention, because it will come up later, is that we're going to need your permission to amend the original motion. We're not asking for more income, but there's a couple glitches that fell into place as we were moving forward through the program. We're asking for a motion to include water heaters as determined by the contractor. So some of the furnaces actually vent up through the chimney. What we're needing to do in some cases is vent it out through the side. The only way we can really do that is with the incorporation of the water heater. Why is this important? Is because it's a health and safety issue. So if you don't have it set up properly, carbon monoxide can come into your home. So that's what we're asking for a future motion today. So that's, go ahead.
That's to add a hot water heater?
Yes, to those furnaces that require it. So a contractor will say to us, in order for us to install this properly, we need to also install a hot water heater. And so because of the ventilation, just because of carbon monoxide, there's an issue that it might leak. We don't want to take that liability. So it's a health and safety issue.
So, I need you to get to the good point. I need you to get to the good point so everybody can get relaxed again about these hot water tanks. Where they coming from, where they may be coming from.
Okay, so part of the Consumers Energy segment of the 200 and below is that they're not only just installing a furnace, but they're also installing a hot water heater. In our program, and again, we're not asking for additional funds. We're asking for those properties, those households that require a hot water heater, is that we put it in. It'll be just part of the cost.
Yes.
So consumers, they supplying
Yes.
furnaces?
They're supplying furnaces and they're supplying the hot water heater.
Oh my God, man, we need to, it's about time. Thank God for Consumers Energy. So
That's why I said get to the real stuff.
good.
Yes.
Thank you, Mary. So if we amend it, would we be able to expand the amount of people we're able to help, or would that just include the ability to let that collaboration and have the water heaters involved?
What we're looking at is that, again, we have 338 individuals that applied. As we're working through, we want to cover as much as possible. Yes, it does give us the ability to help more individuals, but also allows funding to go towards roofs as well.
And windows, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So, with that being said, we should have had some more good news. Some more good news. Look, I keep looking at the good news. I keep looking
You got
at
some
dollars.
windows and roofing, you got windows and roofing too?
Yeah, I'm working on that too.
Do you want me to add?
Yes, please.
So, what the mayor's talking about is I was contacted.
Hold on.
I was contacted by the Saginaw County Clerk, Vanessa Guerra, and the county approved $1 million for a home rehab program as well. So they would like to partner with an organization that is already experienced in it. So she did ask for an update on our program. Ms. Bland will be contacting her, has contacted her, but I don't know if she's been able to talk with her yet, but that should provide additional funding. I don't know how much of that they're allocating to the city, but it's definitely great. We'll be able to help more people, and I think the need is there. So just putting the program, I think this is a great program. I think it's going to be an excellent use of the ARPA funds, and with these potential partners, I think it is showing that other organizations are interested, and if you know of anyone else who wants to put money in it, have them contact me.
Beautiful. That's good.
Councilwoman Sylvia had a question
Thank
and
you.
a comment?
Good comment.
Okay.
This is awesome. You guys are doing a fantastic job. Kudos, kudos. So I knew you could do it, so we don't have a problem with the rest of the stuff. We know y'all can. Thank you. Really good though. Really seriously. Good work.
Who else had their hand up?
I would mention too that we really have to thank Ms. Bland, because this is an additional task, and she and also the finance director, Lawyer Brown, have put a lot of time into this. They're salaried, so we can make them do that work. But we do have, the benefit we have with this program is it's very similar to what we do with block grants. So we have staff in the city that are experienced doing this program. There's been a little bit of extra cost because it's additional work, so we have some overtime related to it. But I do want to thank that staff too, because they've been coming in on Saturdays and they've been doing later appointments with people if they couldn't make the Saturday meetings. And there have been people coming in all week, anytime, bringing additional documents that they need to turn in. So staff's been really good with that, and also our inspectors are involved, what we were talking about. So a lot of the cost we're probably absorbing, and that we can't would go into the ARPA funds as well.
Is that wouldn't happen to be the staff in the back there, would it?
Yes, back here. No, they're way back there, past the doors.
They're not here right now.
Tell them we thank them so much.
I definitely will. Thank you.
Thank you,
We sorry.
Yolanda.
Did anybody have any questions? Come on, Miss Plant. I'm sorry. Did anybody have any questions for her?
No question.
I knew somebody was gonna have a question, and that's why I said come back.
Real quick, in the very beginning of your presentation, you were talking about the economic development side of the OMB.
Yes.
How does that match up with our other director that has economic development in their department?
We work collaboratively.
Gotcha, thank you. That was quick.
You know, while we talking about, thanks for bringing that up. What are we doing to bring any jobs here in the city of Saginaw? I know that a lot of the things are going on outside. You know, when I look at the people who we paying money to help us get jobs, it seems like they're taking the jobs on the outside of the city instead of inside the city.
So I'm going to talk to you from the Saginaw Economic Development side. Because a lot of our, the individuals that come through us are startups. And there's a lot of information that's required. We're looking at, market analysis, do they have a business plan, that kind of thing. Outside of just like talking about giving loans, we do workshops. We network. We connect senior businesses with startup businesses to help them get moving in our city. So the benefit of the Saginaw Economic Development Corporation is startups, small businesses within the city of Saginaw. And there's a lot of individuals who, especially since we've made some changes, have come to the SEDC for help. We have every third Wednesday of the month, we have a mixer, again, trying to grow our network. We send out email notifications of the different workshops that we're offering just to help individuals. Even on a Saturday, I'll be at Sam's Club talking to someone who's talking about they want to start a business, telling them about the SEDC. That's what we want to do. We want to grow businesses here in the city.
Yes.
Councilman Balls, excellent question about bringing jobs to the city. Because we're in a public forum. I just had this conversation with our state representative last night, Christine McDonough-Rivette, and in the meeting that we're at, they're really focusing on Saginaw, and they're moving quick. And so I know that's a 50,000 mile high statement, but please reach out to our state representatives, especially because the eyes are on our city, so which is fantastic. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. With the application for the SEDC ARPA, the 900,000 over 3 years, was that ever answered, or is that still kind of in the consideration from lost revenue?
It's in consideration. I can't say it's for lost revenue, but we're moving forward with the monies that we have. We receive funds from the Community Development Block Grant that we operate from, so we're just moving forward. We've made an application, but
But would that amount help still?
Basically, what we've done is all the startup for-profit businesses, the Economic Development Coordinator, Keisha Smith, has compiled a list of these businesses. And as part of outreach to these new businesses who put in an application for ARPA, we're reaching out to them from the SEDC.
Okay. So it would help?
Well, it would help, yes, but there's other monies out there. We're looking at the EDA, the Economic Development Administration at the state of Michigan. So, it'd be nice to get, but in the same sense, there's other funds out there that we're pursuing.
Great, thank you so much.
Any other questions? No other questions, Madam Clerk?
No, thank you, Yolanda. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So I think we'll jump to the first item that we had for after lunch. In this second part, what we wanted to do is provide you information about city projects that we do want to get moving on that we would like to use ARPA funds for as well. I think you all probably did receive back quite some time ago a list of city projects that the department heads put together, and it was probably more than twice what we have here. So what I've done is break down the projects that are, some of these projects in here are directly discussed in the ARPA legislation. For instance, the air quality, workplace air quality, which is the HVAC system that we'll see later. IT and cybersecurity items are addressed in the legislation. And then we have other items that we've discussed for a long time at council, and we've received a lot of complaints about that we have never had funding to address before. I'm specifically thinking of the cemetery issues with the flooding and the lack of chapels in the cemetery for funerals, and also erosion of our shoreline. I think I put in my email to you Ojibwe Island shoreline, but Mr. Carwat has notified me that there is additional shoreline erosion in Crayola Park and some other places. So our technical services director, Jeff Klopsick, I think will have the shortest presentation for you out of the remaining items. So he's going to do his before lunch. Jeff?
Morning, Council.
Good morning, Jeff.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city manager. My name is Jeff Klopsick. I'm the Director of Technical Services, and I want to give you a brief overview of our department, what we do, and then get into some of the projects that I have requested some ARPA funds from the revenue loss category. So I've been with the city of Saginaw 22 years. I'm one of the older guys here. We have, under technical services, 4 different divisions. So our first one is information services, geographical information services, SGTV, and then a new one that we started within the last fiscal year is instrumentation and controls, and that's a function of water, wastewater, and remote basins. As information services, we have 4 full-time employees, and then we also have 1 part-time. Myself as the director, I am paid partially out of that, 50%. We also have an assistant director and a network administrator. We have an enterprise and operations analyst that's dedicated to the software for the city of Saginaw. And then we have 2 technical support specialists, and we also have a part-time technical support specialist that we've requested and will be moving to a full-time position. Those support specialists are also working as a backup to the SGTV coordinator, just because a lot of our staff is getting close to retirement, and we want to make sure that we have the staff in place to go ahead and take over when those people retire. So we have a budget of approximately $1.6 million, and out of that $1.6 million, how is it funded? We're an internal revenue fund. So it's all paid internally through different departments. And we have a large cost module that looks at everybody that connects into our system, what software they use, do they use the internet, do they have a computer, a laptop, do they have email? So that's all put in, and we bill back by user, and that's how we're funded. So it's partially general fund, partially water and sewer. It's just spread across the entire city. So we maintain, just in the IS portion of it, 350 plus computers and laptops. We have over 300 desk phones that's run on our, it's called an IP system, which runs through our network, internet protocol. We have 150 cellular devices, which you have in your laptops, but we have phones and iPads, excuse me. And then we have also over 100 specialized software programs that every different department uses, with one, which I'm going to talk about, enterprise software system. So we're responsible for all that. And plus we have a help desk that we answer. We have staff that answers questions from any other staff member every day that we're in here. Plus we have 15 miles of fiber lines that connect remotely other buildings. Obviously, this is just one of the buildings that the city uses. We have the city hall, we have public services that's across the street, our police station, we have the 4 fire stations, we have the water and the sewer treatment facilities. We have a maintenance service building. We also have a traffic and maintenance building. And then we also connect to the county. We connect through their 911 system. So we do have a direct contact to the county. And then geographical information systems is another division. I'm not sure if any of you are aware of that. It's short for GIS, and it was started in 1999-2000. Actually, that's when I came across. I started that program. And what it is, it's intelligent mapping system. We've probably all heard of CAD or looked at CAD. GIS is very similar to that, but it's intelligent. It has relational databases that sit on the side that we connect to, and we can actually ask it for analysis questions. For a quick example, what it would mean is we have all of our city sewers and water systems, hydrants, valves, curb stops. So all those have information. How big is water main? When was it installed? How much work? That's all GIS. From a click of a button, you can pull all that data out of our relation databases. It'll tell you by just one click of a mouse all the information about that feature. And we have 100 plus GIS layers that we maintain. And we have 3 dedicated staff members to it. 2 of them are directly working with the water and sewer system right now because we're doing the lead and copper change-out programs. Incredible amount of work So they are dedicated just to that portion of the GIS system. We're also executive members of the SAGA, which is the Saginaw Area GIS Authority, with, I think we have pretty much all the municipalities in Saginaw County that we work together on GIS projects. We collaborate with them. We work to help fund our aerial photography, and all of our GIS layers we share back and forth. So it's been a great membership team, and that started in 2006. We have an annual budget of approximately $340,000. So SGTV, Saginaw Government Television, as you know, we have one full-time member, Mr. Shucknick. He is our SGTV program coordinator. And he does a lot of things for the city of Saginaw. For a one-person division, he's just does a remarkable job. He coordinates live events such as the city council meetings, the zoning board, and the planning commission meetings. Along with, he teams with the city's website developers, so he can take and stream, like right now we're on television, but we're also streaming through our YouTube channel. So he works directly with our other staff in that. He oversees citywide audio and visual equipment, so it's not just his television station, anything audio and visual. Mr. Shucknick helps all the different staff members on that. And he also programs our digital billboard outside. As you're driving by, all those updates, Matt does all those. So we have a budget of approximately $90,000 per year, and how that's funded, that's unique. Those are PEG funds. So if any of you are familiar with PEG, that's Public Education and Government Television. So how is that funded? The cable companies, AT&T and, not consumers, I'm sorry, Spectrum, they use our right-of-way systems to provide access to all of our residents in the city of Saginaw. So they pay a franchise fee. So a portion of that comes back to the city of Saginaw, and a portion of what comes back to the city of Saginaw pays for the Saginaw Government Television station. And then a new division that started, like I had said earlier, just in the last fiscal years is the instruments and process controls. And we have 2 full-time employees with 1 position open that we hope to fill shortly. And they work with the SCADA systems at the plants. Okay. So my large project that I am requesting funding for is the BSNA Enterprise Software Migration Project. So BSNA is our enterprise software, and that means it is used through all the different departments in the city of Saginaw. These are core applications that everybody uses, and they work together for different functions. Oops. So we work right now on a desktop environment, and that's means every time you sit down on your computer, the software is loaded directly onto your computer. All the servers in the background are located right here at City Hall, inside of our firewall. So everything is internal. As you access all of our data or put data in, it stays directly inside of our network. And it's very hard to access if you're outside of our network, because we have a firewall that surrounds it and keeps it protected. So all the software updates that are done, they can be done up to twice every month. They are done internally. So on the 15th and the 1st, as you come in, you open your computer, it runs through and updates all your programs. Now we have 4 core applications and then 22 software modules. So if you can imagine, that takes a lot of time. So when you come in to open that up, that can take partial of your morning to get your software updated, to get the patches and all the updates done. So the data then is backed up every day. We back that data up. We back it up on tape, and we back it up to the cloud. And that's what I'm going to get into is the cloud. That's where everything's going to. Some of you may be familiar. Now, the cloud, technically, it doesn't just reside up in space. There are remote data warehouses that hold on to this data for us, and they back it up for us. So we don't have to do that internally. So if something were to happen, and that's any part of the IT or IS department, and I know Councilman Ostash deals with this every day, is what if something happens? Not what if, but when something happens. And we have cyber criminals attacking us daily. We look at our firewall, and it's coming from all over the world. that they're trying to get into our system. They're trying to put ransomware or viruses, onto our network. And if that happens, we're shut down. Everything shuts down because we'd have to, pay for a crypto lock to open it back up, to access our data again, and then it may not even open it back up. So potentially, we could be down. For right now, we are, like I said, we are backing it up, but it would take anywhere from 3 to 7 days to get back operational again, if something were to happen to our system. So what we're looking for is to get something more secure and something we'd be able to access our data and get the city back working much quicker. So BSNA consists of 5 core applications and 22 software modules. The core applications are the financial management system, the personnel management system, community development, property, and our online services. So that's all part of our enterprise system. So the modules for each of these core applications, I just wanted to put up so you understand all these software modules that are working to keep the city going, because if this system goes down, we pretty much stop. We can't take money, we can't purchase, we can't pay vendors, we can't pay our employees. So this is so important. And if you look at general ledger, that's our financial system is the core to everything. That pretty much helps us run the system, correct, Yolanda?
You're correct.
Because if there's no money in general ledger in your account, then you're not able to do those functions. So general ledger is where the budget comes from. It tells us how much money we have in our account. It tells us what we've spent, and it tells us how much we can spend. We have accounts payable, which is just that. That's how we pay our vendors for all the invoices that come into the city. Our cash receipting system, we do a heavy load of walk-in for citizens, and that's located downstairs. But we also have cash receipting in the engineering department and also the police station. So we have 3 different locations. And miscellaneous receivables, that's how we do our billing to other people to collect money. And then MR loans. So we actually have a loan software, and that all relates back to our SEDC accounts. That's how we manage those and track those loans. Purchase orders, how we purchase things. Utility billing, we have over, 20,000 different accounts that we manage for water and sewer billing, and those are all done through that software module. And plus work orders. So when we do work in the field, everything ties back to our general ledger and through our payroll system through the work order. Inventory, again, is just tracking how much we have of different inventory for each of the departments that uses it. And then cemetery management. We have 3 cemeteries in the city of Saginaw, well, 2 in the city, 1 outside the city, with over 80,000 lots and well over 150,000 plots. So all those are managed through our cemetery management system. And then our personnel management, we have the human resources where all the data of our city staff resides. Timesheets is how our employees enter their information in, and then payroll, ultimately how we get paid. Community development, we have the building department, which is our planning, zoning, and inspections. That's where their world is. That's where all their data is kept. We have business license that the clerks uses to track all of the businesses in the city of Saginaw. And then a citizen's request for action. If any of you are familiar or used that system before, it's online, or you can call 399-1311, excuse me, I should know that. So any request that comes into the city is put into that request, and then is put out to the different departments for them to handle. It's also done online. You can go onto our website. If it's parking enforcement, or if it's a dangerous building, whatever it may be, you can put that into our system. It is then pushed out to the correct department to handle it. And then our property, we have over 26,000 parcels, assessing, tax, delinquent, personal property, and special assessment. Those all fall under that parcel management. And then our online services, where you're able to go into our website and be able to look at different parcels and find out the public information search, and also our online bill payment system. Okay, why move to a cloud? Well, this, as I said, everything's internal. If something does happen internally, it could shut us down 3 to 7 days. If we move to a cloud-based system, we have a redundancy, we have a backup. We have 2 data centers that we use Microsoft Azure, that if one goes down, we can move to the other one. So instead of being down for a week, we'd be down for 2 hours. We'd have everything back up and operational and be able to keep the city moving forward. Accessibility. So what we found out when the pandemic hit, right? Shut down everything, a lot of people started working remotely. We were not prepared for that as a city. We were not. We did not have the infrastructure. Like I said, everything's internal. We didn't have the laptops. We didn't have the VPN access to get into our system. In a cloud-based system, it's outside of our network. Wherever you are, you can get into our system if you're an employee, access it and work. So we could work remotely at home or some other place, but also our mobile applications that we could use. So we could have our field inspectors more out in the field working than having to come back into the office to do the work. So rapid update. So I talked about how long it took to update our system right now, each of the software, but everything's run in the background now. So you would never even see it. As updates happen, they would be run in the cloud and we wouldn't even see that. Scalability. So this allows the users, instead of going from application to application, they could build a dashboard and say they do AP, PO, and some timesheets. They would just build that into a dashboard and be able to access it with one click, one page, rather than opening multiple applications to do their tasks. And then storage and access. Again, we have multiple Microsoft storage centers that will allow the city to access the data within a matter of hours if anything does go wrong. Okay, and just a quick video I kind of want to show you. Matt, if you can play that.
Cloud has much to offer. It was built from the ground up to help you navigate the ever-changing workforce challenges that municipal governments face. It's cloud-based, which means you can access it anywhere and at any time. It was designed exclusively for local government and allows you to maintain compliance and security. The financial management suite within BSNA Cloud is feature-rich and designed to help you excel. Features like Account Central, where you can evaluate municipal performance and drill down into departments and accounts to better understand where funds are being spent. You can go from a bird's eye view to a granular view in seconds. There are robust workflows that you can use to create approvals, but also manage tasks like email vendors automatically in the event of requisition or purchase orders approved that is linked to that vendor, so that they can know when to expect payment. This can help you increase transparency and improve communication with your vendors. Dashboards can be used to quickly gather and put on display data for the items you want to stay on top of. For instance, purchases that are over budget, number of check requests outstanding, and items that are awaiting your approval. Dashboards can make things like this easy to track and evaluate, with little to no extra burden on you, putting the things you care about right in front of you. Our leading-edge cloud-based architecture ensures all of your team has access to our latest features and updates while reducing your IT burden and minimizing your cost burden. We want your experience with cloud to be intuitive and user-friendly. We want to be easy to do business with, and we want to leave you and your team satisfied at the end of each day, knowing that you have a software solution that is simple and highly effective as you look to bring your organization to the height of success. We would be honored to help you rise to the cloud and experience what our customers have been raving about for years. Service, solutions, support, and most importantly, your satisfaction. Feel free to reach out and get in touch. We're excited to see what we can help you accomplish.
So that's just kind of a brief overview of what the cloud system that we're requesting to go to. I had requested the whole project cost to be around $780,000. Meeting with BSNA, we just met with them this week. Why I want to get moving on this right away, there's so many municipalities. They're a local Michigan company. They started here. Now they're in 17 states. They're growing rapidly. And I wanted to know if we decide to move forward, how long is it going to take us to initiate this project? They have right now up to 12 months, at least 12 months before we could even start getting moving. They have 124 municipalities ahead of us and gaining them every day. So that's where I see the importance. So that cost likely would come down just from the amount of time it would take to get this initiative started. So this is our major project that I am requesting ARPA funds for. We're also moving again to the cloud for the Office 365 environment. We've already started that process. But again, we were trying to get as much of our applications away from internally and into the safety of the cloud. So we're not interrupted, we do not lose important information, and most importantly, we secure the citizens' data that they have, because data leaks are happening all the time, and we're trying to avoid that as much as possible. Okay.
I need
Question?
to ask. I need to ask a question, not of you, but our clerk, Madam Clerk. We did not, did we, or did I go to sleep? Did we come out of one going into so that we could get this presentation?
No, this is still managers.
Okay, so it's still under managers?
Yes.
Okay, I just needed to make sure, because I'm like, I don't think
We're not ready for motion yet.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm sorry. Yes, Councilwoman Sylvia.
Thank you so much. I have two questions.
Sure.
When you said a portion, I guess from the other entities come back, can you tell me what that portion is, percentage-wise or whatever?
For which part? The
You were saying
SUTV
that-
funding, the PEG funding?
Yeah,
Was that what
comes
you're?
back, yeah.
So 6.5% of your, if anybody that has a cable bill, if you ever look at a franchise fee and go, what the heck is this? What is this for, right? A franchise fee is negotiated, I think in 2006, it was Public Act 480. That allows the city, or not just the city, municipalities to capture back that percentage because they're using our infrastructure, our right-of-way, to service our citizens. So that money comes back into, and I may ask Ms. Bland for a little more, because that's more, the money comes back into the fiscal service part. But that money comes back into the city, and then a portion of what comes back is used for the public education and government television, which is about 5% of what comes back.
Okay, I just wanted to know
Yeah.
what the percentage-wise would come back, okay?
Yep.
And also, when you were talking about the cemeteries, you said there's 2 in the city and then we're responsible for 1 out of the city.
Oakwood is not located physically in the city. It's, I believe, Saginaw Township still. It's right almost to Thomas Township.
So-
But we own it and run it.
Okay.
It is ours, our cemetery.
Even though it's outside the city?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, that's correct.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Anybody else?
Just want to make a comment. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I look at cybersecurity in 2023 as one of the most important responsibilities that the city has to take care of. I pay bills online, and so I know that my information is entrusted to the city, and I think that this is a great presentation, and thanks for kind of putting us back up to speed.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that. Yes.
Yes.
So, yeah, you're in my sandbox. I do actually. And everything you're talking about, it's funny you mentioned Azure because it sounds like a French sandwich, but it's not. What is our current backup situation if we were to go down right now? Do we have a disaster recovery?
We do.
You do, okay.
Yes, sir. So right now, we back up to the cloud, but it's our data. So it's more so we're backing up every day to the cloud, the data. But the recovery side, and that's your application side. So you can get the data back, but if you're still locked out to be able to access your software, that's going to take the long time to get everything back up and operational, along with your servers. So I said, talking to our systems administrator, he said, best 3 days if everything went well, but more likely 7+ days. So if we're down for 7 days, can you imagine not being able to pay a bill, not being able to pay your employees, not being able to purchase anything? Everything is tied into this software. So it is so important that we have that safety, but, and we back it up on tapes also.
Yeah.
We do that too.
So this project that you're talking about, I actually went through this. I work for one of Michigan's largest credit unions. And we have now cloud is technically hosted offsite in a different location. So if we go to this new cloud system, where are the locations located? That's part one of the question. Part two is, if we had a disaster situation, and I'll wrap a little bit in here, and also two, do we have to certify with government, like we do in the financial world, we have to be certified by the government for failover, if that was to happen. So kind of toward the two locations being proposed, and then are there any certifications that we have to certify annually?
Very good questions. The first one, we have an East Coast data warehouse, the Azure Microsoft. I'm not exactly sure the absolute location. And then we have a West Coast or Western one. So if one goes down for some reason, something happened to one of our backup centers, disaster recovery centers, they would automatically flip it back over. And that would be the 2-hour maximum time, is to go from one data center to the West Coast if the East Coast went down. So 2 hours, and they could guarantee we'd be back up and running.
Right. And so how you do that, just for my colleagues, is they're running replication software?
Yes.
So it's replicating itself in both locations, so when one goes down, you can flip it. Even in the case where if this building were to burn, you probably would have some sort of a setup for our residents in the city where you can actually still run bill payment, general ledgers, pay your vendors, pay your payroll. We actually did that too. We have an offsite center. So that's really important that you brought that up. This is fascinating. I am excited.
Yep.
This is a great step.
Me also.
In your IT.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, thank you. And the second question, I'm not sure about the certification side to it. I know that would be more done by the vendor, the BSNA, rather than the city itself and appliancy for that part. But yeah, I'm not 100%. I could look into
You might
that.
not be held to that like a financial institution is, where it was a government passed mandate a few years ago. And that was one of our large reasons to do it, because we tried to fail over, and it was like landing a plane, and it took us all weekends. When you do a hosted system, you're right, it's within a couple of hours, you're up and running and things are going again.
Exactly. And we do not personally hold credit card information. We have a vendor, third-party vendor that works with that just for the compliancy. You know, how much security you have to physically hold that information about someone, someone's credit card and their billing. So we contract that portion of it out.
Great presentation, Jeff.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Any other questions?
Any more questions? Hearing none. City manager.
Thank you, Jeff, and his staff do a good job with our security now as well. They do a lot of training for our staff and testing, but as Councilman Flores said, right now, government entities are targets for ransomware that I believe some major cities have had to pay ransoms to get their systems unlocked, and also critical infrastructure like water treatment has been a target too, so protecting that is very important for us. And Mayor, it is lunch break time.
So, I need a motion to resume in 30 minutes.
Take a recess.
For a 30-minute recess for lunch, 30 minutes. We will be back.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Any more discussion? I'm sorry. What were you saying?
No, I was answering Monique.
I said, did you need a motion or a second?
Yeah, I need a motion in a second. I was getting ready to say it.
Councilman Ostash moved the motion.
Right.
And I
So that's
believe,
why I moved on.
Councilmember
Right.
Sylvia seconded, yes.
Right. So is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Third, I am making a recommendation that we reconvene. I know that we're missing, oh, he's
So moved.
Second.
So I need to get a motion to reconvene.
So moved.
Uh,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me finish it. Let me finish it. To where we go back into the regular order of council business.
So moved.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, what am I doing?
You're just reconvening the meeting.
Yes.
Okay, so we're reconvening the meeting
You're still in court.
so that we can finish up the manager's report, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So can I make that motion? So moved.
Who you have, and Flores seconded it.
Okay. Let's get to
All
work.
those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you all. Madam Clerk?
Just report.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next presentation is from Paul Reinsch, our Director of Water and Wastewater Services.
Good afternoon, council.
Good afternoon.
How are we today?
Fine.
Well,
I'm going to try to keep this moving. But anyway, it's a pleasure to be here to present to you this morning. I'm going to start off, like the others, with talking a little bit about my department. So and hopefully you've read some of these slides. I'm not going to read them all word for word. I'm not going to do that to you. But the mission of the department is basically to provide safe, reliable drinking water to the customers in the Tri-County Regional Water System, which are 20 wholesale communities that we serve water to in 3 different counties. And we'll also provide advanced treatment and disposal of wastewater flows to protect human health and environment. So that's what we're all about, is to provide drinking water to our counties and also to provide health to the community and the environment. So, go to the next one. Our department consists of 5 divisions. We have an administrative division with 3 FTEs, full-time equivalents, employee equivalents. Wastewater treatment division has 48. Water treatment and pumping division has 34. Asset management division has 4. And instrumentation and controls, which we share, Jeff was talking about, wastewater shares the instrumentation and controls division with 3 FTEs. So the total is 92 FTEs that I have oversight for. So the wastewater division treats combined sewage from the city of Saginaw. It's 4 wholesale customers, sewer customers. The water treatment, as I said, is 21 altogether. Then let's move on to the next slide. So let's talk about the main divisions here. We're going to talk about my division first, the administrative division. So as Director of Water and Wastewater Treatment Services, I'm responsible for a number of things, and I'm going to give you some examples here. Administration and oversight of the divisions in the department, which, I do that in terms of policy and procedures, union negotiation. I participate in union negotiations, grievance meetings, and labor management meetings. I also am responsible for my department's budget process and planning, which I work with Yolanda on. Then I also do negotiations and maintain contracts for water treatment and water supply with wholesale customers. We're nearing completion of the wholesale customer communities. We have one that we're working on right now, which would be the last, and then we will start working on the sewer side. We also conduct and maintain rate model studies to keep the division sustainable. Obviously, with the amount of infrastructure and things that we have to keep up with our costs and so on, so that we can provide you the water and the services that you wish. We also seek sources of funding for capital project needs. So I've actually had a pretty good couple years here. I've gotten some decent funding. So some of those sources would be grants, federal, state, or other. We also have the potential for principal forgiveness loans, which are similar to grants. But most of this funding is coming to us in the current situation through state revolving loan fund. And there's 2 different funds. There's the Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund, which is the wastewater side, and then there's the Drinking Water Revolving Loan Fund, which is the drinking water side. So that's where most of these federal monies that are being allocated are being processed through. So the grants that I did receive that you're already aware of is the $5 million for the lead service line replacement projects. That's a principal forgiveness loan, and then the elevated storage and $15 million grant that we received for the building of that. So the other possibility for funding other than grants and loans and so on are municipal bond sources, which are another form of loan where we go out into the bond market and bond for loans for our treatment that we need and the capital improvements we need. So let's talk a little bit about the budget. Water and wastewater treatment services budget, and this number that I'm showing you includes the operational budgets and the capital budgets and bond budget. All of it is in here. And I've broken out what I oversee. So the amount of budget that I oversee, and again, this number is based on what was presented to you last spring, but $48.4 million is the amount of budget that I oversee in my department. And those are pictures, aerial views of the wastewater and water treatment plants. Oh, let me show you something. I always like to, you see the Lake Clinton there, how nice and blue it is?
Yeah.
And then next to it, you see the other lake?
That's not the lake, that's the Saginaw River.
That's right.
So where Lake Clinton at, that's the water we pump from the lake?
Lake Huron.
And it comes right up in there, and it's like a holding tank, and then you...
It's an emergency supply reservoir,
okay.
Yes. And we also use it for, if we need to control flows and that kind of thing. Okay? So, talking about the the water fund in wastewater and treatment services, our rated capacity for treatment is 52 million gallons per day. The average day treatment that we're doing currently is 16.9. Just a point of interest, when I came to work here 22 years ago, and I was an operating foreman, we were treating an average day of 27 million gallons per day. So that tells you how much loss of population and industry that we've seen. So hopefully we're on the upswing now. And then annual treatment is about 6.16 billion gallons of drinking water a year. And then the operational budget for water is 11.99 million, and that includes the maintenance, buying the chemicals, paying our employees, those kinds of things, minor repairs and that. Surplus capital budget's 9.57 million, and then the bond capital budget is 5.3, so that's the capital projects that we're currently working on, like the Kochville Station upgrades that we're doing right now with a new pump install and some piping increases and a generator. And then the debt budget, that's how much we are budgeted to pay debt this year, $3.85 million. And if we move on to the sewer fund, that plant is engineered to treat 32 million gallons, but hydraulically it can process 72. Okay, so that's the maximum that could actually physically go through the plant. Our average day treated at wastewater is 25.3. That's primarily due to the fact we have combined sewer. So our sanitary sewer and our storm sewers are combined into one, and that's also why we have the combined sewer overflow facilities, CSOs as we refer to them, also called RTBs sometimes, retention treatment basins. The intention of those is to hold flow when we're under high runoff and rain events, so that we can eventually treat it, and if it's a big enough event, we can chlorinate that water after it settles in those basins for a period of time. The particles and things that are in it settle, and then we chlorinate it and then discharge it to the river if we have to, but that's not our first choice. So, and then if you look at the annual treatment, we treat 9.27 billion in wastewater. Our annual treated at the CSOs, that's treated, not discharged, is 540 million gallons. And the biosolids land applied is about 9.4 million gallons. So that just gives you an idea of the capacities that we handle and deal with. Now, on the sewer side, the operational budget is $4.81 million. The surplus capital budget is 1.88. Our bond capital budget is 0, and the debt budget is 1.909 million. The reason this budget this year, we specifically kept it down because we haven't done rates for a period of time, and we're doing a rate study right now. We'll bring it to you soon. But we wanted to make sure that we weren't overspending what we had and putting ourselves in a problem.
Okay, can you hold 1 minute? You had a question.
What, for the, everybody that we sell water to, do we take their waste to?
Take their what?
The wastewater?
No.
Okay.
No, we have a few. There's Northwest Utilities, Bridgeport, Spalding. I think there's one more. Oh, White Street. White Street District is another one. The waste, Northwest Utilities is the largest for sewer. Water, we have basically all the townships around us and a couple townships in other counties. Okay? So that's different. All right, so that's the overview. Any other questions related to the overview of the department? I hit the button, nothing happened. There we go. All right, so I'm not going to read the entire slide, but I'm here to talk to you about the handicap CSO and parking structure. It is located between Hamilton and Niagara Streets, north of Court and south of Hancock. Okay, and the diagram there shows you where Niagara and Hamilton Streets are. You can see a little north arrow there, but for context of what we're talking about, what you're seeing is a print of the bays. And this is the CSO basin bays, and there are 4 of them. So starting at the bottom toward Niagara is 1, and at the top is Bay 4. What I'm talking to you specifically about is some deterioration that's happened to the concrete, both in the ceilings of the CSO as well as to the parking structure deck itself, primarily on the underside. And in order to do the repairs that are needed in the first phase, we need about $3 million for the parking deck and about $3 million for the CSO basin number 4. And we'll talk more about that. But what I'm specifically asking you for is the $3 million for the parking deck, because that's general fund. And then the little note that's down there is just indicating to you that we're actually, no matter what happens, we can use that $3 million, because there's work that needs to be done on this parking structure in the basin. And what we are doing, though, is we're applying for $5 million from CWSRF with the intention of making the case that the parking deck above Basin 4 that needs to be replaced has to be removed to get to Basin 4. So what we're hoping is if they will allow us to make that case and support it, we'll have $5 million to take care of the basin work that we're talking about, as well as the panels above that part of the parking structure we have to remove to do the work. And then we can use the remaining $3 million to improve the rest of the parking structure. And you'll see why as I go forward. All right, so these are just drawings that the engineers drew little markings on to show where the areas of deterioration are. So this is bays 1, 2, and 3. So starting from down at Niagara heading toward Hamilton, looking at it, you can see there, get an idea of what kind of the area of deterioration is. If we go to the next slide, it's not moving. There it goes. That's Bay 4. Bay 4 has 4 to 5 times more deterioration in it than the other 3 bays. Bay 4 is expected, this inspection was done in 2020, the evaluation and inspection. That's expected to last about 10 years before it just collapses, okay? Based on our current evaluations. We do plan to do a little bit more once we have the funding. And there's a couple of reasons that Bay 4, main reason Bay 4 is deteriorating so much more quickly is hydrogen sulfide gas. That's where the sewer effluent runs into the sewer, or into the basin, and that off gas is hydrogen sulfide, and that's contributing to the deterioration in that particular bay. The rest of the deterioration in the facility is primarily from saltwater runoff, high moisture content, freeze-thaw cycle. Okay, so a lot of this is happening because of that.
So let me ask you this question. So you're saying 10 years from now?
10 years from 20.
From 20?
From 2020.
From 2020, there's a possibility.
Yeah. Now, let me tell you this. It's not going to fall down tomorrow. Okay?
No.
But we want to take care of these issues before we get there, right? For sure. And the basin is very important to the wastewater side of things, and the parking structure is very important to the West Side Business District. That's a pretty important structure for parking in that area. So this next slide that I brought up is a picture of the parking deck. And again, this is the engineer just drawing in areas that they saw the deterioration in. And I'm going to show you pictures of the actual deterioration in a second here. But as I said, the parking deck itself is mainly due to salt intrusion, moisture, and freeze-thaw. Oh, wait, one other thing. If you look on the far, it'd be on the right here, so that'd be toward Niagara, above Basin 1 on the underneath part of it. That's where the worst of the damage is on that parking structure. So just to be on the safe side, we're recommending no parking in that area between the two staircase areas there, so that we don't have any problems. So here are some example pictures of the deterioration I'm talking about. What you're looking at here is the actual basin ceiling, which at one time was used as a lower level parking deck. It had dual purpose. And we'll talk about that, but you can see there that's the reinforcing steel and so on that you can see. And what's happened is because of the corrosion and deterioration, the chemical action of that corrosion has forced the concrete off the steel. And a big part of the structural strength has to do with that binding between the steel and the concrete. So this is important. And you can see the other areas there. There's another picture of a similar spot where we've got this problem. And then in the one column, you can see where the one column has got issues. One of the good pieces of news is, though, for the most part, these columns and the support beams themselves, even though there is some deterioration, are in good shape in terms structural, okay? The biggest issue we have to take care of are these panels and the concrete that goes above it. Now, this is the underside of the top deck, and you can actually see in the picture on the right, the building that's across the street on Niagara there. But that's where some of that deterioration, you can see that. And here's another. That's again the support underneath the top parking deck. And then this is a picture of the top deck itself. You can see there that there's some expansion joint deterioration there that needs to be repaired. And then there's also some cracks that need to be caulked. Back in, let me see here, this basin was built in 73 and 74 in the parking structure. There were report and repairs done in 2000, and they did an overlay project at that time and did some deep depth concrete repair on the surface. And that's why this looks so much better than the bottom side. That has all been rehabilitated. It does need some work, but the underside is what we're worried about. 2011 and 12 is when the staff started to see some issues. We brought Spicer in initially around 2012. They did an evaluation. Nothing was done. I don't know if it just fell off the radar or what, but when I became director and I became aware of this and what was going on, I started trying to address it and find funding to do this project. So I had them update the report in 2020, and that's what this is based off of. So what I'm doing now is I'm giving you some summary quotes out of the executive summary of what the recommendation of the engineers are. So we estimate that before 2000 that lower deck was used for parking, right? And that likely contributed to the advanced deterioration of the basin ceiling. Because again, you've got cars parking under there with salt and so on running off of the car into that and then getting into the concrete. And I won't go into great detail, but what happens when the salt gets into the concrete is it literally expands, right? It chemically has a reaction that expands and breaks the concrete. And then the metal itself is corroded through the salt action. So, let me back up. That ceiling now, and since then, has not been used for parking, and we don't intend to use it for that in the future. We think it just makes sense not to cause that kind of risk, and we're planning to secure that area and use it for storage only. So here's some quotes related to the second floor parking top deck. The deck surface additionally cracked and should be resealed, as I said. Portions of the expansion joints need replacement. But what this mainly this $3 million is for is removal of portions of the precast concrete planks may be necessary above Bay 4 ceiling and may be cost effective to consider replacing all planks above Bay 4. That is what we're recommending.
Can you hold on 1 minute? You
Sure.
had a question.
Yeah, I did.
Sure.
I know I heard it mentioned before in regards to persons, skateboarding and everything on that area. Does that add to any detriment to that or no?
Not for this.
Okay.
I mean, not for the structural concerns we're having. It obviously can have cosmetic concerns and that kind of thing, but it wouldn't damage the structure.
Thank you.
So that, we're recommending that we replace those planks above it. We're going through the trouble to take it apart and so on. We want to replace them, right? Rather than trying to repair them and put them back on there. So that's what we're recommending. And that's part of the money that I'm hoping that we will get paid for by the state through our loan for that. We'll see. Also, the brick masonry around the perimeter and external stairwells do need some masonry repairs, but that's not part of what we're talking about. If we have additional funding available because the bids come in lower or something, we may do that, but it's not really part of this, or we may seek other funding to take care of the masonry issues itself. We're mainly talking about the structural condition of the facility. So here's some quotes based on the basin itself and the ceiling. As I said in the first part, exhibiting 4 to 5 times the deterioration of bays 1 through 3. And bay 4, the ceiling needs replacement in 10 years from 2020. Portions of the second floor parking structure need to be removed and facilitate that construction, as we just talked about. We want to evaluate the feasibility of breaking the construction into 2 phases, is what they're recommended. That's exactly what I think we're going to have to do because of the scope of the work that needs to be done. So this first phase is what we're primarily talking about. Portion of phase 2 may happen if we do get the additional funding from the state that I'm asking for. So at that point, any questions or discussion related to this issue?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. As I looked at some of the photos, like where the concrete has come off and you see the steel,
Yep.
Is this potentially dangerous, or?
If we let it go continue without acting, yes, absolutely. The whole thing will collapse eventually.
Okay, and I know you mentioned like 10 years from 2020?
Yeah, the bay 4, which is the basin ceiling, bay 4 ceiling, they recommend or anticipate 10 years before it'll collapse.
So is that like an immediate, we need to go and get this done now?
That's right.
Okay.
Because we don't want to wait until we're on top of
Right,
collapse,
okay.
right?
Right.
And then the rest of it, they said between 15 and 20 years. So what I anticipate is we'll act now, provided you all approve it, we'll act now, get this done, and about 10 years from now, we'll go in and get ready to get the funding to do the rest of the work that needs to be done. Okay?
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I know a lot of money is going into water and infrastructure from the state and the federal government. Do you know how much potentially the city of Saginaw is going to be able to benefit from IIJA or the $200 million that we had talked about?
I can tell you that I'm, sewer side, we're right in the process now of applying for funding for this, for the sewer portion of it. And we're also applying for funding for the river crossing that I've talked to some of you about before. Okay, so those are, and that project is compared, everything's pretty much doubled or more in cost since COVID, okay? So right now, I think our estimate is somewhere around $25 million for that second river crossing. Now, in terms of how much we might get, that all depends on what we submit and whether we're selected. I can't tell you how much we'll get, but we've been successful so far, and I'm hoping if we continue on this path, we'll continue to be successful obtaining funding for this kind of work.
And then, I'm sorry, the summary for the amount for this would be?
Well, all I'm asking you for related to the ARPA discussion is $3 million. This particular work that we're talking about altogether, if I get all the funding that I've talked about, is about $8 million. I anticipate in the 10 years from now that I was talking about, you're probably talking around 12 million, would be my guess, to finish up everything that's needed.
For background for this structure, when they built it back in, you said 72, 73?
74, yeah.
It was the top of a CSO basin, which is eligible for water, sewer, or wastewater funding, but then they built the parking portion, which is general fund. So we can't use the wastewater dollars or those kind of infrastructure dollars that are dedicated to wastewater for the parking part. So that's what is the $3 million.
And that goes back to kind of the presentation that was made for nonprofits for capital versus programming, that they would readjust their money according to a budget that would make sense for them to facilitate that. Is that possible here, or is that not until we do the next budget?
If we do this project, which we have to do, or else, as Paul says, we have to come up with $3 million of general fund money.
Before the next budget, correct? Yeah.
Right.
By the time we do the project, so it either has to be ARPA or a loan, which is general fund money.
Yeah, and the demarcation, as I understand it, is pretty much the columns above the lower level parking to the top of the parking deck is general fund associated, and everything below that is sewer.
And then when were studies first made with this, the basin for the parking structure?
Well, of course, the initial design was in the early 70s. And then there was an evaluation done. Let me look and make sure I get my notes right here. I believe it was 2000, right around 2000, that they did a deck improvement on the parking deck itself.
Okay.
And then here, I gotta get I think it was 2012, when 11 and 12, when staff started to notice falling of the concrete into from the underside of these decks. And then Spicer was hired to take a look at it and do an evaluation, and they completed that around 2012. And then, as I said, when I became aware of this, I asked them to do an update evaluation, and that was done, and the actual report was given to us in December of 20, but it was done in the year 2020 when they went out and reevaluated and gave us a report. So anyway, that's pretty much, and then I did ask them for a budgetary update to give you the money that we need. Recently, I asked them for a budgetary update because of the changes in cost.
Correct. All right, thank you so much.
Yep.
So let me say this. If you all remember, we had an opportunity to walk through the water treatment facility. Again, that let us know then that we had some problems. And so I think sometimes we forget that this is an old city. And even with oldness, you got to do some high maintenance. And so where we're at right now is, it's not something that we can brush aside. It's something that we really got to look at. Because if it falls down, it's going to cost us. It's either we pay on the front end or catch it on the back. And the catch on the back may not be monetary for simple stuff. It may be death. It may be a whole lot of things. So, I mean, I just wanted to get that in. And if you have not toured, I'm sure he will be more than welcome to have us come again, if that's possible, city manager, and actually walk through some of this stuff. Okay, when we talk about doing our due diligence, we should be trying to walk through stuff anyways. Okay, we all need to be knowing what's going on in the city and not waiting for them to come to us all the time, but just periodically. Just say, hey, and he is so right. There is money. There's so much money out there for water and because of all of the water crisis. And so I'm not the only one that should be looking. All of us should be looking for funding sources. Okay? I'm sorry. So, Councilwoman Sylvia.
My question, to ask you to reiterate, you said the parking will no longer be parking, but you're going to be doing something else with it, like, you said storage.
There's two areas of parking. They were using the basin deck, the parking bay, or the CSO deck, which is the ceiling. They were using that for lower level parking originally. We're not doing that anymore, nor will we in the future. Okay, that's going to be a storage area. But the parking up above, the main deck up right off street level there, that will remain and continue to be a parking deck.
Now, does that add to the detriment at all, or can that parking just be alleviated?
Not if it's properly maintained and we seal it and all that kind of thing. It should not be.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation.
Okay.
Councilman Balls.
Yes. Are we trying to get any of this, the state of Michigan got billions of dollars in infrastructure money. Are we trying to get any of that?
Well, that's what I was talking about with 15 million and the 5 million.
Yes, 15 million in infrastructure money.
Yeah, and then I'm also applying for about, how much was it? About 30 million in sewer side right now. One thing you have to remember, though, too, is we have to be able to actually do the projects, right? You have to be able to administer and manage what you're doing. And that, I'm already got a lot of capital work going on right now that I'm in the process of coordinating and getting going. So, you know, we don't want to get so much going that we can't do it right. That's absolutely not what we want. So, but I will continue, and my successor will continue to look for money that we can get that's available for us.
Well, you may have to do like the city council, you have to get somebody to help you spend that money.
There's no trouble finding people to help you spend money. I know that.
All right.
Anything else?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I was on one of those tours, and I'll always remember Phil talking about the filter system and how it would be the same thing as my water filter at my home. And I always think about that when I have to change my filter. So Phil, thanks for that.
One thing I will tell you all, I am all about educating you, showing what's going on, informing you. And you should be have gotten some invitations for upcoming things. I want to do that. That's what I'm here for. So please take advantage of it. Okay? Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
Any other questions?
Okay, now we have our next presenter is Mr. Carwatt for Public Services.
Mr. Carwatt, the man of the hour.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
To those of you who haven't been able to meet me yet, I'm Phil Carwatt, Public Services Director for the City of Saginaw. Hopefully I'm up. So Tim asked me to basically give a brief presentation on my department, but as you'll see here in later slides, fortunately and unfortunately, I have the biggest department in the city. So I'm trying to be as brief to get through this real quick. I know we're late in the afternoon, and hopefully nobody's going to get tired or get bored, but if you do, feel free to ask questions at times. I have a substantial amount of notes with a lot of detail in my presentation that you don't have access to, so, because you just got the slides. But at any point, if anybody, because it's educational, it's informational on my department as far as staffing levels and budget, I'll be free to share all my PowerPoints with my notes, so don't think you have to write everything down that I'm going to go through here today. But so yeah, basically I'm here to give a brief presentation on the Public Services Department and then go into some detail on the requests for ARPA funds for Public Services Department. So I got a mission statement up there for our department as well. I'm not going to read it, but basically the Public Services Department is managed directly by myself. I've been with the city for 23 years, and in most 13 of those as the city engineer. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Michigan, and then the last 10 years as the director of public services when Tom Darnell retired. And then also we have a deputy director of public services who assists me, and Beth London. That's Beth London, if anybody's heard of Beth. She's also a licensed professional engineer, and she has 21 years of service with the city of Saginaw. So, and then under us, we have several division heads that manage all of these divisions. And then the divisions include cemeteries, an administration division, engineering, traffic engineering, street lighting. The Japanese tea house, we have an agreement with the tea house. That's very unique, so we work with them in managing that. The radio tower, parks maintenance, weed abatement, facilities, and I'm gonna get into a little bit more detail of each of these divisions later on. Celebration Park, 5 special revenue funds, which include major and local streets, rubbish collections, there's a Clean Energy Coalition Fund, and the Anderson Enrichment Center, which also includes the Anderson Enrichment Commission, so there's some unique agreements there that's established that relationship as well. Then there's 3 enterprise funds that I oversee, the boat launch, the sewer and water operations and maintenance. And then there's 3 internal service funds, which include the Public Works Building, radio operations, and motor pool operations. So like Jeff was talking about earlier, like when we provide services to other divisions or departments within the city, that's basically considered an internal service fund where there's mechanisms to have wherever their funding is provided to pay for those services. And then as I said earlier, you know, my presentation might be a little lengthy because the fiscal year 23 operational and capital budget for the Public Services Department is $60 million, just over $60 million, and with a $134 million overall budget, it's almost half the city's budget. And that amount can vary annually, because what that does not include, and probably similar to some of the stuff that Paul and I worked together on when he talked about some of the clean water, drinking water funds. Anytime engineering gets a grant from the state or federal government, we don't necessarily recognize those funds as revenue, so they don't ever show up in the budget. Basically what happens is when we got to make payment to a contractor, it goes through the state. We manage and oversee all the projects, but when there's state or federal dollars, the state makes the payment to the contractor. then they only invoice us for our portion of the project. So, so if there's $3, $4, $5 million we get from the state or federal government, that doesn't show up in the budget because it goes directly to the payment will be made directly to the contractors as part of their project. Then this is just a slide to kind of, again, just show you some of the divisions within the Public Services Department. And real quick, I'm just going to run through the maintenance and service. There's 47 full-time employees in there. This year, there's a budget of just over $37 million. The right-of-way department, which is pretty much your streets and rubbish, that's 44 full-time employees, and this year they have an operational budget of almost $16 million. Motor pool has 10 full-time employees. And their operational budget this year is $2.6 million. Facilities, which also includes cemeteries, because that's under that division. There's 22 full-time, 9 part-time, so about 31 employees. And then we do try to hire temporary and seasonal. We do try to budget some money under employment agency fees and, you know, hire people to help cut grass and do stuff like that would be more seasonal. The last couple, 3 years, we've been struggling with that. It's just tough to find anybody that really wants to work at the wages that we're willing to pay for some of those employment. So we've been struggling and haven't had many of those employees, but their budget this year is just under $4 million. And then engineering and traffic maintenance, because that's all under the engineering division, there's 18 full-time employees, 2 part-time interns, for a total of 20 employees, and their budget this year is just over $5.2 million, but that does not include $3.1 million that is from federal or state, because again, that don't show on the budget.
Excuse me.
Yes.
So, the last couple of years, you've been having a hard time hiring seasonal workers to cut grass and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
What are you gonna do different this year than you did the previous years to make sure we get those people in there to cut those grasses and everything else you need done? I mean,
Pray. No, we actually, and we've been doing some, so what we've been doing, like especially the last couple years, and fortunately, this has helped. We have had some employees that were called seasonal groundskeepers that were part-time, but several years ago, we used to hire them like before April and let them go the end of October, but then through the winter to help us with winter maintenance, we would then go through employment agencies and try to get employees to come work. But now what we did is we signed a letter of understanding with the union to let us keep them through, so basically all the way through the year. Well, we've now made those employees at least full-time. There's 8 of those, which is great. But in most of the areas where we do hire the temps or have historically hired temporary employees would have been mostly your cemeteries and in facilities for weed abatement, because we do work with the land bank as well. They provide a certain amount of money to help us cut vacant lots and do the corners and that. But we haven't been able to get them, so actually what we've been doing is taking some of these employees that are out cutting the right-of-ways and all that, because we got to keep our cemeteries looking nice. I've been having them go over there and cut the cemeteries the best we can, because, you know, I want them to look the best they can at Mother's Day, Father's Day, 4th of July, but then they're not out cutting what they're supposed to be doing. So we're just, and then we used to get help from TriCap, if you guys remember Tri-County Community Adjunction. Well, they changed it used to be we could go pick up 6 employees, or not employees, but residents that are going through that program from down the road there, and just bring them to our cemeteries, get them weed whacked, wherever, or even some of our other facilities. But the state has changed their rules now to where them individuals have to be supervised by one of their own employees, and they don't have the employees to supervise. They used to let us just pick them up and supervise them, so that program isn't really there anymore. I'm just hopeful I can see it, and I'll get into it a little bit later as far as our full-time staff, because it's not just temp, but we were struggling really to even, I had some divisions that were 50%. I had 50% of my total full-time complement vacant, but we have since filled some of those. So I'm hoping that some things are coming around and we'll be able to get to them. Or
can you hire retirees?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you tried?
Well, just whoever through the temp agency, you know, they got to go through. If I hear, we work with local temps, or if somebody comes to me and they're looking for work, I can suggest them to go to one of the temporary agency companies that we work with. Then they hire them on, and then that way we don't. They're actually an employee of the temp agency working for the city, so we pay a certain hourly rate with a little bit of a markup to cover their insurance and everything else while they're working.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so very much. You kind of touched on what I was going to say, and I was not aware that the state changed some things, but I guess I'm kind of going like down the road where like RCO, Restoration Community Outreach, the homeless men, there's so many places that you could possibly tap into as far as collaborative efforts, where some of it possibly wouldn't even be paid, you know, like the program that Judge Trice has. I don't know if you all are familiar with that particular program, but it's like drug court. And, you know, that's maybe a possibility where some of those individuals that are participating through that might be something you could look into, where you would get that labor.
And if any of you have you know of anything like that, please give me a contact name. Because we have had certain, like, I don't know if you guys remember, but when we worked with the MD in our summer youth employment program or whatever for a while, we would get a lot of, you know, school students basically through the summer, where it was, some of it was work and then some of it was educational, where they take them on the trip to go see, you know, some of the nature, but that helped too. But at that program, I haven't seen that. I think it's not as large as it used to be, but I'm willing to work.
Okay.
So yeah, please feel free to share my number or give me a contact name, and I'll reach out to them for sure.
Keep in mind, they still have the DNR program at some sites. And I think, again, we might just need to re-tap in.
Yeah, because we work with First Ward, I think.
First Ward and CAC has it. They both have the DNR program for the summer. And they, to be honest, they all looking for somewhere to do something.
Exactly. Well, we got plenty for them to do.
Email Phil.
And then this slide just basically showing you an org chart. Sometimes I overkill things, but in every box is basically a position, a job description, but not necessarily just one position. And you can't see it because there's too much and I had to shrink it down. But some of those boxes may have 7 or 8 employees within that job description, but that's just kind of showing you an overall organizational chart for the Public Services Department. 123 full-time employees, 17 part-time employees, 6 seasonal, for a total of about 146 employees.
So what is your total capacity of your department? I see these are actual numbers, or is this the numbers that you want to have?
That is actually what is in the budget and is actually considered as an FTE that we budget for. But what I can get into a little bit later, and I don't have all the details. But just for instance, up until about 8 months ago, my maintenance and service division, which has, I had the number in there earlier, 44, we were down almost 20 employees. So these are the individuals that are changing out your lead and galvanized lines as part of the 390 Safe Drinking Water. I mean, they're the ones that are making sure you're getting clean water, and Paul does all the treating and treating of everything. But when it gets into the piping, that's where I take place. That's how we work together. Paul runs both the plants, but the transmission mains, the distribution mains to get the water out to you, and then the sanitary combined sewer lines to bring it back to the wastewater plant are all under my responsibility as part of. But we were down almost 50%.
So, 123 full-time. What do we actually have full-time? Is that what we have now, or this is the number that it should be?
No, we're not full complement. I mean, that's the number we have budgeted for, but we still have some vacancies. But nothing like we had 8 months ago.
Okay.
And I don't have that exact, I couldn't tell you right
now. No, I mean, you can always get it to me.
Like I said, I had to try to keep this brief, so I'm just getting. Anything you want in here in more detail, I can get. I'll be willing to get. So, okay, where was I?
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm sorry, I made you lose your space.
All right, so I'm gonna go through the engineering and traffic division first. So, and again, there's 18 full-time, 20 employees. Their fiscal year 23 operational budget was just over 5.2 million, and that's excluding any federal or state dollars, which we got 3.1 million in 20, what would have been construction season 22, so fiscal year 23 budget. But the engineering division is managed directly by our city engineer, Travis Hare. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to meet him by now. He's only been with the city for 3 years, and 3 as the city engineer. We do have a vacant assistant city engineer to support him, but that's been vacant for 3 years now. We've just been having a difficulty in trying to fill it. Most recently, we had a civil engineering position that was vacant for, 5 years, and we just now, fortunately, I think the individual's first day is today, Wanda. So that'll hopefully help out Travis, because they do a lot in that division. But their responsibilities, and this isn't all-inclusive, but they provide multidisciplinary engineering and full contract administration duties as it relates to any road and bridge construction and maintenance, resurfacing and streetscaping, utility upgrades for water and sewer systems, and energy efficiency projects, of which we've done plenty. And then they also help with the facilities and overseeing any construction of any park or pathway or trail projects. And fiscal year 2022 successes included the investment of over $11 million into the city's infrastructure system, you know, your roads and bridges and trails, of which $4.26 million was federal and state, and then the other $6.8 would be a combination of your major and local streets, your water and sewer funds. Annie cut that out. You're bored already, huh?
Not your fault, Phil, I promise.
All right, I'm gonna go through all these, but there's a list of projects here. But we resurfaced or reconstructed almost 16 miles of road. We did construct the 1.86 mile of the Iron Bell Trail over in Wicks Park. We did some preventative maintenance on the Highland Avenue Bridge. I think most recently you've seen we had the Genesee Avenue Bridge. That was about a $1.2 million project. And fortunately, with most of the bridge projects, those are like, when we apply for bridge loans or bridge grants through the state and federal government, that's like a 95-5, so 95% is paid by other like federal or state dollars, and we have to pay 5%. So, and you know, we got the 6 river bridges, so it's very critical that we're taking care of those. And Paul talked a little bit about lack of maintenance on a parking structure. I mean, if you imagine we're not doing the maintenance on some of these bridges, how bad that could be. And then the traffic engineering and traffic maintenance division, again, that's directly under the city engineer, but we do have a traffic and electrical administrator that supervises those operations. And they work out off of Jefferson. I don't know if you guys know, but there's several facilities that Public Works works out. I'm obviously the Public Works building, but the maintenance and service division works over off of Jefferson, just south of Holland here, and so does the traffic maintenance building. That's where they keep their equipment and basically work out of. But traffic maintenance operates and maintains 97 traffic signals, over 30,000 signs in the right-of-way, 7,000 streetlights, and then, you know, pavement markings and all that for all of our streets. The river bridges, the bridge lighting, and then I don't know, some of you are fairly new, but within the last several years, through different types of funding, we have been successful in upgrading our street light system from, it used to be, it would have been high-pressure sodium light, which is very energy efficient, all over to LED. I think it was a 2.8-year payback. It was I think it was around a $3 million project. And that's saving the city about $500,000 a year in electrical costs. And a couple years before that, we upgraded all of our traffic signals from incandescent lighting to LED as well, and that's saving the city about $200,000 a year in electrical costs. And then this is just some of the projects coming up for 2023. But I think anybody that's been on council at least for a year now, Travis Hare every spring comes up and does a presentation of what our projects, what we did and what we're going to be doing. So there's going to be, I just wanted to show you that we're looking at doing about $7.7 million of improvements to some of the city's roads and that as well here coming up this construction season. But late March, early April, Travis Hare will be here to give you the city engineer will be here to give you a presentation on those projects. And then the maintenance and service division, I'm not going to read the slide, but basically Jeff earlier talked about assets and the need for the BSNA. And I mean, I can't even imagine how many work orders and the stuff that he helps us to track all of our, when you talk about assets and, you know, being able to hit a click and tell me what age my valve is, how many turns is it right to open, left to open, but that's basically all of the assets, at least as correct as it is, that maintenance and service department's responsible for. So total number of customers, residential, commercial, miles of distribution main, miles of transmission main. So the difference there is distribution is mostly within the city. When we talk about water rates and that, which is going to be coming soon, you know, the transmission mains are mostly for the wholesale customers. Not all of them, there are some in the city, but when they get outside the city limits and they're supplying water to the wholesale customers, then the cost for them improvements is built into the rates for those customers. But that's managed directly by Josh Hoffman. He's the superintendent of maintenance and service, and then he has an assistant superintendent, Wayne Tornberg. Josh has 24 years with the city, 3 in his current role, and Wayne has 21 years, 3 in his current role. And then just some of the major things that they've been working on since 2018, when you had to change to the lead and copper rule within the Safe Drinking Water Act. We're now required, we have so many years, 20 to 25 years to change out all these lines, and then within 5 years we have to have an inventory of it. So they've been steady working at that. The staff, you know, when that came about, we had hired staff, bought some equipment to try to do most of that stuff in-house. We have changed out over almost 2,300 lead and/or galvanized lines already to copper. And then they also have cut off over 1,600. So everybody has to understand, whenever you have a vacant property or whatever, when we would abandon a home and cut it off, we would never cut that connection off back to the main. We cut it off out in the right of way. Well, because of the new rule, that's still an illicit connection that could then contaminate the system. So we have to go back and cut it off at the main. So we're doing those as well. So in total, there's over 30-some thousand of these that we need to investigate. And what I mean by that is we're potholing at the curb stop, trying to determine what type of material it is so we can do a better job of replacing these. And to date, we've done almost 17,500 as far as just investigations to try to determine what type of material that we have. And then a big project, we're putting in that Frankenmuth parallel main, transmission main for out to Frankenmuth. And then as Paul talked, he was successful in getting a $5 million basically principal forgiveness loan. So that was a DWRS SFRF loan to where we got a contract, a 3-year contract. We're going to start this spring to start replacing about 700 service lines. And then again, just to talk about employees, so the maintenance and service division, which has all these responsibilities, up until most recently, we were down almost 20 employees. I think last I checked that we're only down maybe 3 to 4 now, so that's good news. I mean, we got to keep in mind too, though, a lot of these employees are new, so there's going to be some efficiency losses because it's going to take a while to educate them on how to do what it is we do, but we're hoping we can at least get them to stay. Oh, and then I'm sorry, Matt, but you got it planned. So I wanted to show you guys another big thing maintenance and service is responsible for. And most of these happen during the winter, our main breaks. You might see one where the water's bubbling a little bit in the curb, and a lot of times why they occur mostly in the winter is, you know, and I don't know, I used to have this number, but out of all the miles of main, and I don't want nobody to quote me on this, but there's probably, I would say at least 60 or 70% of our water mains are probably 70 years old or older when you talk about infrastructure needs and you know, so. But this is a transmission main, 16-inch transmission main that's out off of by Junction and Curtis going to Frankenmuth, and this was about 3 weeks ago over the holidays. I forget what day it was, but somebody called in that something's going on, we need to go check it out. But basically, there was a chunk of the water main pipe about 3 inches in diameter that blew out of the pipe, so our guys had to go out and shut the valves down and isolate it and put a repair sleeve or however they had to repair it and get it back up and running. So, and I think it was a meeting or two ago, you council actually approved a engineering services contract with Spicer to start look at putting in a parallel main. This is the one because we've got such a break history on it.
So let me ask this question because maybe it's just me. No, it's not. I'm looking at everybody else. That was an add-on picture.
Yeah, hey,
is that an add-on picture? Because I'm looking at the screen.
So I'm sorry. So what happened was Matt and I worked together, and I had sent a video, and he said, "Phil, would you be okay if I just put it as a video on the slide?" And so yeah, that's
okay. I mean,
that's failure on my part to communicate.
Right, I'm
you know,
steady looking at everybody else like.
Oh, you don't have that one?
No, I was just gonna comment. It looked better that one.
Okay.
That's actually a video. I don't know if Matt can play it again, but basically you can just see the amount of velocity, and yeah, I think you guys have a picture of some guys in a hole putting some pipe together. So.
Okay. Well, I thank you. I just didn't want to feel like I was the only one sitting up here like, where is that picture? I don't see it. Okay.
Still awake.
Hey Matt, could you advance that? This won't advance for me for some reason. There you go. Thanks, bud.
Now this money that you're talking about, remember I called back last year in my neighborhood between where all the houses had been torn down, a block up. Remember I called in a bubble because it was bubbly, 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 bubbly. And so all of a sudden the whole little block became flooded, but the city jumped on it fast enough and secured it. Because this like at 10 o'clock at night. And they were out there and they worked until they got it done. So is that what some of this, that's what we need to be working on too also, right?
That's
not just the trail, but inner city.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention, but it hasn't been uncommon for us to have over 100 breaks within a given winter.
Yeah.
So, and most of them don't occur between 8 and 5. They
No,
seem to always
no.
be after everybody goes home. And most occur in the winter. I don't know if I got there or not yet, but when you think about the frost going in the ground and you got some of these, well, that frost, as it starts to get deeper in the ground and it gets to that main, if it's not beneath the frost line, puts pressure on the pipe, both going in the ground and then when it comes back out to release the pressure, that additional force on some of the motor mains causes them to break, and then also corrosion on the pipe. If you have if a rusty nail was laying against it and it corroded over years, or just some corrosive soils where the pipe wasn't protected properly, that's kind of what causes, and then the age of it, right? When you got a system that's that aged.
Thank you, I just want to make sure I wasn't crazy, okay.
So then the motor pool division, 10 full-time employees, just about a $2.6 million budget. That's supervised directly by Don Riley. He's a 23-year employee, 16 current as the fleet administrator. And basically the motor pool operation division functions as a support service for all of the city departments. They procure and maintain the entire fleet. So we got over 376 vehicles and pieces of equipment. We do not manage the fire departments. They manage their own fleet. They got a unique fleet. And then, we do some of the older equipment we sell on gov deals. So since 2018, we were able to generate just over 700,000 in some sales. And then one of the big issues we've been dealing with in motor pool is the age of the fleet. I remember when I took over 10 years ago, I think it was 18 years. The average age of our fleet was 18 years, which is, we do now have that down to just over 9 years, which is great, which means you got equipment in service. Some issues with the fleet and part of COVID, not only staffing, but ability to obtain parts and also get repair services through certain vendors. A lot of our equipment we send out to, people, some of the stuff that we're not able to fix in-house, but just the delays and then the cost of everything. I mean, we budget a certain dollar amount, but, as the parts continue to increase, it's costing us more money to get the parts, and it's also taking a lot longer time to get the parts and get some of our equipment back up and running. And then just one big, most recent purchase, if you can remember, we did fill out a grant, an Eagle grant. It was a 70 or 75% match for an electric street sweeper. The streets division does sweep the streets. We try to keep on hand 6 sweepers at all times. Most of them, or all of them, are actually diesel engine sweepers, but through this Clean Air, Great Lakes and Energy Fuel Transportation Grant, we were successful in obtaining this grant. Basically, the sweeper's $608,000, with the state and city portion, the $182,000. A diesel street sweeper right now costs about $280,000. So, I think if this is where we're headed as far as electric vehicles and that, we were just, still being less than buying a brand new diesel. We thought this was a great opportunity to just get one in here and see how it would work. So, facilities division. 22 full-time, 9 part-time, just under $4 million budget. That's managed directly by Jay Guston, who's our facilities administrator. I stole him from John Stempel a couple of years ago. He's been 6 years with the city and 4 in his current role as the administrator. But their division's responsible for operating and maintenance and improvements of City Hall, public services, the city police department, any and all of the city's parks, as well as servicing 2 floating dock systems. You guys are familiar with the west side and then the Ojibwe Island dock system. And then they also provide support services for special events. And then again, through some lease agreements and management agreements, we do support the facilities as well with the Tea House and also the Anderson Enrichment Center. And they're also responsible for the cemeteries. That falls under facilities. And then just this thing's jumping around. And then the cemeteries division, there's 6 full-time employees, 3 temporary. Their fiscal year 23 operational budget is $991,000. This is just some pictures of some guys, obviously getting ready to put a vault in the ground there. This also falls under facilities, but it's supervised directly by Nick Munoz, who's my cemeteries foreman. He's got 26 years with the city, 10 in his current role. And then I'm just going to give you a little bit of history. Jeff talked a little bit about the cemeteries, but the city of Saginaw currently owns and operates 3 cemeteries, of which 2 are located in the city of Saginaw. You have Forest Lawn located on the south end of 13, and then Brady Hill right over here off of Jefferson, or not Jefferson, but Washington and Holland. Brady Hill is approximately 20 acres with just over 8,000 burials. Oakwood is 80 acres with approximately 19,500 or more burials, and that's the one, Oakwood's the one located out in Saginaw Township. And through some of my research, and this, I think there's some history in here as far as when these were open, but years ago, when Saginaw was looking at providing more, obtaining more cemeteries for burials, they knew that at that time, they felt the land in the city was more valuable, so they were looking out in a rural area. Back then, if you can imagine Saginaw Township in the late 1800s, that was probably a dirt road. So they purchased this property out in Saginaw Township to not, have to have that volume of acreage within the city again to do burials. And that was first used as a cemetery. Brady Hill was used in 1855, and Oakwood was purchased by the city in 1867. Opened for burials in 1868, and Forest Lawn was purchased in 1881 and opened to burials shortly after. And right now, we're doing we have in the past done over 500-600 burials a year, but right now we're averaging between 300 and 350 burials per year. This is just two of the existing facilities that are at Forest Lawn. The one on the left, I'm just showing you some capital needs there. Is pretty much the maintenance building that the maintenance workers work out of. It's probably 40 years old. It's in some pretty bad shape. The steel structure itself is decent, but it does need some repairs and work to it. And then the structure on the right, I don't know how close you can see, but it was never built with any, and I'm not a builder, but whatever the overhang, the soffit overhang over the side was, so all the years the rain's just sliding down the internal walls, and it's rotted out the posts and all that. So and I think you can see the condition of it. So that's just a couple projects that we're gonna submit for capital, hopefully here in the fiscal year 24.
1 minute, Mr. Kawhi.
Am I mistaken, are those both pole barns?
Yeah, they're like a pole barn structure. Yeah, the one on the right for sure is, yeah, and so the one on the right is, we use it for storing material and that for Forest Lawn. It's towards the back of the cemetery.
Right.
Where we'll keep some of the, the stuff we need to do our work. And then the one on the left is where everybody, that's the maintenance facility where they park their trucks, and then that's where their lunch rooms are and the bathroom facilities for all the workers that are out there. But they are like a pole barn structure.
So is it, with it being a pole barn, I don't know, but is it less expensive to fix some of the things you're talking about?
Then it would be a facility like this for sure, yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're gonna acquire some of that land over there on Hess Street, the cemetery, are they? The land over there where they tore down the,
Yeah, we already have, actually. I've worked with Tom Miller for, when they were demolishing all of that, and there was, I think it was another 15 or 20 acres that was just fenced in, that didn't have a building on it. And then we did acquire the one with the structure that's still on it.
yeah. I'm wondering, the reason why I asked, because I'm wondering what costs is that gonna incur for the cemeteries? What are you gonna do over there? I know they got a cement pad over there too, and.
Yeah, right now, we were trying to get some preliminary costs to what it would take, what it would do to renovate and rehabilitate that building, and I think it's just, and what we were looking at is using that for the maintenance and service operations, because they're running out of room for their equipment and stuff, because the steel structure itself's in really good shape, but some of the steel siding walls and all that, but I think the most recent estimate to do something over there was right around $3 million, so right now, we're not planning on, but the additional 15 or 20 acres that didn't have anything on it can be used for adding more lots and plots for burial services for Forest Lawn.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So I have a question, Mr. Kawhi. So looking at these buildings, and I've been out there, so these buildings that have deteriorating over the years and still deteriorating, is this where they work out of? Are they working out of these facilities with the, so if it's raining in the building and it freezes, it freezes?
Yeah. Well, the building on the left right now, when water does come in there and it'll flood the floor, and then the front portion of the building don't really have any heat. If you walk through that open door, there's another wall that takes you just into like it's an attached building. It was almost like maybe there was a smaller building there and they added on the pole structure, but it's not in any better shape than that one. And that's where they gather in the morning, give out their work orders. They use that's where they have their lunches and.
So this brown building.
Yep.
Is that the building that's further back?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where the majority of our complaints come from when we talk about the drainage sewage system at the cemetery, because water's standing. Like even now, if you walk out there, when I go and look at my mother's grave, I'm going down. I'm not walking level. So I have to put on galoshes to go. But when I go to my brothers in the military, I don't have that problem.
Yeah, the drainage issues aren't throughout, but there are
Right.
certain areas to where either the existing system is deteriorated and plugged, and we've been cleaning a lot of that, or there just isn't the drainage there to accommodate it. And I'll get into that as one of my ARPA requests.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm ahead of myself. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just have a question. Well, yes. You say the facility on the left,
Yep,
your staff utilizes that.
yep.
It is not in a condition for anybody really to be utilizing it, I guess, from what you're saying. How long will it take to get that fixed? Do you have any kind of idea?
Yeah, I mean, if it was budgeted for, it could be done within, we'd have to get it out to bid and to get it
Right.
spec'd out and stuff, but it could be done within one fiscal year. But from beginning to end, the actual project itself is probably only a couple month project, but it's the process of getting a vendor, getting a bidder, then he's got to order his materials, how long will the material order take? And then, but the construction itself is, probably 6 to 8
They
weeks.
need
at
better
most.
than that. Okay, thank you so much.
Anybody else? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Mr. Kawat, you took me out here last October. It was a long time ago.
It's been that long already, huh?
Right? It seemed like a long time ago. But there was two gentlemen that were in the back there. They were having their lunch at that time.
Yep.
But yeah, it's a facility that I witnessed and took a tour of and needs a lot of help. I have friends that are buried there. I have family that's buried there. So I think making a good work environment for those folks would be really beneficial to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next division, and again, I apologize for the length of this thing, man.
No, we know that you got it.
My feet are starting to hurt from being up here. And trust me, I'm skipping a lot too.
We're not apologizing.
Don't be apologetic. So everybody can know where we are.
Chair.
So then you have the streets division, and that's managed directly, actually that falls under the deputy director, Beth London, but there are 3 foremen within streets, and it's supervised directly by our chief foreman, Brett Reed. And then there's just 2 streets foremans, but Brett has just over 20 years of work experience with the city, mostly in streets, and one has his current role as the chief foreman. And the streets division is responsible for all the maintenance of the city streets, major and local. That includes seasonal services such as snow and ice control, crack sealing, pothole patching, road repairs, and debris removal to allow for safe transportation throughout the community. And right now, there's about 296 miles of paved streets. 18 of those are state highway when we talk about classification of streets and funding. Around 96 are considered a major street and about 183 local street. There's 7 vehicular bridges that they're responsible for the maintenance on and 3 pedestrian bridges. And then they're also responsible for all of the tree maintenance within the right-of-way. So whether it's tree trimming, tree removal, and then grinding the stumps afterwards, managing that. And then we do contract with MMWA for the most part because they're responsible for rubbish collection as well. But several years ago, we brought in recycling collection and yard waste. And then most recently, and I know you probably all got at least 100 phone calls each, because last week, for about the last 20 years, the city's been under contract with Waste Management through Mid-Michigan Waste Authority to provide those services. Well, that contract was expiring. The city is one of 30-some entities that are part of the Mid-Michigan Waste Authority to manage trash and recycling services. But through a very extensive request for proposal process over the last year and a half, myself as a representation of the city and sitting on the board with MMWA and the executive team, we've reviewed all these proposals with all these communities. There were originally 4 proposals. We narrowed it down to 2 due to cost and quality of service and experience. And it was basically, it came down to we could have had carded only. Waste Management was no longer going to provide manual collection, which is basically what we have now, where you either can have a bag or a can. They only offered carded service, an all-inclusive, no manual, and then Priority was still offering manual, but it basically came down to, I wholeheartedly feel that Priority Waste will get up to, providing the quality of service we've been used to getting from Waste Management, and it's gonna save the city of Saginaw on average about $550,000 a year. over a 10-year contract, you're talking almost $6 million. So that was one of the main, and when I say that right now, there's about 18,500 units that pay for the rubbish. So all you gotta do is do the math. If I took the 550 divided by 18,000, if we wouldn't have went with priority, Waste Management would have done a great job. Whether or not the residents would have liked the carts or not, you know, the great big 90-gallon, 60-gallon, 30-some gallon carts, but it basically came down, I didn't want to raise everybody's rubbish fee $30 per unit per year. And then it would go up incrementally from there. Priority Waste 10-year price is lower than Waste Management's first-year price. So as long as they can perform. And that's what I've given them the opportunity right now. If they can't, there's other means to go about, but at least that point, if we got to go back, again, I mean, priority, I think it's already better from what I'm hearing. My foreman been going out, driving, following, but you got to understand, it's their first time in the city learning these routes. So the first week, I think they just didn't have a really good idea, but my streets foreman, we're not collecting it, but we're working with priority and their drivers to educate them because we want it to succeed because their success is our success and the cost of saving the residents that additional expense to their rubbish fund. So I'm pretty sure it's going to work out, but that.
Yes.
So you saying you guys are following them around a little bit to make sure they're doing it right and stuff like that?
Trying to, yes.
Okay, that's good, that's good.
But my foreman, when they're out and about driving, watching our guys, and I to keep an eye, and you gotta learn, it's a process on how you should,
It
you
is a
know,
process,
if you're going up a boulevard, how should you, and the other thing you gotta pay attention to is, it's been 20 years with waste, so if, they say get your services out by 7 a.m., well, if waste was usually there by 7:30, I'm sure you got it out, but it might not be with priority. You may go from an 8 a.m. collection to now they ain't getting to you till 5 p.m., so. But once they get a couple months under their belt, it'll probably get back to where consistently when your trash or recycling is being collected.
It's good to see that the city is working with contractors, spending time with them, spending a little extra money by putting our people out there to make sure they get the job done, so we can save some money.
Yes.
It kind of brings me up to another subject. Maybe we could have did the same thing to work with a contractor to make sure we save some money instead of spending a whole bunch of money. We'll get to that later.
So, let me say this. I got a bunch of calls, and I'm sure all of you did. But one thing that I was guaranteed, and to me, they stuck true to their word. By Friday, at the end of the day, or as close as possible, they would have all this trash picked up. And they did. And this week, they're true to form. My trash man normally comes at 7:15.
It's good to hear.
I wasn't at home, but my camera went off, and they were there at about 7:25, so 10 minutes difference.
Okay.
And they went through, and it wasn't one side was left and one side was done this week. It was every side was done, so, kudos.
Good. Well, it's good to hear, because last week wasn't fun.
Yeah.
For anybody, I don't think.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make a comment too. I know a lot of people were complaining, of course, with anything new like me. There's going to be hiccups, that's how you learn and grow outside your environment. You're going to learn, so I just want to say I did see them out late last week and this week, kind of just going back over, and even Saturday morning. So they're doing great work. It's just going to take time, just like everything else. So
Thank you.
thanks for their service.
Anybody else?
Good with that? All right, and then just some statistics. This is kind of mind-blowing, but apparently we filled almost 25,000 potholes this summer. Streets completed 31 road patches. And another exciting thing, the city's convenience station, which is the second Saturday every month, once a month, we hauled almost 3,000 cubic yards of whatever material we accept to the landfill from that convenience station, which to me is exciting because I think that then keeps it out of vacant streets, or if we're not offering that monthly service, I think a lot of this material might end up out in the street, to where James Martin and his environmental and code enforcement would then have to spend a lot more money to have to go collect it and then get rid of it as well. So the convenience station, I think, is working out really well. And then one of the big exciting things, I talked about inability to hire people, and if you guys understand, my department, probably 80% of my employees require a commercial driver's license. You have to get in some type of equipment that requires, the state requires a CDL or commercial driver's license. Well, the state had most recently changed their requirements from what they used to be, that now anybody, back in the day, it wasn't that expensive to go out and get training and get your commercial driver's license. Well, they changed the program now with requirements for testing and training, that if you were an individual 18, 19 years and you wanted to go do it, it could cost you anywhere from $4,000 to $8,000. So I think a lot of people at that age didn't have the ability to just go out and pay that to get that. So when we were opening jobs with that, we just weren't getting any applications. So our streets department worked with human resources, and we developed our own in-house CDL training program. We took one of the employees in streets that was very knowledgeable about it. They created their own manuals, their own guides. He got certified with the state. And now we're able to hire people without the CDL, put them through this training program. I mean, there's requirements in there that, you know, because it's costing us money to do it as well, but it's been very proactive, and there are some requirements in there that if you leave before a certain period of staying. I don't want to be a training, I don't want another organization, Waste Management, to find out that the city has a CDL training program, put employees through me, and then they go leave back away. So there's certain requirements when you take a position that you'll stay around for, you know, a certain amount of time. So I just had to share that with you. And then now to get into the ARPA requests. So that was my brief presentation of the part.
You're right.
So my ARPA request: City Hall HVAC replacement, Ojibwe Island erosion, and park improvement, and then cemetery chapels and drainage. So, and then there's a chapel at Oakwood, and a chapel at, or it's an office at Forest Lawn that we want to convert over to a chapel. And then as you can see in the picture on the right, Mayor, you were talking about some drainage issues, and that's actually in one of the drives. That looks like it's actually out at Oakwood. So a lot of ponding, a lot of flooding. But we'll get into the City Hall HVAC replacement. The current City Hall was constructed in 1936 to 37, near the end of the Great Depression. Construction of the current City Hall was brought on by the destruction of its predecessor due to a fire on April 9th, 1935. The building was designed using modern fire-resistive concrete and masonry construction methods. Saginaw City Hall is listed as a significant contributing structure in the Grove, which is a historic district listed in the National Registry of Historic Places. Saginaw City Hall is a historically significant structure. However, it is not listed on the registry at this time. This unique building has become an important symbol of Saginaw City government. It is an image of a prosperous and proud community that must be saved and rehabilitated for continued use as Saginaw City Hall. The city has struggled, this isn't like it's unknown, but the city has struggled for years to maintain City Hall in a time of shrinking funds and continued deterioration of the building and its mechanical systems. There have been several studies over the last 20 years, and most recently in 2011 through 2013, that have suggested much needed improvements and maintenance to City Hall, and again, due to lack of funding. We have been able to do some of those. The roof has been replaced, the rubber membrane roof. There was the upper 6 or 8 feet of City Hall, the upper, I think they're limestone caps or whatever, the mortar has deteriorated, so there's some safety issues. So some of the stuff that's been recommended over the last 20 years that was an immediate safety concern has been addressed, but there's still plenty of issues with this facility related to its mechanical, electrical systems. A majority of this building is heated by boiler steam heat in the winter and cooled by air conditioning window units in the summer. And if everybody ever takes a look at the building, there are over 52 air conditioning window units in this facility. So, I mean, that's, they're energy inefficient, and I mean, it's just, there are only 3 areas at this time that may have HVAC systems within City Hall, and that's City Council chambers we're in, the server room for IT to take care of the servers, and the finance department. So pretty much with the systems we have now, other than the 3 I listed, there's improper airflow, could cause air quality issues, and it's just it's kind of a mess with the heating and cooling to go back and forth between the boiler and the air conditioning window units. The original steel windows for this facility were replaced in 1970 with single pane aluminum windows. The windows have poor thermal performance and are in need of replacement. And then there's the existing masonry in many areas is deteriorating and in need of repair and tuck pointing. The existing boiler and steam heat systems has many failures annually, and all piping is original to the facility, and it's most cast internally into the walls of City Hall. So when I talked about this building being built fireproof with concrete, literally the plumbing and the piping for the boiler system is actually cast, most areas is cast into the concrete in the wall. So when you get a leak, you can imagine the extent of damage and trying to find them piping systems that are, it's a nightmare.
So let me ask this question. why was this building not registered? Why are we not registered? This is an historical building, and I guess I need to.
Yeah, I think, I don't, and that's a good question. I don't,
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, so.
I mean, I think if and when you do that, the cost to do some of this, I mean, we're gonna always try to maintain its historical
Right.
significance, of which some stuff right now isn't, like the aluminum thermal with the windows and all that, but,
Right.
and Councilman Ostes, you might,
I think one of the things you gain out of registering is that you get these tax credits and various things.
That's what I thought.
We don't get tax credits because we're a public building.
Not now.
Well, we wouldn't because we don't pay taxes.
Oh, okay.
don't
So we
pay
wouldn't
property
get it.
tax. Right.
Okay.
But there might be other things you can do, so it's something we can look at.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So even if the Historic District did study the structure, because it does fit the criteria for the time it was built, it's Art Deco, you're right, you wouldn't qualify for tax credits. Any exterior alterations then have to go to the Historic District Commission. Yeah, and basically it's the exterior. Anything you do on the inside, as long as it doesn't affect the outside. Yeah, thank you.
Who did this estimate?
Spicer Group. Well, actually, yeah, we worked with a couple. We've had, over the 20 years, we've had several estimates. This is, Paul talked about stuff doubling and tripling.
Did you
I
say
think,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead,
I'm
you go
sorry.
ahead,
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we looked at something when I first hired in the early 2000s to replace the HVAC at that point. It was right around 3 or 3.5 million, but we didn't have the funding, so we just kind of been, and over the years, we've had boiler failures, and we've replaced one of the boilers, and I'm sure some of you've been on council long enough have seen some of those council communications where we're
I
kind
think
of.
there's a lot of issues here because we have these issues with just the boiler system, the age of that, the piping. But when Phil talked about ventilation, that's where you specifically get into ARPA funds because you want to create a safe and healthy environment for your employees. And we were open throughout COVID, not always to the public, but our staff was here, and there are only 3 areas in the building that have ventilation. So that's one of our main reasons for wanting to do that system. Aside from, you would recognize energy efficiency from removing the window units and because of the age and various things. But what we have in the ARPA, we don't have the entire 11 million. We have 8, which was what we think the HVAC portion would be. The rest of the project, we would be probably looking to get loans for or something like that. But specifically, the actual ventilation system for this building is something we want to get done.
You know, sometimes, when you look at doing these buildings, you go to messing with them and you kind of find out the cost is maybe double the amount that you estimated. Now, we took into consideration that, I know when they put piping in like this, they normally wrap this stuff in asbestos. So I just been.
We've done full-blown environmental assessment studies on this entire facility over. We have a very detailed report on everything from the glue in the floors to the glue in the ceiling to the pipe wrap on the pipe. And so, yeah, that would all be taken into consideration, and we already have those documents. And then just so you know, we do have Spicer and Spence Brothers right now working on a preliminary and a feasibility study to get a more accurate, detailed cost. Okay. I mean, we just kind of, a facility of this side, what would it look like to get it? Because there's expenses to that, right? It costs, they gotta have mechanical people come in here and see can the roof system support certain weight of HVAC? How was this building designed to where they can then work with people and get a more hard, true estimate of costs.
That's why I asked you, you said that they had already done it, now you said.
This is a rough preliminary based on, without looking at where is all the piping gonna go right now, they're coming through the facility, they're starting to look at.
I'm just saying, sometimes those guys come in and give you a low number deal, when they get you on the hooks, then they tell you the real business.
Well, they're supposed to have their study done by the first to middle of March, so then we will have a better number than.
Mm-hmm. So this first number, we asked them to estimate high, so we think it's gonna be close, but that was our preliminary. If it would have come back way high, we would have said we can't do all of these things. So that allowed us to go to the next step, which is what you end up paying for is the more detailed. So that's what they're doing now. But you're right, Councilman Balls, because with a building this age, what you find is, okay, if you're gonna put in a ventilation system, that keeps the air flowing through the building, this electrical system cannot handle that because it's an old system and it's not built for that load. So then you have to upgrade that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Then I'm telling you, if you got asbestos on any of this piping here, it's gonna cost you a big penny too. And I'm sure it's probably wrapped in asbestos.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone understands how it works, but the boiler system for this building is just on the other side of the parking lot, and there is a tunnel underneath the parking lot that comes, and that's where all the piping that, you know, what I'd anticipate, any piping being abandoned within the walls would be left, but so the only piping that we would have to remove if it was asbestos, and it's a majority of your larger size piping, not your smaller piping, but we are familiar with it in the tunnel. And we are gonna take that is taken into consideration in the estimate.
And if they do end up putting heating systems, they probably be on the roof and down there.
Yeah, we're gonna, yet to be determined what.
All right. I'll be looking forward to you guys coming back telling it's gonna cost us $33 million.
Well, like Tim said, then at that point, we change what we're doing, I guess, right? So, but Tim is right, like when you talk about just the electrical for this building was put, you know, the original to the facility, but since then, technology and computers, I mean, several areas where we got extension cords running across, so we would have to upgrade that to support the system, and then the windows are in bad shape, and then if you look at these pictures, and this is just in one area, but you can see how the mortar between a lot of the, similar to what Paul just did all that work to, this building is very similar to the wastewater treatment plant and its construction, but we get a lot of heavy wind driving rains, and literally the water comes through the walls within the facility because of the condition of the mortar and on the facility. So all that stuff would be. So that's City Hall HVAC.
Just 1 minute, you have a question?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Real quick, I hope. If you got the dollars to do the replacement, the air conditioners that are they refurbishable? Refurbishable? Are they?
No.
They're not.
What happens now is as they fail, we get a current one that's more efficient. You know, if these are 10, 15, 20 years old, we'll replace it out with a current model. That's what we do. But under the new project, we would remove those, replace the windows, and then there would no longer need the window unit air conditioners.
So then they won't be any good to anybody.
Right.
I'm saying, that's what, maybe I should have said that.
I mean, any of them that are, we'd probably pull them out and sell them on gov deals, or, you know,
Yeah,
we wouldn't just,
throw them away.
No.
That's what I was asking. Okay, thank you so much.
yeah.
Anybody else?
Good. We're getting close.
We thought you were done.
But we knew you was gonna take longer than everybody else.
Hey, the only good thing about this is maybe I won't get asked to come back up, right? I'm gonna give, if you guys want a little bit of history on Ojibwe Island, because I'm gonna talk about Ojibwe Island, so this won't take long, because this is just interesting stuff. But Ojibwe Island, originally known as the Middle Ground, is part of Ezra Rust Park and was given to the city in 1905 by Ezra Rust. Originally, rather than the picturesque island we know today, it was simply a high ground between the river and the bayous. During the height of Saginaw's lumber boom, several sawmills were located on it. The Great Saginaw Fire of May 20, 1893 started in the ruins of one of these mills. By the late 1890s, and this island area was largely overgrown and abandoned. The form of Ojibwe Island is the result of an extensive dredging and filling project completed in 1909, Saginaw historian James Cook Mills proclaimed. The benefit of this improvement is converting a large area of swampland into solid ground and living water, and the general benefit to the health of the people cannot be measured a monetary consideration. And then in the 1930s, the CWA project created the canal that separates the island from Ezra Rust Drive. Since that time, a digital dredging and improvement projects have further shaped the park form and landscaping. So I thought that was pretty interesting. It hadn't always looked like it looks now. So, and then anyway, if you can see the pictures here, so this here is for the erosion on the island, and this has been going on for some time. But for the most part, the entire west bank of Ojibwe, and I think it was back in the 1990s, they installed gabion baskets, which are basically a wire mesh cage system that you fill with rock, and then you stack them and stagger them to support the slopes of the bank. Well, and these pictures are most recent. I don't have a pointer, and I was trying to find a good one to where it was the gabions were still in place, but you can see the photo on the right. Well, if you can imagine the photo kind of on the bottom left, you can kind of see the baskets and the rock sets within it. Well, that basket used to be up 7, 8, 9 feet flush with the bank of the grass. Well, what's happened over the 20-some years of since their installation with the rise and fall of the river, I think for a while, you know, the river level was low, so how the baskets were designed, I think some of the scour from the river was undermining the baskets, and then when you get flood events, it's just, then it's taking the soil away from the baskets, so the baskets have literally, in certain areas you go down there, you can't even see them, they have literally shifted and rotated and are now basically in the bottom of the river, so. Some of these areas, and especially the one, if you can look down on that one photo, that tree's not gonna be too long and it's gonna be in the bank too, but there's some areas of that bank that are eroding, I'd say at probably 4 to 8 feet a year. And we're getting real close in one area to where it's gonna take the drive and part of the trail we just put in there if we don't. And it's worse, obviously, in the areas where the banks are more steep, right? I mean, there's areas there where you can still see some of the gabions, but, so this project, we have had through, I mean, like I said, I've been here 20-some years. I have applied for FEMA funds a couple times, federal emergency, and I've been denied both times for it. And I have been doing some research on it, because, I mean, my mind just tells me, hey, if this thing's eroding and the soils are going into the Great Lakes, there's gotta be some funding mechanism out there to help me with this. And there really hasn't been no success in me even finding a funding source for doing this other than, you know, general fund or now ARPA, because it is a park and it's, you know, these systems are maintained or not maintained by general funds, so. And then the estimate to do that, and then like Tim mentioned earlier, since we've seen this, we've gone along the whole, we're trying to go along the whole west side, because this isn't the only area in Saginaw along the river, and we are seeing some issues in other places, whether it was gabion baskets or even steel sheet pile, where some material has eroded from behind the sheet pile, and some of the pavement surfaces above it have gone away. So it's an area of concern, so. I just hate to see us lose the island or have to shut the island down, and I mean, I don't know how many years it'll take to put it back to what it was, but, so we're looking for, I think it's right around 5.6 million in ARPA funds to take care of that.
And how you gonna take care of it?
Well, there's three, well, we did a preliminary study on this, there's 3 options. There's heavy riprap. You'd go in there, you probably wouldn't take out what's there, but you'd re-excavate it and get it stable. You can put down a fabric, and then you just put, like you see in most areas along where just that big heavy rock, you know, anywhere from 18 to 24-inch heavy rock to save the bank. Then there's another one, articulating concrete. It's basically a precast concrete that's got like woven steel in it that can lay and take the shape of the bank, and you would tie that back to the bank. And then the other one is a steel sheet pile, where you drive some steel pilings and then sheet pile in there. And so I would see a combination of all 3 of those. Heavy riprap being the less expensive and the sheet pile being the most, based on the severity of the damage and the location of where it's occurring along the island.
So, okay, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Sylvia.
So are you saying you can incorporate all 3 of those?
Yes.
Just in different places? Okay, thank you.
And obviously, the less expensive would be where we would do it the most, because you can then get more linear feet of it versus. But as you get closer to where the docks and all that are, you'd want to get away from the heavy riprap where people are accessing it for fishing, because that's where we'd look at probably doing some articulating concrete or the steel sheet pile.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? So, I'm looking at this picture. I'm looking at this tree. This is not the only spot out there where the trees are looking like that.
No.
No, because I walked it, so I know it. And so, I know you can't, but is there projected? Can you just think how long, like Mr. Paul told us, we got 10 years. He gave us a time frame. We got 10 years to fix that. So,
well,
I guess I'm asking for this, because I'm looking at these trees, and like I said, there's other spots out there where these trees look worse than this.
Yeah.
So.
Well, like I said, what I've been seeing the last, at least since we've been applying for these FEMA is, and it's gotten worse most recently, but in this area here, I'm seeing 4 to 8 feet per year, because it's such higher, and when it gets undermined, like you'll walk out there and there'll be a section of sod 3-4 foot long.
Right.
But once that undermines and tears, you lose the whole thing. So, there's one section of that roadway, and I mean, I'm gonna say if we don't do something with it soon, you're probably less than 3 to 5 years before it's gonna take the road.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
And I don't know if you guys remember, but several years ago behind MCVI, along Potoff Park, we had the same problem. I forget what, it was only a 200-foot stretch of the bank, but we had to stabilize that as well with heavy rock riprap, because it's not being assessed by fishermen or people or anything, but that was, I think, just under $200,000 to fix that, if I can remember.
The stuff was cheaper then.
A whole lot.
It's triple
Lot.
now. Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
So the next project, Riverfront Gateway Project, estimated cost of $250,000. This project was started at the Riverfront Development Commission and would include improvements at Potoff Riverfront Park near Farmers Market, located near the intersection of Janes and Water. The goal is to create a gateway for the riverfront / Iron Belt Trail where people can visit the market, it's down by Farmers Market, relax, have lunch, and enjoy a beautiful resting area accessible with tables. The new area would feature a renovated non-motorized trailway, new picnic tables, new shade structures, decorative fence, new metal benches, repairs to the existing gabion baskets. I was just talking about the gabions, they have them down there as well. For slope protection and preservation and landscaping, etc. Members of the commission have been attempting to raise funds for this project from various other foundations, and if funds become available greater than the ARPA request, we could either enhance the project to add more amenities to it, or we could return some of them funds possibly to other ARPA eligible projects. So I don't know if everybody's familiar with where that area is, down by Farmers Market, right where the intersection of Water and Janes. There's kind of parking lots both sides of it on the west side of Water Street, but I think it'd be a beautiful project. It could be like a trailhead. You know, we're working on the Iron Belt Trail. I think if most of you remember, most recently, we've submitted a Sparks grant application. We talk about funding, and I'm gonna have some detail on them if you would want it, but basically, that was just about $1.5 million or $1.6 million. That's a 3-year grant process. I think they'll award up to $1 million a year over 3 years. Don't know whether or not we'll be accepted yet because we haven't heard back, but that was just to rehabilitate the that was for maintenance on the trail system we have, which we haven't been doing anything really for the last 20 years, but this would be a great place for people to congregate, to meet up, to, you know, have lunch from the farmers market and or just start off on the trail.
I got a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry, Mary. Thanks. Phil, this is good because I live in that area and I walk that area, take my dog down there and stuff. What I've noticed over the last few years with the folks that live in downtown now are using it quite a bit. I see a lot of people from the Bancroft and the Eddy. So looking forward with the renovation of the bank, which is gonna add another 120-ish units and more people, it could even be even more use to the city. The geese will love you too. There's a lot of geese down there. My dog likes it. But no, this is a nice layout. Thanks for the presentation.
So again, you talked about some corroding and some damage. So you're gonna fix that? You're gonna work on fixing that? So
And
that when the
yes.
new stuff, okay, I want to make sure. All right.
And then just a little bit of history real quick. You guys understand that over about 20 years ago, the city of Saginaw Council at that time eliminated our parks department. So we really don't have a parks. It was a $3 to $4 million annual budget. So facilities and myself, with the help of everybody else that we can in the city, are doing our best. Brian Lecco from Saginaw County, he helps us out tremendously because he has access to the resources and understands that a lot better than us because he's in that every day. And so we work to do as much as we can for the city parks, even though they cut the funding for it. We have no funding, so. But, I mean, with that said, we still apply for DNR trust fund grants annually. We have been successful, and I just got some data here real quick. Over the last 8 years, we have still invested over $2.5 million into our park systems, Wicks Park, the Iron Belt Trail. We installed the fitness court over by Celebration Park. We did the improvements to the facilities and the restrooms in that at Ojibwe Island. We did do some work down on Gabriel Road by Maple for the Greenpoint Nature Center, which is now closed and no longer being operated by the Shiawassee National Wildlife Refuge. We did install a boulder climbing wall at the Celebration Park. So I just wanted to throw that out there. It's not like, I mean, we love our park systems, but there's just no resources. There's no financial resources to do any maintenance so we do try to work with adopt-a-park groups. Larry Brethauer with Hoyt Park, again, Brian Lecco, he programs, he does a lot of programming in the city from Saginaw County Parks, so Patricia Boulware, she's adopted plenty of the parks, just to help us keep them caught, keep them weed whacked, keep them maintained, and then do some capital infrastructure improvements if at all possible. So we do what we can with what we got, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, thank you. That's good information for those who didn't know, because I always hear people talk about, what about our parks? What about our parks? No, we have parks, but we don't have funds to keep our parks running, other than us. Yes.
Thank you. Well, and I guess I just sit and I just think, my brain is going. But I see so many, even with the city projects, so many opportunities for collaborative efforts. Like I think about some of the youth programs that, you know, with their job programs, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I just could see so much happening, you know, just so many things. Can't fix everything, but I can see so many fixes in regards to collaborative efforts, especially with some of the youth centers, because I remember as a youth growing up, we always had a summer job opportunity. We were going somewhere, they were going to put us somewhere. So, you know, that's just a thought.
And then 20 years ago, them were actually managed by the city. Our Parks Department, Kim Haller and Chris Barkanowski and all those, they managed them. They managed all the programs at them, like First Ward and
Right.
Civitan Center and Merrill Park. And
Yeah.
but when they eliminated it,
Yeah. So maybe they can use some of their ARPA dollars to maybe pay some of their students to come over there and help us with these parks. Okay, just an idea. Thank you.
I'll take any help I can get, trust me. Any other questions on that?
Any more questions?
All right, so finally, cemetery chapels and drainage. So what we're looking at as far as 3 possible ARPA projects, and I'll just give you a little bit of history here actually I gave you the history on the cemetery, so. I'll talk about the drainage first, and this is pretty much to all cemeteries. And for the most part, the only 2 active cemeteries still are Forest Lawn and Oakwood. Brady Hill is the oldest, one of the oldest. It's right here. It's pretty much full, so there's really no active burials over there anymore. So for the most part, most of our burials occur at Oakwood. And if everybody knows, that's out at Gratiot and Midland Road, kind of on the corner over there by, I don't know what the name of that business is over there, but, and that's the one in Saginaw Township, and then Forest Lawn obviously is south down off of 13. But all 3 of the cemeteries have many needs. Much of the needs are most related to lack of maintenance of the existing cemeteries due to funding constraints. Currently, there exist in many areas at all 3 cemeteries drainage issues that cause flooding and standing water. We have been working on cleaning out existing sewers and catch basins. However, we need to do more cleaning and install additional sewers and sock tile in many areas to remove standing water and flooding to accommodate the vehicular and pedestrian access to individuals visiting their loved ones that are buried in our cemeteries. The estimated request for ARPA funds at this time for these improvements is $480,000. So I don't know if there's any questions on the drainage side. If not, I'll move to the chapel.
Not on the draining.
Yes.
What about these buildings?
I'm gonna get into them next. I just didn't know.
All right, I just want to know.
All right. So yeah, so pretty much you see the photo with the water, that's common in all of our cemeteries. So then
Yes, it is.
I'm gonna talk next about the Oakwood Chapel, if anybody can see that image on the right. And I forget when we tried to figure out when that might have been constructed. We're figuring in the early 60s or 70s, kind of like an A-frame. But again, due to lack of maintenance and that, I mean, it's very antiquated. The mechanical system's in it. It's a very small facility. It might only be maybe 600 to 700 square feet. But it's just an eyesore. It needs some updates, or it's just going to continue to deteriorate to the point to where we're going to probably have to demolish it. So we'd like to do, it's not a demolish and rebuild, but we would like to re-roof it, re-side it, make it look a lot nicer. It's just basically a building on slab. There's not a foundation or anything. There's not a basement or a crawl space to it.
What is it?
So, and the estimate to do that would be about $75,000.
What is that building used for?
Chapel, so when people come to bury their loved ones, they'll meet there before they go to the.
And it's very tiny. It's very tiny, with air coming in it right now.
So, I mean, I believe it's starting to have mold issues, and I mean, it needs new carpet, and it's got poor air quality, and so that would be the other one. And then the final one would be, if you look at the middle picture, that building was built in 1911. And it was previously used as pretty much an office space for city staff, anybody going to Forest Lawn. But back in 2012, we moved the staff from that facility over to Public Services, just due to, not only we were cutting positions, so there was just one person out there, and that way if that person was off of work, we have other people within the Public Works facility that could attempt to accommodate people needing information for the cemeteries, but also because the building was having some needs as well. So it's pretty much been mothballed since 2012. It's a beautiful facility. There is another chapel out there further back that was built in 1904. But that has deteriorated to the point that I don't think it could even possibly be renovated. And if it could, the cost of that would be very extensive. So we're looking at possibly trying to save this historic facility. I think this one is registered on the National Historic Registry, to update the facility, update its mechanical systems, and then turn it in from an office to a chapel to accommodate Forest Lawn for burial services. And the estimated cost at this time to do that is right around $700,000. Then, that's it.
That's enough. I'm joking. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is the cemetery? Oakwood.
Yeah.
Okay, for a long time, a lot of that area, and it's a large area, was an eyesore with the fence, the gate fencing, et cetera. Now it's gone. Are there any plans to at least maybe put fencing back up?
You talking Forest Lawn?
No.
You're
I'm
talking Oakwood.
on Oakwood, yeah, Jefferson, and isn't that it?
No, that'd be Forest Lawn, I think you're thinking. Yeah, we used to have the old wrought iron fence with the big
Right,
pillars,
right.
and what
And
happens
nothing's
is,
there.
as the posts started to rust and rot off, we removed it. I mean, I think that the two vertical columns are still there, but, no, right now, and again, I mean, just due to resources, no, we just took most of that down because of the condition it was in, but don't have the resources to put it back up, but.
But in your, information here today, that wasn't in there
No,
too?
this is just to renovate that facility. No, we have, trust me, we have, I mean, when I put the numbers together, I had well over $100 million. And I did, I mean, I literally did, but I mean, due to the lack of funding, we had to narrow it down to what,
Okay,
you know.
all right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I got a question for Councilwoman Sylvia. You talking about the entry door, the entry gates?
When you pull in, right, the gates?
Like the entry, when you come in?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, they used to be
I
beautiful
wonder
wrought
nobody would
iron.
want to go up in there. Just for a visit. Okay, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. So going way back into your presentation, when you talked about the electric street sweeper.
Yep.
You know me, electric car family.
Yep.
Have we started to assess, because I know some municipalities are doing this, the federal government's looking at electrifying some of the mail carriers. And I'm kind of wondering what kind of a charging system that this street sweeper would take, but that's not important. But even, have we started to look at maybe some of our city vehicles? And then, of course, you have like how many miles that they are driving, but now electric cars are getting anywhere to a 500 mile range, at least 400, so.
Yeah, Tim, I don't know, help me if I was right. I thought it was, maybe it was, we were looking at that for one of Paul's vehicles a while back. We were looking at possibly buying one, not a Tesla, but,
Well, they were, okay, I mean, that's kind of what was available when I bought in 2020 used, but now we have much more on the market. And what I have realized as an electric car owner is, like, there's like no maintenance.
Okay.
I mean, windshield washer fluid, in a city, you're gonna have tires, of course, rotation, you're gonna have maybe braking issues, unless you really know how to work the regeneration. That's the trick there too, so, but I think it's maybe something that we might want to start to, I know it'll take time and staff.
no,
but
you're right. Even when
to
we
study
purchased
it,
this, we're
but-
already looking at that,
Yeah.
at least the Public Works building's capacity for electrical.
Correct.
We're right at the point to just accommodate this is gonna be,
Yeah.
and I might actually be bringing, because since we did the request for this purchase, there's been some upgrades to these systems that, as far as charging goes, that would be a little bit of an additional cost, so I'm getting ready to bring a council communication to you to recommend for like a level 3 or different type of charging station, so it can be, you know, a little bit faster, but we will have to look at upgrading the electrical to the buildings that are housing these vehicles, because they're not built, but fortunately for us, I think we got that huge transformer right outside, actually Consumers Power.
And it's small steps into that pool. You know, you start with like a car, like you said, like Paul's car, and then you kind of look at a truck, because now trucks are, GM and Ford exactly are building quite a fleet.
Yeah, we're just looking at the price of them though, right? Like, I don't wanna buy a fleet of 6 of these unless I'm getting this grant for all of them, right? Like, when I can get a diesel one for $280, but that's why this.
Yeah, no, the point I'm trying to make is that you're starting to see that slow transition now that's where the market's headed. And I think more cities will start to look at it to state vehicles and such. So I just kind of wanted to, so we're thinking about it. That was the main point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
One quick question, I hope. What's your bottom line total?
On all of them?
Yeah, the total.
Yeah, so 8.1, 700, I didn't add them all up, Monique, I'm sorry.
Okay,
but,
that's all right.
okay.
Okay, but
So
over
what I
8.
have, I had 5.8.
That's all right. Over 8, somewhere.
Yeah, what would be,
Friend?
I can do the math real quick.
No, I'm fine. It's around 8.
No, well, it would be 8.1 just for City Hall.
You know it.
And then the cemeteries was 700 for the office, so that puts me at about 9, and then 450 for the drainage, so about 9.5, and then 75 for Oakwood, so you're at 9.6.
Our city manager has to take it.
It's 19 million for all of them,
Right.
and most of it's for Phil's area.
Thanks, Tim.
What you're asking for.
Okay.
Yes.
You asked for the whole 19 million.
Not me, no, but
I get ready to say, you crazy.
For all the city projects,
For
the one that Paul talked about was 3 million, Jeff's is 978,000.
Also, that's
So
the
that's all
total of
together.
that package.
Yeah, 19
Okay.
altogether.
Which is
I'd be
all.
about 15 then.
Yes.
Yes.
Good, that's good.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you for your
Okay,
patience.
thank you so much.
Apologize.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Madam
Phil.
Clerk, I'd like to call, and I know, I'm gonna use a little mayor authority. I'd like to call a 5-minute break before we go into the next,
Can
a
we-
recess.
Can we finish the management update first?
I mean,
I just have
after
a-
you do that,
Yeah, I just have a couple items and then I'll be done.
Okay,
Just
that's
the-
fine.
The regular items for first, I did want to give a big thanks and kudos to the streets crews because we had that big snowstorm right before Christmas.
yeah.
So they were working 24 hours a day on Christmas, day before Christmas Eve and Christmas Eve, and getting the trucks ready and getting everyone out there. I did go to Lansing on Christmas Eve, and the city of Saginaw's streets were better than anywhere I went. So they did a really good job. And then the other thing, I just wanted to update council on the fairgrounds, because the mayor and I met with 2 different groups. So if you recall the last meeting, one group was here and said that we didn't meet with them. We had already had a meeting scheduled for the fairgrounds, and we didn't realize that there were multiple groups that wanted to meet about that. So we met with both of them since the last council meeting, and we advised them they both need to work together so that we don't have competing groups working on this project. So we are setting up a meeting with both groups and city staff, including planning, Ms. Bland, planning, inspections, or actually the chief inspector, because he would probably be over everybody, all the city staff that would be involved, the Fairgrounds Neighborhood Association, One Week, One Street. I want to include Tom Mudd because he's been working on the Fairgrounds Gate for a long time. Congressman Kilde's office, and then we want to include the Housing Commission. So I'm hopeful they'll all start meeting together. We are still waiting for the MOU to be signed, but we're not so worried about the deadline that we talked about before because we know there's progress being made. We're waiting, from our meeting, what we were told is we're waiting for HUD to approve that demolition part of it because they need to consider whether demolishing any of the buildings decreases the value of the property, which I don't think it would if we're taking out the ones that are no longer usable. These meetings were very good for us, and that's what we really needed anyway, because there are buildings that both groups want to save on the property that can be reutilized. That will reduce our cleanup and demolition costs anyway. So this will be really helpful for us and will help us plan for the next stages of that property. So we'll keep you updated when we have those meetings. And that's the last item, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Quick question, Tim, on that. Thanks for that update, too. That's quite a group of folks at the table that need to be at the table, because working with that just a little bit, sometimes it's, well, this person said that, and then you talk to this group and then that person, and then before you know, you don't know what anybody said. But I'm just kind of wondering, too, because you mentioned Congressman Kildee and HUD and the Housing Commission would be a part of this. Is there any hope that this could, with this project, that maybe HUD, I'm thinking, would maybe start to look at releasing that property? But I don't know. I mean, that was it's a big ask. I'm just saying, is anybody listening?
Well, they have been, HUD has been very positive with Congressman Kildee's office.
Sure.
And Congressman Kildee is very strongly in favor of moving this project forward. It's been too long. But they do have their processes at HUD, and right. they need all the right paperwork filed. And I think they're working through that. From what we were told, there was an offer on the property that's pending. Okay. They asked if the city would support that, and the mayor and I told them that we'll support anything that moves the project forward there. Right. So we're definitely in favor of anything that gets things moving on that property, because it's been that way for too long.
That is a well-said statement. Not only the city, myself, but the neighborhood is really wanting something to move forward for themselves. So, thank you. Yep.
The other thing is that, I'm gonna get you. The other thing is that it's not just Kildee's office. You also have Peters and Stabenoff, who say, stop playing and get it done. So it's not like we don't have some backup with the backup. So when you hear the city manager address the fact that we're moving forward, we see some headway, it's because you got some power hitters who are also saying, let's get it done. Let's get it done. Whatever you gotta do, let's do it. So he is right, because I'm telling you, I actually thought it was gonna be with the same group, and I kept saying, why am I meeting with these people? I just met with them. It's two entirely different groups, and I was totally lost. And then when you put them, that's why we're putting everybody in the same room, because everybody gonna get on the same page, and then we can move forward. So I'm sorry.
No problem.
Okay. You know, so all of us can move forward, because it's not like I reiterated, it's not like we don't want to do. We just don't know who we doing it for. So instead of us being curious as to who we're doing it for, let's put everybody at the table. Yeah. So that we all know, so can't nobody say you did this for them, you did. No, we're not doing that. So the meeting is gonna happen, because Kildee's office is pushing, I think, harder than the city is to get it done. Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah, that's awesome, because I was having that discussion myself, and I always knew it was two different entities. And I've asked them, what you guys want to do is so, it don't matter who, because the projects that they wanted completed are so almost identical with a lot of it. So I'm so glad you and your staff or whomever were able to meet with those entities and bring it together, because that's all we needed. And let's go. You all want the same thing, you know, and that's great. I know the city has to be happy, you know, because it's been an eyesore. I don't care where you live, where you coming from or going to, you're gonna come in contact with that eyesore, you know. And just like the two different groups were saying, you have a little forest. You got all kind of, you know, I wouldn't want it, you know, so this is awesome. This is so awesome. Be able to sign my name to something and say, hey, we helped complete something, something great, so kudos to you and your staff for being able to bring them two together, because it didn't look like it was happening.
Anyone else? Mr. Manager,
That concludes the management update.
now can I ask for a recess?
You can ask for a motion.
Can I ask for, okay. I need a motion to recess for 6 minutes.
Second.
Okay, 6 minutes, y'all. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. 6 minutes. Madam Clerk, what do we need?
Reconvene to regular order.
I need a motion to reconvene into the regular city council meeting.
So moved. Support.
Any questions, comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Mayor, you're at public input.
I'd like to welcome those who have signed up to address the council today. Please speak slowly and clearly so that we don't miss what you're trying to say. You will be called to the podium by the city clerk, and you have 3 minutes, a 3-minute limit, which will be timed by the clerk. So make sure you cover your main points that you need to cover within that 3 minutes. Just a friendly reminder that we need to be courteous and respectful for the members of the public and to those who are watching on SGTV and to the council, so that we give serious consideration to your concern. Madam Clerk.
Our first speaker is John Millen.
John Millen, 508 West Remington in Saginaw. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff and guests.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I came today to speak in support of item number 6 on your consent agenda, the capital improvement projects proposed out of the ARPA funding. These particular projects I have a great deal of interest in. 2 of them were projects that were under consideration during budget talks while I was a member of council. I had discussions with the Public Works Director on the Ojibwe Island erosion problem and the cemetery chapel repair. Unfortunately, at the time I was talking with Phil, it was about the original 1904 chapel. And to show the timeliness of doing some of this work, at the time he and I were talking about it, the original chapel would have been about a $350,000 repair. We did not have the funds at the time. The reason it's been converted to looking at the office conversion is the original chapel would cost about $1.5 million now to fix and may never happen. So I urge you to look at the timeliness of this. The City Hall HVAC project actually goes back before I joined the council. I was the City Hall maintenance foreman in the 1980s and initiated the first boiler replacement from the original 1936 boilers. We added new boilers in the early 80s. So at that time, we had the same window air conditionings taking care of City Hall. So again, the timeliness to update this facility is great. I wanted to mention 2 other general things. You may have noticed during all the presentations, one of the biggest management skills you have now in your people is the ability to write grants, to request grants, because many times these funds are available from the state, the federal government, other entities, but you have to ask. They don't just come to the city of Saginaw and say, what do you need? So everyone is doing a great job on that end. The other thing I would mention is the ARPA funding for this is a very important aspect because we've looked at these projects when we had to have general fund money go to it. This is essentially the property tax cap removal we can't get. So everyone's used the word transformational a lot about this funding. This is your transformational work to do some of these capital projects along with the human resource projects you're looking at. It's kind of a 1-2 thing. It goes together. So thank you for all the hard work on this, and I hope you approve item 6.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Keenan-Leckel.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor,
Good
Mayor
afternoon.
Pro Tem, Council, City staff. Thank you all for your service to this great community we call home. I serve on the Saginaw Riverfront Development Commission here, and so I'm here to talk briefly about a couple projects. The Riverfront Gateway is one of those, so you heard a little bit and saw a photo from Phil about a great project and opportunity at the north end of the Saginaw Riverwalk, which is an absolute gem. I spend a lot of time celebrating and sharing this beautiful 4-mile pathway along the Saginaw River that starts down in Wicks Park, runs 4 miles all the way into the heart of our downtown without crossing a road. That's an important distinction when you talk about safe, non-motorized pathways where your families can gather and learn to ride a bike, those types of things. 4 miles without crossing a single road all the way into a heart of downtown, a space that should be and deserves to be celebrated. And also should be welcoming and inviting, and that's really what this is all about. The example that I used in the PowerPoints you were given out uses a comparison project, and it's the Tuscola Walkway project just across from the Temple Theater. A transformational project, right? You can see the before picture there, and then the after. One of my favorite projects that happened in the city in the last few years, mainly because it just kind of happened. It was like, we transformed this space into one of the most inviting places in the city, just like that, with some new lighting and some intentional benching and concrete and those types of things. So a really fantastic example of what we'd like to do down on the riverfront there. One other piece on that project I'd like to share. I was talking with a friend who's involved in the public schools construction. It's been amazing to see that building start to take shape directly across the river from here. What I found out yesterday is the common spaces of that high school, Saginaw United High School, the library and the cafeteria are going to be on the 3rd floor, overlooking the river into this beautiful, inviting, welcoming space that we can create here. So that was one point I wanted to share as well, that it also benefits the city and the Riverwalk and the Iron Belt Trail and all of those things, but you also have a 100-year high school where kids are going to look across the river at this beautiful space and be curious about it and want to come over and check it out and maybe even have lunch there if campus is open, those kinds of things. Sorry, I'm talking quickly, because I also want to talk about Friends of Hoyt Park and the fantastic opportunity for some capital investment in Hoyt Park. This morning I had the opportunity to go on WNEM and talk about bringing back the ice, family skating and sledding opportunities down at Hoyt Park all winter long, once winter comes. We're hoping to get started in a couple weeks. But this morning on WNEM they had footage from 100 years ago, folks skating down in Hoyt Park. So it was a great it was neat to see and to also think about, gosh, folks have been skating and creating memories down there for 100 years, and we could do it for another 100. And with a little bit of capital investment, we could do it much more than just 3 or 5 Saturdays out of the winter. December 26th, my family, the 2 days we had snow, we got down there and we did some sledding. There were 100 people down there sledding. It's a year-round recreational facility that's used a ton. It needs some capital help, but Larry has the programming covered.
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 45 seconds.
A second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Thank you very much. To the capital and the programmatic discussion, the capital investment is needed to fully, completely renovate that warming house and have it be a more functional space. But the programmatic side of things, County Parks has helped with the Youth Baseball League, 275 participants last summer. We took them all to a Loons baseball game afterwards. The skating and sledding through the winter, again, year-round recreation, adult leagues, tournaments. It's an economic development opportunity as well. When 40 baseball teams come for a tournament, they're spending here in the city. But again, the programmatic side is covered. And you know that if Larry has your cell phone number. You know that Larry has it covered and fundraised for and partners established to continue that programming. But the capital needs would certainly be a fantastic investment as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Our next speaker is Larry Breathauer.
Good morning, good afternoon now.
Hey, good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Hello, I'm Larry Breathauer, the president of Friends of Hoyt Park. And first off, I want to thank the City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, and everybody else that spent this numerous hours on top of anything else you were doing to try and figure out the best way to allocate this $52 million of ARPA money. I hope you've enjoyed ongoing videos, pictures, things that we've been trying to send you to keep you up to date on things, because it is a city-owned property, so we thought we would try and while ago, try and go out of our way to try and keep you guys informed on what's going on. Our main goal is youth improvement and keeping the kids off the street. Originally, we understood the ARPA money to be infrastructure bill, and through the city, we've submitted much-needed infrastructure to remediate dangerous or very bad shape items and Lower Road too, which I gave you a folder on several months ago when I was here speaking. Today, I noticed that a couple other things that, we do youth improvement. We probably bring more kids through there than any other group. And I didn't see my Hoyt Park's name on the list, so I'm hoping that maybe, because there was 10 million allocated, and I see 8 million on there, maybe we can still have some help with that. We hire workforce, we could use help with that. And we provide the kids with food during the summer and in the winter, hot chocolate, cookies, juices. We meet the sustainability and existing programs and dozens of collaborations and plans to add more requirements. After Friends of Hoyt Park has put $2 million into the city-owned park, maintaining, buying equipment, adding buildings, buying materials, renovating, and running events and programs, we have recently, after hearing of ARPA money, raised another $300,000 towards helping with ARPA money. The donators for this existing money that we started raising back in 2021, they're getting a little anxious now, though, too, on when their money's going to go to work. And as has been reported, we assured them that the decision on help from ARPA monies should be soon. We have already had detailed drawings and estimates from local architect Kibbe and Associates. We will do competitive bidding locally and a general contractor and final bidding. On a separate issue, I personally just donated $50,000, along with Lions Club adding $8,200, and I think we got another club coming on board too. And what we're going to do is we're going to add tops to all 10 dugouts, pavilion, lower level and upper level.
Motion to extend this. Do you need more time?
I got a little bit more.
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 45 seconds.
Second.
Just one moment.
Okay.
It's been moved in second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The Madam Clerk will let you know when to start.
Okay.
Okay, Larry, thank you.
As soon as we get the upstairs renovated, we already have people, including Saginaw County Parks and Rec, that's interested in doing some learning and youth improvement indoors in addition to the outdoors. As a youth who grew up by Saginaw High, I want to thank you guys again for your dedication to making Saginaw a good place or better place to work, live, and recreate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Our final speaker canceled prior to the meeting starting at 10 o'clock, so
Okay.
he will not be here. Mayor, we are now at the consent agenda.
The agenda has been available at City Hall and on the city webpage and on SGTV channel 191. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda, leaving room for exceptions.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Do we have any exceptions? Yes.
Number 6.
Is there any more? Any more discussion? All those in favor, leaving room for exception, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who oppose? Madam Clerk.
Number 6 is approve the allocation of expenditure of American Rescue Plan Act funds totaling $19,274,041 and authorize the city manager or his designee to execute any necessary contracts and to issue purchase orders to approved vendors in the expenditures of these funds. That was Councilmember Ursulia.
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. I was just wondering, and in regards to that when it came to, our first presentation in regards to, the brownfield redevelopment. And when it comes to ARPA funds, can the, Brownfield Redevelopment Authority subsidize tax break? Because it gets a tax break, right? If I'm wrong,
The brownfield part isn't part of number 6. David updated on that. That was in the home program.
Okay.
Which is, was the allocation from council for, I think it's $5 million.
I know, I just know that
Yeah.
Ms. Jones had, did that.
Yeah.
That's where it is right here.
Yeah, it's not in this item though.
Right, my presentation only lists out that the Brownfield Authority falls under OMB.
Okay.
And David's original discussion of the revolving loan funds, we had talked about utilizing the revolving loan fund of the Brownfield, 2 separate items.
Okay, all right. We'll talk later. Thank you. Motion to,
Before you do that, let me do this, okay?
There should be a motion to approve before there's further discussion, because it was.
Okay, she was doing that.
She was making a
That's what
motion.
Monique was doing.
That's what I was doing.
It's already been motioned, I need a second.
I'll second.
Now can we have discussion? And if there's any
Yes,
more?
on this motion, on
Okay.
this item.
It's been moved in second. Any more discussion on this topic? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. If this allocation goes through, the total amount of lost revenue that would be spent by the city for the ARPA funds would be close to like 22 million at this point? Or 23?
If these go through, it's a total of 19 million, we would have expended the total 25 million. That was the city's portion.
And that's the 2.5 for the medical facility, and then the other expenditures that had been allocated before that.
Yeah, 2.5, the hazard pay was out of the revenue loss, Guidehouse's contract is out of revenue loss, and.
The fire truck?
The fire truck, I think those are.
And that's what my only concern is there any other allocations from the safety department, the police department or the fire department that is being overlooked or hasn't been presented to the council yet?
Well, everything was on the list, so what we did was go through what was on there and selected these items because these are all general fund items that aren't really extras. So I think we need to do the cemetery projects, we need to do the cybersecurity, we need to do the HVAC, and it's for employee safety, health and safety, and the other projects that are included in here, the parking deck, those are all things that we're gonna do and we need to do. The other items are no judgment on whether they're good or not, but they're extra items, and we likely will try to find funding for some of those projects through other sources if we can. We've been, as you all know from the audit presentation, we've been budgeting very well over the last few years, so if we can build some of that stuff into the budgets, we'll try to do that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes.
What are some of those projects that you think you can get more funding for somewhere else?
At a later date, I don't remember everything, like Phil said, he put in $100 million worth of projects. But
Feel that.
I don't think we need to have Phil come up again.
I mean, I'm just trying to find out what other projects that we think we can get other funding for.
And we do need to focus on the motion that's on the table.
Yes.
That's your
Which
discussion,
pertains
is
to
this
very
motion.
specific projects.
This motion was to spend the 19 million on projects, including some projects that he just said he may be able to find other funding for. So that's what I'm asking him. He brought that up. I didn't bring that up.
Right, but it's not,
That's
it's
what I'm
listed in your
asking.
communication.
That's what I'm asking. If he bring up, if he tells me that we have a motion on the floor to spend for the projects. And then he says some of these projects we may be able to find other funding for. I want to know which one of those projects.
I think he meant the projects not listed
Right.
on this. He meant the projects not listed on this council.
Not the ones on this sheet.
Right.
That we're talking
Not
about.
The ones
included
not
in this
Okay,
motion.
Yeah.
okay, all right, thank
That-
you.
so-
So none of these, so the 19 million is all the ones that he brought up?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I meant the projects that we didn't include.
Okay, all right,
Yes,
okay,
that's
all right.
right.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for
Thank you.
any confusion.
Any more questions? For the vote, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Roll call vote.
Councilmember Ostache,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Flores,
Nay.
Councilmember Copeland,
Yes.
Councilmember Sylvia,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Yes.
Councilmember Balls,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bench,
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes.
We have 8 yes and 1 nay. Motion is approved. And Mayor, that takes us to board commissions appointments.
I need a motion to approve item 1 through 4, leaving room for exceptions.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved in support. Is there any exceptions? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Madam Clerk.
Mayor, you are now into miscellaneous business.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve the inclusion of the replacement of water heaters where determined necessary by the contractor, in addition to the replacement of the furnace to eligible applicants to previously approved Saginaw Home Rehabilitation Program.
Maybe we might need to explain this while we're doing
We
this.
need a second before we talk about
Okay.
anything.
I need a second.
Second.
The reason why we need to do it is because Consumer Powers has joined forces with us. We need to go back and let the community know. Correct me.
Okay, so the reason why we're including the hot water heater is a safety issue.
Right.
So the ventilation system, instead of going through the chimney, will go through the side, or through the wall, through the side of the house, to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. So that's the long and the short of, the contractors are gonna go into the home, and they're going to determine whether they will need a hot water heater or not. So not everyone will get a hot water heater. It will be in those cases where the contractor deems that it's necessary for safety issues.
So basically, a lot of the houses, I think that did apply, had an old boiler system in it. And so that might be part of it too.
Yes.
So that's why this motion is on the floor. It's just so that we covering ourselves.
Well, and the original motion was for furnaces, windows, and roofs.
Right.
Correct, so. we're just-
And so a part of that other package is that when we get back to the windows and roofs, we're gonna have to amend that, because we've got consumers helping us with that.
I think for further clarification, if we had an inspector go into a home that wasn't ventilated the way that it needs to be, which would require the water heater,
Right.
they probably won't do the furnace.
Okay.
Because for safety issues, we can't leave it that way.
Right.
Right? Gotcha. Is that correct, Dylan?
That's correct.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second on the floor. Any more discussion? Call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Yes, ma'am.
Miscellaneous business.
We have miscellaneous.
When do we vote on these, on our workforce and, development? Don't we do that right now? Okay, I'd like to, I don't know if I should make that motion or not.
Well, you
For the simple fact,
Are you trying to get resolutions before you?
the reason why, because I want to make a motion to approve them all if I'm involved in any of these, that's what I'm saying.
You would keep that one separate.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the youth development And the workforce,
Resolution numbers?
Would-
Which one don't you want?
It would probably be most efficient to make a motion for each one and work through all of the resolutions, which is why, that's why they're all separated.
Them separately?
Good.
So now is the time.
Motion to approve resolution 1.
Second. Oh, do we set the second, the resolution? Okay, second.
It's been moved in second. Do we have any discussion?
I think for the public's sake, do we want to say that therefore the resolved of what this resolution covers?
Yes.
Do you want me to
Yes.
read that?
That would be up to the mayor if she'd like me to read it, I'm more than willing.
Yes,
Or do you
please.
want- Okay. Resolved that the city council hereby allocates in a not-to-exceed amount Mexican-American Council in the amount of $270,000 for eligible capital expenses and $230,000 for eligible programming expenses. And the funding to such identified uses is subject to following conditions and stipulations, which is fully listed in each resolution.
Is there any discussion? Yes, who? Oh,
Again, I guess want to go back to the comments I made. First and foremost, I love the Mac Center, and I want to be able to support them personally, you know, as my lone no vote, or the lone vote, excuse me. But the question I have, and we had this conversation, I think Councilman Flores had stepped out, and I know Councilman Copeland wasn't there at the time. But we discussed, many of us have talked with people in the community and encouraged them to pursue capital proposals and things like that. Come to us with your capital ideas. We obviously have a lot of programming dollars that are potentially going to be allocated today. And the question of how we administer and track those was brought up earlier. David had a good answer, but I'd like him to touch on that if that's at all possible. But again, how if we have Guidehouse Track It, we've allocated $850,000. We just allocated the other $19 million out of lost revenue. We have 3 more years, give or take, before this money is gone. And if we pay them to oversee the programming, we potentially run out of that money. And I just want to have some discussion, I think, about the fact that we allocated so much to Guidehouse. We're now going to be further eating into that cost by having them administer and oversee the programming dollars if we move forward with that. And if that money's not spent, we're going to reassess that. But again, we get to a point where we might still have some programming dollars left to administer, and maybe we've eaten up the rest of our contract. And that's something I think we as a council and staff have to be cognizant of, because we will have to find some money or resources on our staff to finish allocating those programming dollars. So again, I'm pro-programming. I don't have an issue with that. I just want to make sure that we do it in a way where we aren't in trouble.
so do we have Mr. David come back up? Yes.
I think David explained as well earlier today about what we would do to take care of the programming prior to this.
We had 2 council members who weren't present for that, though. So.
Could he, I was at work, so I wasn't able to watch.
This is the first of several.
So if I could just get a quick
programming
update of that. I saw his presentation, but anything that was shared.
Yeah, I can do a quick update, just
Like, what's the plan? What's the plan to manage that?
big picture, any program is gonna require, additional monitoring by the entity that is the city in this case. The city is outsourcing that to Guidehouse. So in our contract, it would just take more of that contract. When you do programming, when you do capital, it's gonna take a lot less oversight. And so just big picture, your administrative overhead on a programming expenditure is gonna be a lot higher than a capital expenditure. And I think that's the big picture kind of explanation of that. So just as you know, as you're spending funds, when you spend programming funds, there's just gonna be a larger overhead than if you were spending capital funds.
Hold on. And if we said we're gonna turn it over to CBG funding too, to help monitor this too?
So regardless, it just takes human resources to monitor programs. So whatever the entity is that has to do the monitoring, that's gonna have to be augmented in one way or another, whether that's guidehouse or other augmentation, but existing staff is pretty much at 100% capacity.
That's fine.
Yep. Great.
Yes.
I do, just two quick questions.
Yep.
Is it a software, so to manage this, will the entities be utilizing a software that they will be able to go through training and you'll just update monthly on the progress of that? And two, when we look at the proposals that we received, is there a number of how many of those proposals already had a particular role or someone to facilitate or to be the fiduciary that could technically partner in this area to actually do some of that work as well?
Sure, regardless, the city as an entity has to have a representative on their side. So even if, every entity that is running a program has to, control their own internal processes and documentation. The city needs to be able to oversee that. So regardless, you've got a city entity that needs to be paid for to do that work. First question was, is there a software? Yeah, there would be some sort of setup between the city and the subrecipient to make sure that there's a process, and that would be dealt on a one-on-one basis. What works for that entity, whatever specified. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Great.
Anyone else? Mr. Flores, did you have a question?
I did. Thank you, Mayor. We talked about this in our meetings prior about what that would look like in terms of administration with Guidehouse.
Yep.
And I've been constantly asking if your current contract and revenue is still able to facilitate that. Is that still the case?
It's really impossible for me to answer that question, but I would say, where we are right now in the budget, if you were to do all of it programming, there's no way we could do it, right? If you ended up doing, I don't know, I'm using large generalization because you don't know until you get into each program, right? But if I were to project out and you really went mostly programming going forward here, I don't know if $850,000 gets you to 2020, let's be honest, January of 2027 is when this last report's due. So I don't think 850 gets you there is my honest answer.
And it's less than 850 now, right?
What we've charged so far?
Correct.
Oh, yes. We got about, I think we've got 600 left on the contract, something along there, 500 left on the contract. But that, again, would have to last that long.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yes.
I mean, most of your hard work has been done. Am I right? We allocating, we gonna almost be done with allocating money, right? After this city council meeting over with. That's what you was facilitating, that. You're not gonna have to do that next week.
Right, subrecipient monitoring is a very intensive process.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
But you real good at this because you got 20-some, 30 contracts going all over the United States.
Yeah.
You're real good at this, David. So you're gonna be able to stretch this out the way you need to stretch this out. Because we ain't gonna give you no more money, so.
Yes, sir.
I would,
So there you go.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'll expand on what David said, because maybe he won't say it, but subrecipient monitoring is gonna be the biggest part of their contract. Going forward, subrecipient monitoring for programming is gonna be the biggest part of their contract going forward. And I think he's having a hard time telling you what the amount is gonna be because it depends on the organizations. Some of them may be used to reporting, and it may be here's a spreadsheet, David, and David looks at it for 2 minutes and it's fine, but it may be, oh, we're gonna have to go out on site and monitor this and review all of the purchases. It just depends, so it's kind of an unknown at this point. If we have staff available that can, it may be part of the time David and his staff can set up a framework and we could try to do it, but the problem is the staff, you saw Yolanda's presentation, we don't have a lot of staff in block grant, and they're monitoring block grant and home and all of those programs. So anything that they do is going to be additional work as well, and would probably be overtime. So you would have that cost too.
Can I add really quick to that, because that's key as you're thinking through this? So as you're looking at organizations that you're looking to fund, those organizations that do have large infrastructure and track record are gonna cost a lot less to monitor.
Right.
All right?
Yes.
And then the vice versa.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, and that's kind of where I was getting ready to go. Me personally, I have worked with you for a lot of years. And I have worked with and have been at most of these entities. And they are used to reporting. I've worked with almost every one of these agencies and, not worked like I worked there, but I'm saying worked with and some sort of like, coming together, working. So I don't see a problem.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want clarification. So when we contact you, so if I sent you an email, are we charged per engagement interaction?
Yeah, my time is money. You know, there's no other way to put it, right?
So if we're talking time construct, or every time we touch point with you and all these other people touch point with you, we're being charged, is there a way for us as an entity to have a pinpoint person, so we're not being charged? Because I don't know how many times you're emailing and they're emailing and you're racking up a check. So
if there was ever someone who was emailing me a lot, we would flag that and deal with that with administration.
For the most part, city council's been going through my office. And then I probably the only direct contact, and you guys would know better than me, but I think the only direct contact you've had is when I've directed you to David, is that?
Just about, yeah, for me.
Yeah, gotcha. Well,
I think that's how most of you have been working.
Yes.
Well, we got contracts, we got a resolution here, guys. We got a resolution for each one of these contracts, okay? And this is what we need to police it. We said we're not gonna be giving away no money until they start reaching milestones, am I right? That's what this for. So I think we got our paperwork in order to make sure these organizations don't get out of hand.
So say that again, because I didn't hear all of that say.
I said, we got a contract with each one of the people who we're gonna be giving.
We're going to have, because we don't have one. We're
Yes,
going to
right
have
here.
one.
Right here. It's a resolution on what they should be doing.
Council members, what we'll do, once you approve these items, administration and Guidehouse will make contact with the organizations, and then we'll work out those items.
That's what I'm
We'll probably have a subrecipient grant agreement with them, and that's where we'll talk about the items that'll be monitored, we'll set up the process and so on. So, once these are approved, I think, you don't have to worry about the process. We'll work through that.
Thank you.
So at any given point in time, if the protocol is not being followed, what is gonna be the alternative? Are we gonna upgrade them, tutor?
Well, we can offer some assistance for monitoring, especially if they're not used to getting it, whether we set up a spreadsheet that they enter the data in. It's gonna be, since the nature of these funds, they are something that the feds can come in and monitor. Inspector General can come in and monitor our expenditures, and we'll have to make sure we have everything we need from those organizations to be able to report that out. There'll also be, there's other reviews too, because we just had our auditors in, but they would do that. They would be included in that federal portion. They might sample those programs like they do with block grant.
Okay.
So we'll have those items in place, I think. And I'm sure Guidehouse does this kind of work in other communities.
Everywhere.
So.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Mayor. Tim, you kind of covered what I was just going to talk about. Each one of the resolutions, and when I read them, there was a part in here that I was in favor of, and that would be the last two bullets of each piece of here. And one is that The release of the funds is going to be at the discretion of the city manager. And also through this process, I would assume, just like when we worked with you, we had a question. So the question could be from the entity, like, hey, can I do this? And David, I mean, you right away, you're like, yes, no, and you know exactly how to go down that path. So that kind of heads off leading up to the discretion of the manager that would disperse the funds. But the other part in here too is that the termination and clawback provisions is what really clued me into, because if it's not happening, then we have the ability to claw that back. The last part of the resolution also as well, each one, there's a section here that will talk about that if these items are not being followed and they're not following the American Rescue Plan and all of its pieces that goes with it, that our resolution actually says that there's an obligation to return and repay, which then, to me, kind of relieves the burden and the liability from the city of having to then give that back to the government. Am I wrong? That's the way I'm interpreting what's being read, what's written.
More realistically, how that would work out is, I mean, the city is on the hook for these dollars no matter what. At the end of the day,
Correct.
The city's on the hook. We can build resolutions and we can build subrecipient agreements that say that if there's any misspending or expenditures that are ineligible or what have you, that subrecipient has to pay the city back. Hopefully, we can get the money from them. That might be
That's another
realistic
piece.
or unrealistic, depending on the agency.
Right, there's always that double edge of the sword. Thank you.
So, let me ask this question. So, moving forward, there's some guidelines that these groups and these entities have to follow. And if they don't meet the criteria, do you know, well, you probably won't know if they can do it all until you sit down and talk to them, right?
Exactly.
And so, what happens in the event that they can only do partial?
Well, the way that this is structured is you're funding what they're able to do, right? So it's a not to exceed amount, you're allocating funds to this organization, we fund what we can. The rest of those funds would come back to city council for re-review and reallocation to programs that you might want to look at again. Or a program's doing really well and it deserves more funding, you think. So.
Yes.
Just for clarification, the 6-month review, that is just one 6-month review, not a 6-month review every 6 months?
So the 6-month review is specifically part of Reggie's larger thing, and it's only for youth development. So we were gonna review that bucket at 6 months. Where are we at with that? Yeah.
All right, okay. If there's no other, well, I mean, obviously we'll be monitoring, but what happens if an agency isn't able to spend the money in a timely fashion, and we review that certainly, and we catch that, we see that the money is not moving, we try to work with them, and do what we can. When that 2024 deadline comes, if there's money that's not spent and we haven't had the opportunity to pull it back and then reallocate it or reassess where it's going, is that money that we potentially lose by having to send it back, or how does that work?
This is where, and I've said this many times over our time together, is the flexibility around the actual reporting of revenue replacement. So, I would like to take some of these city projects and find ways to report them differently, because revenue replacement is the golden gem. You can wait till the last second of 2026 and just cover it in your general fund. Like, there's a lot of ways around that. So there will be some back end things we'll be trying to do to protect the city on that.
Okay.
But it won't change the strategy.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yep.
Did I see somebody else's hand? No. Okay. We've got a motion and a second on the floor. Do we do roll call on this, Madam Clerk? Or?
Do a vote, and then we'll find out.
We'll do a vote. All those in favor of passing resolution R1, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
I'd like to make a motion to approve number 2.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you read that, please?
Be it resolved that the city council hereby allocates in a not-to-succeed amount to the NABE in the amount of $1,250,000 for eligible capital expenses and $1,149,550 for eligible programming expenses. The funding to such identified uses is subject to the following conditions and stipulations, which are fully listed in the remainder of the resolution.
Okay. It's been moved in second. Any discussion? You shaking no?
Oh, no, no discussion.
Any discussion? What? Mr. Boss?
I haven't said a word.
Huh? No, you lucky.
I'm waiting on you to call for the vote.
I thought you were giving an eye too.
No, I don't give eyes. I raise my hand. I don't give eyes.
No, and that's what I was doing.
No. I
Just
raised my
checking
hand.
to
I
make
got
sure
something to
there
say.
was
I
no
raised my
question.
hand.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? I'm waiting.
I'd like to make a motion to approve number 3.
Madam Clerk, can you read that, please?
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a second? I thought I heard it, I'm sorry.
Yes.
This is resolved that the City Council hereby allocates in a not-to-exceed amount to the Boys and Girls Club in the amount of $903,300 for eligible programming expenses. And the funding to such identified uses is subject to the following conditions and stipulation listed in the remainder of the resolution.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
That was number 3. I'm sorry. It was number 3. You read 4.
No, that's 3.
No, that's 3.
What's the girls' club? Okay.
That's 3.
On mine, I got Boys and Girls Club for number 4. I'm sorry. Mine's messed up. That's fine. That's fine.
He thought that you had read, you were reading 4 and not 3. Yes.
Okay, I don't know if this is the time or whatever, but this particular, resolution is missing something that was discussed. So I don't know if I bring that up now or what. It is missing that these, funds for Boys and Girls Club was to be allocated to Stone School. Okay, help us.
The programming ask is only for Stone School.
Okay, because it wasn't in here, that's why.
It's implicit.
Okay.
The only other ask for capital, and that was for the other.
Okay, all right, good, thank you so much.
So this has been, it's been motion and it's been second. Am I right or wrong? Did we
Yes.
did that? Okay.
Discussion.
I'm lost myself right now. All those in favor, any more discussion? I'm sorry. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Madam Clerk.
A motion to approve the resolution number 4.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor. I need a second.
Second.
He said it.
Okay. Any discussion?
This one for the public is to resolve that the council hereby allocates funds in an amount not to exceed to the Youth Development Corporation in the amount of $731,150 for eligible programming expenses. The funding to such identified uses is subject to the following conditions and stipulations listed in the remainder of the resolution.
Pardon me.
I'm sorry.
No, you said something.
You have to do a roll call. If there's no discussion.
Okay, do we have any discussion?
Refrain from voting for this, and I work for youth development.
Do we need to do a roll call vote, or can we
to
just vote?
abstain.
Okay, so we can just vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Madam Clerk, well, resolution number 5.
A motion to approve resolution number 5.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
This was that the city council hereby allocates additional funds in a not-to-exceed amount to the Community Action Center in the amount of $1,250,000 for capital expenses. The funding is such identified uses is subject to the following conditions and stipulations, which are listed in the remainder of the resolution.
Any discussion? Yes.
I have a question. It says allocates additional funds. Would that be correct?
Typo.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, thank you. So additional just needs to be removed?
Motion to amend.
And I also have a question about that motion. In the very beginning, when we thought that the county was matching dollars, and I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought I heard him say that the 500 went out the window for both of them, CAC and First Ward.
Those motions would be void because the county did not match those allocations.
Okay.
They allocated
I
funding.
just wanted to make sure.
They allocated funding, but not the 500,000, which the motions were dependent upon a match.
It's contingent.
Contingent upon, yes.
Just want to understand, yes.
So the amount where we would be allocating if this passes encompasses that and fixes that then?
You were allocating 1.25 million.
Right, I just want to make sure that
Correct.
nobody expects anything. Okay, that's all understood. Okay.
All those in favor signify, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, my question, do we just need to make a motion to take that out, or we're good?
No, we don't have to. I asked it. I just wanted clarification because I know we talked about it earlier.
For a
So-
simple type.
For a simple typo, we don't have to do that. Okay.
Oh, for the typo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Flores,
No, it's
on this end, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Resolution number 6.
I'll make a motion to approve number 6.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Madam Clerk, can you read this, please?
That the city council hereby allocates an amount not to exceed to the Youth Employment and Recreation Network in the amount of $1,566,000 for eligible programming expenses. The funding to such identified uses is subject to the following conditions and stipulations, which is listed in the remainder of the resolution.
Any discussion?
Will you repeat that, please? For who?
The Youth Employment and Recreation Network
YERN,
is
okay.
known as
All right.
YERN.
Okay, all right. Fine.
Yes.
Is this a new program? Is this one of the new ones?
The church program.
It's the pastors.
In your packet, we do have everyone identified as new or
Collaboration.
This is existing, yes.
Yeah.
It is a collaboration of a bunch of existing organizations working together.
That's right.
It's a collaborative.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
So the organization's new, all of the organizations working together are not new, so there's a mixed bag.
Thank you. That answers my question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Resolution number 7.
Make motion to accept resolution number 7.
Second.
It's been moved. Did I heard
Second.
second down here, didn't I?
Second.
Second. Madam Clerk, can you read that, please?
The council hereby allocates in a not-to-exceed amount to the Big Brothers Big Sister in the amount of $150,000 for eligible programming expenses. The funding to such identified uses is subject to the following conditions and stipulations, which are listed in the remainder of the resolution.
I'm on the board, but I don't get paid, so I just want to let you know that.
But I don't think you still.
That's fine.
What you talking about?
Yeah.
You still not supposed to vote. Oh, excuse me.
Well, thank you.
Let me, no, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm done.
I guess, yeah, I got lost on that. So So is he asking to be excused from voting, or he's just information? He
It's
can
not
vote.
monetary serving on the board. He
Okay.
doesn't get paid to do that, so.
He has no pecuniary or financial interest in
Okay.
this decision.
Okay, I was just curious. Okay. All right, any other questions? Any more comments? Any more volunteer information? Any more of that? Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm gonna have to say, if you're sitting on the board of an entity, whether you get dollars from that board or not, how could you not be you're trying to get money for an entity that you serve on the board. But if y'all say it's something else, I'm gonna leave it there. I've never heard of doing it where a person sat on that board and they could vote for the entity that they serve for, so, but.
Past practice that I remember is that if you're not receiving a monetary amount, period, it's volunteer.
And it's not a conflict of
And
interest.
it's not a conflict,
Because there's
right.
no money involved. If there's money involved, then that's the key right there.
Cause we've had this, I know since I've been on council, we've had a couple times where this has come up.
Go ahead.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, now I'm lost. Well, I'm on eight.
Number 8.
Okay,
Motion to accept resolution number 8.
okay. I was lost, so I was
Oh, no.
asking. Okay.
Okay.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor. It's been moved in second. Any discussion?
Council hereby allocates funds in a not-to-exceed amount to the First Ward Community Center in the amount of $500,000 for eligible capital expenses. The funding to such identified uses is subject to the following conditions and stipulations, which are listed in the remainder of the resolution.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I move to accept resolution number 9.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Did I see your hand go up?
After she reads it. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Clerk?
This is the Youth Development Corporation, hereby allocates additional funds in an not-to-exceed amount to the Youth Development Corporation in the amount of $600,000 for eligible programming expenses. The funding to such identified uses is subject to the following conditions and stipulations, which are listed in the remainder of the resolution.
Yes.
And my question is there a typo? Because, and I want to make sure mine is correct. My resolution 4 says 731 for programming expenses, and then resolution 9 says for the same company, 600,000 for eligible programming expenses.
Two different programs.
So we're awarding them out of, okay, gotcha. Okay. I just need clarification, because, all right, thank you, I appreciate that.
Yes.
Yes. I just noticed again too, within the therefore, is the additional funds valid then in this case?
Yes.
Yes.
In this one, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I declined to vote in there. I work for this corporation, so, let you know that.
Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I move to accept resolution number 10.
Did I hear a second?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Madam Clerk?
City Council hereby allocates funds in the not-to-exceed amount to Delta College in the amount of $300,000 for eligible programming expenses to serve adults ages 25 to 40. The funding of such identified uses is subject to the following conditions and stipulations, which are listed in the remainder of the resolution.
Any comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Can we get a motion?
I thought I had a motion.
Yeah, we have motion second.
Right, I'm sorry.
Comment.
Okay.
The miracle.
Yeah.
No, he started talking about, do we have motion, and I'm like,
I just got a little, things are moving there quickly. So, on this particular resolution, I'm a little confused at the allocation of the $300,000 for Delta College, which is a for-profit university paid for by tax dollars. And then the reference into the work development recommendations for us was that for students 25 to 40, and then they actually referenced the Michigan Reconnect program, which is a program that does take students in for free college for certifications and for degrees. So I just need some explanation as to why this was brought up as a resolution.
I also will look to the committee members who did put this up.
so he asked him why this one.
Right. Why didn't we take it and give it somewhere else?
This is for workforce.
Yes.
Oh, for workforce,
Yeah.
okay. Well, originally, I said I didn't want to give Delta any money, because I know they get all type of funds, and, David, said they are eligible, but, as far as I'm concerned, we could have gave that to somebody else, because I know Delta College can't get money, but I know that they do reach out in the community to get older people to get in college and try to encourage them to, get back in school. So that's one reason why we've done that, to get older people to get back in school.
But that's not older, that's age 40.
Huh?
It says 25 to age 40.
Yes,
Right.
older people, I'm not talking about kids.
So,
I said older people.
I think to be the responsive to your question, so one thing that is not allowed to be clear is you cannot duplicate benefits, meaning you cannot get funding from multiple government agencies for the same thing. So this wouldn't be double funding something. Does that make sense? So if they're getting money from a Michigan program, that's funded, they can't get additional funds.
Oh,
from this,
no,
so this
no.
would be-
Clarification, I'm not saying we're double funding anything. It's just that Delta College as a whole has quite a purse. For their programs and everything that they run, and especially through every line item that the people pay in the county for taxes for the college. So, I mean, 300,000 compared to what we're allocating to other resources right now, that $300,000 for me, I could have seen that allocated somewhere else, whether it was under youth development, to the MAC Center, or they were kind of lower funded, so.
One last comment, just to give context.
And I'm sorry, David, I'm bringing, now, because we received these late last night, so before we even got here, it was, read, parse, figure it out, and trying to figure it out before we got here, so we're, I need to clarify that right now, yeah.
I just want to give one context from our two committee members that this was the one thing on the list that was not to youth, so it was also finding something that was for adults.
Right.
So that was the other context of that, but I'll leave it there.
Understand.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If this vote does not go through, would it be a time now, or would this, the young people the council persons that worked on this have to go back and redistribute those dollars, or can a motion be made today to redistribute those dollars right now if it doesn't go through? And can we, because I know my other part, I'm sorry, I know Councilwoman Bench has said something about for-profit.
Yeah,
So,
Delta College is not for profit.
okay.
It's a community college.
Community college.
Oh,
Okay, stand corrected.
Yes.
okay.
I don't know, maybe my comment isn't completely right, but I feel like either, if we're gonna give money to Delta College, it should be a larger sum that's more impactful, or maybe it would be better spent elsewhere. And I hope I'm not wrong, and I'm sure everybody will tell me if I am. But I know two things off the top of my head that I think that were overlooked, that I do think fall into these buckets, because as I've looked through these since last night, I didn't see them. There was a very small request from the public libraries, which is youth and recreation, I think, very small allocation. Would certainly be covered by this if it did not pass. And as far as workforce development, I don't know that, I don't think anybody's brought up STARS or any of the requests that they've made, and that's our public transportation, and that gets people to work. We have the Pigeon Express that gets people to work outside of the community. So I just want to put that out there, that there are a couple of things that I think we could be more, maybe more impactful with the smaller allocation like that. So.
I do just want to caution council, you can discuss reasons to vote this up or down, but would not be the time to discuss other potential motions for spending this money.
Can I say that I might vote that down because we didn't consider those other projects? Is that safe to say? Okay, well, there, okay.
Keep rolling. Okay, y'all, come on.
Doing good.
Mayor? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Just to give a little bit more context, when we met as a committee, and something that I brought up earlier on in the meeting, that the restraints that we had looking at youth, the majority of the organizations that we looked at were youth-oriented. We cannot look at them as underemployed or unemployed for 16 to 18. Delta College had asked for, I think, $6.1 million in total, and then they had parsed it into 3 separate age groups. And we had saw that or at least myself, I saw that the only age group that would fit into our committee's parameters would be this age group. And then also I had the similar conversation about how much money they already get. And so a fraction of what they were asking for was what I had recommended. But I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem Bench of there are other possibilities. So I really appreciate the debate.
All those in favor, I'm sorry, anybody else? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Roll call vote.
Councilmember Garcia. Nay. Councilmember Flores.
Yes.
Councilmember Copeland.
No.
Councilmember Sylvia.
No.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Balls.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bench.
No.
Councilmember Ostache.
Nay.
Mayor Moore.
Nay.
We have 1 yes, 8 nay. Motion is denied.
Motion to approve Resolution 11.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you read that, please?
Thank you. Council hereby allocates funds in a not-to-exceed amount to the Youth Employment and Recreation Network, also known as YERN, in the amount of $600,000 for eligible programming expenses. The funding to such identified uses is subject to the following conditions and stipulations, which are listed in the remainder of the resolution.
Any comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Make a motion to accept item number 12.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Madam Clerk, can you read that, please?
City Council hereby allocates additional funds in a not-to-exceed amount to the First Ward Community Center in the amount of $450,000 for eligible programming expenses. The funding to such identified uses is subject to the following conditions and stipulations, which is listed in the remainder of the resolution.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Make a motion to approve Resolution 13.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Madam Clerk, can you read that, please?
City Council hereby allocates funds in a not-to-exceed amount to EARS Learning Center in the amount of $275,000. That's 300,000. Is this the DARS Learning Center?
300,000.
Yeah, I thought that's what they said.
Yeah.
What?
But I thought it was confirmed that the correct amount is not 300,000, it is 275,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
For programming expenses, city administration to meet with DARS Learning Center and update city council prior to fund disbursement. The funding to such identified uses is subject to the following conditions and stipulations, which is listed in the remainder of the resolution.
Yes.
I just want to know, just for clarity, is this a new program? Has it been around?
Y'all, excuse me.
This is not us. No.
It's not youth development, it's not recreation, who is it?
Workforce.
Workforce.
That was you. Yeah, that's no problem.
Okay.
What's the problem?
No, I'm asking, is
Want
this
to know
It's an
what it
organization. Yeah,
It's new.
they're teaching kids automotive repair.
Okay.
It's listed under existing programs, but the program that he's going to be doing is a new program.
I think that the question was asked because that acronym was not familiar. And so, when she said there, I guess I was thinking something else too.
DARS?
DARS.
Well, you just spelled.
I just never heard of it.
It's new, let's vote.
Friday the 13th, number 13.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, did I go too fast?
Yeah, they were still discussing this.
No, I got mine.
Don't do that, Bill.
I'm sorry, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
We got
I got a question.
Yes.
Is it all right if we can allocate that other money right now?
Yeah.
To the, I'd like to make a motion that we allocate the other funds that we can give to the, Friends of, Hoyt Park, so they can put people to work at Hoyt Park, learning how to clean the diamonds up in the area around there, for workforce development.
300,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you're saying?
But I don't, it's been moved to second now, I can say what I want to say. I don't think we can tell him what to do. He's got proposals in. Am I right or wrong with the money?
That is money.
No, I'm asking the question now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it would perhaps a motion to amend the original motion to clarify whether it's for programming or capital and make it subject to the same terms and conditions set forth in the prior resolution.
Somebody write that out. What? I got a question. Somebody recognize, please?
Yes.
The Hoyt Park, they put in money in for capital improvement and for programming?
I can't remember the David now.
Hold on, we want to make sure we're in order. Let's let our consultant pull up that application because that's what's in order.
Right.
Okay, we got our answer. This for capital, not programming. You can't talk, you can't talk. You can't talk, sir, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, this is sort of a question, but in a question. Are we making motions? Are we gonna wait and let them go back and look? Because if not, I have a motion to spend that 300,000.
We already have a motion on
We've
the
got
table.
one motion, we've got a motion on the floor, and the motion was to allow the 300,000 to go to Friends of Hoyt Park. Am I right or wrong?
Do you have a motion and second to allocate the $300,000 for Hoyt Park's
Friends of Hoyt Park.
proposal, Friends of Hoyt Park for their proposals, which was for capital expenditures?
For capital, not for programming. I mean, no, I'm sorry.
With the stipulations in the other resolutions,
Right.
right?
Yeah. That's the motion.
Yes.
Can you read that motion to us now?
To approve $300,000 of ARPA funding for capital expenditures to the Friends of Hoyt Park, including the stipulations and conditions.
Well, that had been my recommendation, but that wasn't.
Yeah, that wasn't really part of the,
Okay.
what Paul said, yes.
Okay, excuse me. Then I would like to amend the motion to include the stipulations and conditions of the resolutions from Resolution 10.
Second.
It's discussion.
Discussion.
Is it not discussion?
Discussion on the amendment.
On the amendment
to
only.
approve the stipulations and conditions.
The amendment only.
I hope
Okay.
this is right.
All right.
And I just want to get clarification. Can we, and I guess I'm going to address this over here, can we take the workforce dollars that was going to be, that was in resolution for, come on, please, Delta College? Can we take workforce dollars and use it for capital? That's all I want.
There was no base resolution for workforce development like
Okay.
there was for youth.
Okay.
So workforce development, the two council members on that committee, subcommittee, were utilizing the funds that were remaining. And I think the youth force development subcommittee members were the ones that made the motion and the second, if I recall, Mr. Flores made the second.
Okay. What have to do with jobs, okay.
Okay, we got, amendment on the floor. And it's been moved in second, and now we vote on it.
If you're done with discussion.
Are we
yes.
done with discussion?
On the amendment.
On the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Okay, now you're back to your main motion.
Now our main motion.
Amended.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
before you vote on the main motion, I just want to check with David because it looks like they're having a discussion over there, so I want to make sure everything is good.
I just want to make sure we didn't spend more money than we've got.
Okay.
Okay. I think we're all set then.
So, Madam Clerk, can you repeat what you said to me, please? Now we're back to the original motion.
As amended.
Amendment.
As amended.
Yes.
I would like to amend the first motion to reduce the amount from 300,000 to 280,000. I can explain, but I don't know if that's out of order.
I will second.
I need a second.
I'll second for the conversation.
280.
To 280,000, yes. No offense, Larry.
Now we can discuss it.
Sorry, who was the second?
Bill.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Yep.
The reason why I asked for the amendment is because I would just like, please, for this council to not completely overlook the very, very small $20,000 request our public libraries made. That's all.
Any questions?
Can you give me some more insight about the library? 'Cause I don't know.
If I'm being
sorry.
asked, yeah, I don't want, I just don't want to
know the
overstep.
insight about the libraries
Sure.
or what she's trying to do.
The public libraries submitted a request to all three governing bodies, school district, county, and the city, all each $20,000 in hopes of accumulating $60,000 total between the three governing bodies. Their idea, they got $20,000 from the county. We would be matching that, bring them up to 40 if we went forward with that. The idea is to create a library of things. So if there are things like common items within the community that they need to rent, similar to a library book, I need a snow blower. I don't know if that's a great example, but various items that many of us look around our household, maybe only need it once and don't have access to it. And it was an idea that they put together at the board level. It's something that myself through volunteer groups have tried to make happen, but we don't have the tracking mechanism that the library does through the card and the return system and stuff like that. So that's the only reason. I love Hoyt Park. I would do more for our parks if we could, but I would just ask that the council consider the 280 and then maybe an allocation for our libraries, because our libraries are wonderful gems.
Yes.
And for confirmation, because we never made a motion in regards to workforce development, we can technically, this $300,000, we can do and put wherever we want. Correct. Thank you.
Any more? Call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Amendment.
On the amendment.
On the amendment. On the amendment.
On the amendment.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Now do we go back to the regular motion or it's dead? What is it?
It's the,
You're on the main motion for 280 now.
Correct.
So the amendment is now the main motion for the 280. I can do that. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Madam Clerk?
Me.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to allocate $20,000 of ARPA funds to the Saginaw Public Libraries.
Point of order. Point of order. We haven't finished the motion about for the other one yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We took 20,000 out?
That's the 20,000 she was getting ready to
Did
do.
we approve the 300 though?
We
just approved 280.
280.
280.
Thanks for pointing my order out.
I'm sorry, do I need to go back and
Yeah,
say
you
it
need
again?
to redo it.
Okay, I just don't want to start talking when the clerk's writing. Give her a chance to finish.
I believe I have your motion,
Okay.
Councilman, or Mayor.
Okay. So did we get a second?
No, we need.
No, we need a
She did?
second.
I need a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in
Just real
favor?
quick.
Yes.
Very quick. Councilwoman Bench, would your motion also then be following that they follow the guidelines and stipulations throughout the
No,
resolution?
I'm not making a resolution. My motion is what it was. It's
Just
$20,000
just
for the
give
bloody
20.
libraries.
Okay, just checking.
Nope.
So, let's be clear. This is without a resolution,
No, the resolution is.
right?
Right now, the motion is without it. I would recommend that you have the same stipulations you have for all of the other sub-grantees.
Yeah. I didn't include it because it was a capital purchase and it didn't look like we did that for anybody else who was making a capital purchase, so. We did?
Yep.
Well, other than the
Everybody.
resolutions that we did under that,
Right.
okay. I thought that was more for program, but that's fine with me.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. For the Library of Things, it was a $50,000 request, but then you had said that the county has also given some.
They gave
already.
theirs already.
Okay.
Per the library board, what they approached me with
Mhm.
was they
They need
asked
for
each
20.
governing body for $20,000 was what they asked. All I know is that they asked us for, most recently, to consider $20,000.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, that's all I know.
Yes.
I'm going to amend the motion so that the funding will follow and identifies all the conditions and stipulations that we have set forth in our other resolutions.
Second.
I'll second that.
It's been moved in second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Madam Clerk.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Anything else? I mean,
Sorry, I mean,
No,
Got
I
a
always
motion and a
give
second on the
her
floor.
the authority to tell me that we're done, and it is to the motion
I
to.
don't know that you're done. It's up to
Are we
council
done?
if they have any further motions.
Right, do you have any more motions?
That'd be good. Motion and a second.
motion to adjourn?
Yeah, we have a motion.
And now I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I second.
It's been moved in second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, everybody have a good week.